All right, now we should be live. Should be good. Let me just swap out the view. I tweeted and I notified Discord. All right, cool. I did everything. Hey, what's up, everyone? Eric, what's up? Time Lord, Scranton Strangler. Okay, how you doing? That's a new name in the Twitch. Monomon, Desnez, Phantom. Let's see. Chinese Barack Obama. Hope Park can get use of it. I have a video on how hockey functions in real life. Ooh, I have one of my earliest videos about how real life connections like strengthen hockey, like, and those are the things that Oda has talked about or brought up. Oh wow, what's up, Parsival? Dimulus. Damn. It's a lot of people. Okay, wait, we're not lagging, right? We should not be lagging. Wait, why is this scuffed? Hold on, why is this thing like so big, but also like not, okay, there we go. Hold on. Let's do this and some of these, and then we'll move. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second to just move. Let's move that up there, above there, and then chat box will go underneath my webcam. There we go. No lag, we good? All right, cool. Just started? Yep, we just started. Yo, Dax, there we are. Par with the turtleneck as always. Yeah, this is a super turtleneck because I'm still sick and my throat is scuffed, and I just came back from my baby shower. Well, not my, well, like, yeah, my baby's shower, I guess is the appropriate way. So my voice is even more scuffed. I have not let my voice rest since Comic-Con, so bear with me on that one. But I've been told I sound normal. It's just okay, so like what's crazy is I think I sound mute. Like I can barely hear myself. That's how my voice sounds like. But everyone's telling me I sound normal, just a little bit deeper than usual. So be on as soon as yep. So we will, as you guys know, or you may not know, Sundays we do Voice of All Things. We're on episode 24, which means that I've done 20 at minimum 24 weeks of streaming of like a structure. You know what I mean? I streamed longer than that, but 24 weeks. It's kind of crazy. You're Papa Par from now on. Hey, I like that. Can we call you Papa Par after the baby comes? It's a throw up between Par Daddy, because what's hilarious is in real life, IRL, people used to call me Par Daddy. It was just kind of funny. But like before I was even like, you know, I think because I was more of like a dad in the friend group, so Par Daddy is kind of a thing. So it wasn't like a nickname, it was like a joke, you know, like I'll call you Papar, but in Greek that sounds really, oh god. Papa Vision, not Par Daddy. What a Par Daddy. Let's see. Your body forms around the smile basically to protect the spine and the head. I don't know where that one came from, but new viewer after the GLR controversy. Loved your unique theories. Hey, Mr. Echi Otaku. Wow, that is a classic name. Like that is what a take. That must mean you've been on YouTube for a long time. Papa Vizzy. Should we call the stream a par-addy? Wait, a par-addy? A parade? Should we... All the puns is so fun. What's up, Kev Dog? How you doing? Oh, and on the Morge thing, it's funny because I don't think it was me. If it were me, it was even funnier. But I'm pretty sure it was either me or Phantom. I forget who it was, but somebody started a meme in Morge's chat like 4 or 5 weeks ago saying that Morge is expecting a baby, and It's just funny because everyone says like evil Morge, whatever, evil ParVision. So Poppy Par. Hey, I dig it. Are we getting a time skip? Is there going to be a time skip? Oh, you mean in the store? I thought you meant with me. Like, honestly, there could be a time skip with me. Last month was technically a time skip. But, yo, Blumfgod, how you doing, bro? Par Poppy, hey. Dang, that put a smile on my face seeing Blumf in here. When is the GLR collab? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Par for parent, I understand now. Exactly. Whoa. Nuo. How you doing? How you doing? I was just updating the thing, but then I had to get on stream, so I'll do it afterwards. I'm good. Seeing you live, my guy. Hey. Glad to have you stop by. Yo, Blumf, you have to review one of Dax's videos. Specifically this one. We're not doing this one today, but this one down here. This is the original. This is the original. Actually, this one has more views, but this is his bread and butter. Pluton sleeping under Wano is, and this, you gotta check out that one. Put a little shout out to you and Morge in the description of my newest video. Hey, I'll be sure to check it out. If it's on YouTube and you tag me, then I'll be able to see it. Blumf must react to everything. Yes, Blumf's reactions are dope because he's like a stockpile of theories. Like, he remembers all of the stuff. Is that in reference to an impossibly game? No, it is not. So yeah, the GLR thing, it's, you know, he's a busy guy. I'm sure he'll get the video out soon. I'm wondering about the future. What else we got in store, you know? You guys, I got one of my friends into One Piece. They just got to Wano. Congrats, Kitsune. Congrats. I'm proud of you. Always a pleasure to get more into One Piece, you know? Blumf, I'm down. From what I've seen, I like Dax stuff. Yo, we're going to be bringing Dax on. So, without further ado, welcome to the Voice of All Things, or better yet, thank you for listening to the Voice of All Things. Episode 24. I don't know what I'm going to actually title it. I titled it The Cycle of Life, but there's like a triple meaning to that one. But yeah, today we're going to have Dax Sake come in. Dax, if you don't know, is a new, fresh One Piece content creator. He's on YouTube, as you can see, as I pulled up right here. See, I remember Dax when he was a wee baby at like 50 subs. Maybe it was like 50 or 500 subs, one or the other. And then he blossomed into the Dax Sake you see today, who just broke past 5,000 subs, 5K. That is insane. The speed, the quality also. He's starting from day one. It's like he's like an android almost. It's like he's a robot. No, I'm joking. And the thing is, Dax is I talked to him about theories before I even knew about his theories. And he's just a nice dude. All around nice guy. Always wants to help. Full of knowledge. If you don't know, Par knew me when I was just an embryo. Exactly. Yeah. So Dax is a homie of the channel, and a great. I mean, we have beyond what we're doing today. We have a lot of secret stuff in play. I mean, what was funny, right? What was funny is a lot of you guys. One of his newest videos came out 2 weeks ago. Popped off. It's about to beat my Usopp video. I have no doubt that it's gonna surpass my Usopp video, because my Usopp video wasn't even supposed to get that many views, but this is, and I think I just solved the One Piece video, so it's definitely going to get a lot of views. But I forgot my train of thought, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, so Dax Sake is like popping off. And also, like, the thing about, I remember what I was gonna say. When this video came out, everyone came into my channel. They were like, Par, you gotta watch this video. You gotta see this theory. Thing is, you guys know, I try, like, especially because of how busy I am. I like, if I watch a video, it takes away from me making a video. And I know a lot of you guys are upset at me because in the last month I didn't post. And so then I started getting the comments like, hey, Par, where's your next theory? Stop talking to all these other creators. I know you're having fun at Comic-Con, but when are you posting a theory? And so honestly, Dax posted this at the exact time when I got the most busiest, like in the last month. So I wasn't able to check it out, but I was planning on it. So I messaged Dax. I was like, yo, I'm gonna watch your video, and then I want to bring you on for Voice of All Things. And he's just like, no, I got one better for you. How about you live react to it? So I'm gonna watch it live with you guys, and I'm gonna live react, and then I'm gonna bring Dax on afterwards to talk about it. So that's why today's Voice of All Things is a little bit different. We'll be checking out his latest, not his latest, but his greatest. Right? It's the greatest. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be a little upset if this wasn't your greatest, because I was like, damn, what the hell? My videos aren't that dope. But his channel's already way prettier than mine, that's for sure. Oh, damn, you also have a short. Did I comment on this one? I definitely feel like let me expose myself real quick. I'm pretty sure I did. All right, see, I was here first. There's no way you guys can tell me otherwise. I was definitely here first. You see, like, YouTube currently has a bug right now where it's like, I posted 0 seconds isn't a time, right? It's 1 month ago. Yeah, okay, 3 day. 1 month ago. Yeah, okay, Ton. A month ago. Yeah, see, 0 seconds surpasses all that stuff. So, as you guys know, I love to support my homies. Oh, geez. But yeah, so we're going to check out this video, and then we're going to bring out Dax over here. So let me mute this, and then we'll just do a sound check real quick. Just to make sure that the sound is good. So, okay, my audio is good. Let me see my visuals. Is my visuals good? Let me slide this over just a tad. Oh God. Fans have been wondering what okay, so I think I gotta turn this up. Where is the One Piece? And an equally important question might just be, why is the One Piece? What treasure could possibly make the Pirate King himself laugh to the point of tears? All right, wait, is that loud enough, guys? You know you're busy. It's all good. Thank you. Yeah, and the thing is, the busyness created something even greater, right? We're gonna get a dope connection here. Wait, you said louder? Okay, one moment. Let me see. But also be one that could potentially bring the entire world government to its knees. Is it a weapon or just some type of long Don't worry, I'm gonna replay it, Dax. You that the One Piece is the okay, a little bit louder. Okay, 1 second. Dax with some more fire. It's also 2x speed, unless that's on purpose. It's definitely not 2x speed. I never do 2x speed. It's on 1.25 just to save us a little time. Yeah, I can't do 2. Oh, I can do 2x, but I'm not gonna do 2x. A little bit more here. Let me figure out why it's so quiet. 1 second. Volume mixer. Huh. It's the loudest it goes. No, it's not. Can we get much higher? Okay, apparently can't. Let me just double check one thing. Okay, no, we're the loudest. We go here too. All right. So you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have everyone turn up their volume. Unless, wait, hold on. There's one other thing I could do. Properties. Oh, why isn't that at 100? All right, there we go. So now it's probably the loudest it can go. Let me pull up the chat so I can see you guys, and then we're good. The volume sounds good to me. So, all right. So, again, if you guys aren't aware, I mean, you guys barely know who I am, but I am ParVision. This is Dax Sake. Welcome to the Dax Sake. I mean, I should have had Sake. honestly. Oh, look at this. O'Hara commented on this. This is brilliant. Amazing. And then the second top comment is depression breathing, fifth form. Okay, very interesting. Let's see what other celebrities do we see any names that we recognize? Dang! Oh, Dev Rolo and Solo, anime boy. Interesting. Well, we're already gonna thumbs it up because it's a homies video, and I am biased. I put it there. Damn, he's already better than me. He puts all the timestamps and shit. God damn it. Dax, why you gotta be like that, huh? Oh, and you linked all the connecting videos? We're gonna talk about these connecting videos, by the way. Let's see. I think I just solved what, where, and why is the One Piece. Why is Long Ring Longland so free? Why did Roger stop at Water 7 for nothing? And what's with all the afros anyways? All right, so here we go. Let's get started. Let me just get the chats up and... Okay. I think this is... Let me just... How's it look full screened for you guys? Let me just make sure. Yeah, it's good enough. All right, we'll go for it. I'm going to go through and play. All right, so keep in mind, I've never watched this. I've heard, obviously... the thing about afros, I heard about that. I've seen some whispers, but I haven't seen the words from the man himself. So hit us with the Dax Sake, bro. Let's see what you got.
For more than 25 years and counting, fans have been wondering, what is the One Piece? Or maybe, where is the One Piece? And an equally important question might just be, why is the One Piece? What treasure could possibly make the Pirate King himself laugh to the point of tears? But also be one that could potentially bring the entire world government to... I
just want to pause with that one because I love asking questions like that. Like, why is... I got it from Marvel, honestly. Why is Gamora? Like, I always ask those questions. It's like random goofy ones. But I'm not going to pause that often. Here, let me... All right, there we go.
Is it a weapon or just some type of long-running joke? Well, what if I told you that the One Piece is the physical key that allows Luffy to make the world into what it should be? A symbol of the world after the dawn, you could say. And what if I said that our very own singing skeleton may just tell us everything that we need to know about Joy Boy's history? Well, please join me as I walk you through what, where, and why is the One Piece. But first, please help your boy out and drop a like on the video. This is definitely the biggest project that I've ever done, and I know you're going to at least walk away knowing something new.
Oh, wait.
If you like what you see, don't forget to subscribe, because I got
this is your first
onto the mega
plus 30-minute video, right?
All the mysteries in the world of One Piece, the ones that have intrigued me the most since my very first episode are that of the pirates. How has only one pirate successfully conquered the seas and found that final treasure in 800 years? What did Roger possibly find and leave behind at that place that made him want to begin the great pirate era after his execution? We learned from Inuyasha that Laugh Tale can only be found by reading all 4 lode poneglyphs.
True.
And he made it seem as if these 4 poneglyphs will act as coordinates to a certain point on the map. But how could a stationary island possibly remain hidden for this long? Does it move periodically or eventually just reside under the sea? Well, I think I've actually managed to find that.
All right. Since you asked the question, that one's a hard one. Is it something that moves? I think the easiest logical choice is something that moves. It's something that moves. The island is something that moves. The other option that I've been pondering is it's something that it's kind of like not a trap door, but like it needs the stars to align for it to hit. That's kind of what it is. This is your first 30+ minute video. Got you, Dax. What platforms? I'm using Twitch and YouTube. One Piece is real. Excited to see Par's reaction. All right. Dang. I'm already excited. You see, the thing is with Dax, it seems like you know, he's a small creator, but look at this quality, guys. This is some high quality ish right here. Let's see.
The answers to all of those questions, thanks to a number of people that chipped in that I'll try to mention during the video, as well as taking my time researching all of Oda's smallest hints to Joy Boy. Because we all know how Oda loves to twist past moments in the story, no matter how small, to amplify the current events that we're reading. Sometimes he does this with entire arcs, like Saba Odi, where we returned after 2 years and essentially had the same exact setup, but the outcome was inverted to show our crew's strength over those last 2 years. But Oda also does this with smaller singular moments as well, such as Sun God Nika. The first image we saw of Nika Nika connects to this image of Luffy and Skypiea, which is a cool panel in its own right, and despite being one of Oda's favorite panels that he's ever drawn, nobody could have predicted all of its ties to Gear 5th and Nika himself at the time that it was printed. However, once that connection was made in chapter 1017 and 1044, it recontextualized a lot of what we saw in Skypiea and has given rise to all sorts of new theories and parallels. This is an example of how something seemingly insignificant in the past can become significant thanks to future events. So I wanted to use that logic and go back through the story with a fine-tooth comb and find more hidden connections to Joy Boy, Nika, and Luffy that have yet to be discovered. I mean, we've already had one slip under our nose with Luffy's pose in Skypiea, so where else can Oda be hiding hints for the greatest secrets of the One Piece world? And wouldn't you know it, we actually missed another example of that same exact Nika pose, except this time it was by Brook. This was back in chapter 635, and you can even see one of the fishmen smile at his performance, and we now know that making others smile is something that Nika did in the past.
Yeah.
This is an extremely important panel, and I promise I'm going to circle back to it later. But I think it would instead be best to begin our discussion with the most important common denominator between Joy Boy, Nika, and Luffy, which is the Gomu Gomu no Mi. And yes, I'll be calling it by that name throughout the video because A, it's easier, and B, it actually is just the Gomu Gomu no Mi. And you can check out these two videos in the description to learn why. But obviously, Luffy, Joy Boy, and Nika all use the powers of this fruit, and thanks to the context of what Roger said at Laugh Tale, Joy Boy is tied to Laugh Tale directly and is probably even the one who left the One Piece behind. So I figured that anything dealing with this fruit has to be put under a magnifying glass. So from here on out, I want to look at every potential tie to the Gomu Gomu no Mi in the story that I could find, and then kind of consider it in light of the new powers that we now know that it has. And what I found will surprise you. And at the bare minimum, you will not be able to look at another Laugh Tale theory the same after today. I think we can all agree
Dax?
that Laugh Tale
you
and
sure about
the
that?
Final War will be some of the most significant moments in the entire story of One Piece. I mean, that's what we've been building up for over 25 years now. So let me throw this idea at you. What if Oda hid all of his hints for the most significant arc inside the most insignificant one? At least in many people's eyes, which is Long Ring Longland.
The answer is hell no.
Now, before you question everything and leave the video, let me show you...
I just want to... Wait on. That's so funny that you said that moment, Dax, because I was gonna pause and leave the video. No, I'm joking. But what I was gonna tell people is that for Anime NYC, I might cosplay as Afro Luffy. This is something that I was considering a long time ago. So maybe your video pushes me over. I've been thinking about it. So let's see what you got, Dax. Let's see if you make me cosplay Afro Luffy.
One unquestionably convincing piece of evidence, just so you know I'm not full of and that would be this panel. The old man, named Tanjit, explains that the reason everything is stretched out is because they feel free, so they can stretch longer and taller than normal. Doesn't that sound familiar to you? Even if this is the first time you've been acquainted with this panel, you could probably see how important that line is right away, because being free is exactly how Luffy's powers work. Once he awakens, he even becomes freer than normal and is only limited by imagination. And we even had a reminder about this freedom in chapter 1061, where Luffy says that Gear 5th is when he's truly free. So how in the world can everyone and everything on Long Ring Longland become stretched out for a similar reason to Luffy? Well, that question is what led me to find all the answers that I'm sharing with you today. So now that you know I might actually be onto something, let me go ahead and start back from the top. Long Ring Longland is viewed as almost a throwaway arc by many, partially due to it being stuck between the highs of
Not by me.
and Water 7, but also partially due to our Davy back fight against the very lame Foxy Pirates. The only real plot progression occurred at the end when we met Aokiji.
Hey,
it's
whoa,
almost like Oda was
real
just
plot
having fun,
progression?
and that leads many people to disregard this arc or simply skip over it in terms of the overarching story. You could almost say that it has been hidden from us in a sense, which is doubly
Shout out to Hidden
interesting when
Island.
you consider that the island itself is almost completely hidden away from the world. The first reason is simply its structure. It's made of about 10 points around a circle that are all connected under the water, which right away hides about 95% of it. And each of those points is a boring, empty plain. When the Straw Hats first arrived, only Luffy was interested in even exploring it, and I'll definitely discuss that point more later on. But this is yet another reason why it's kind of hidden. I mean, why would anyone bother exploring it at all if there's just nothing to do or nothing to steal? And on top of that, a log pose will only point you to one of the 10 points before directing you away to somewhere else completely, because it's actually all just one big island hidden mostly under the sea. Again, another way in which this island stays hidden from the world. And as many of us remember, once a year during Agua Laguna, the island becomes a full crown shape again, which allows the villagers to travel to another point on foot. So overall, this basically just means that if you did find this island, all you'd see is a boring empty plain and then get directed away from it. And the only time that someone could see the...
I just want to point out that the Agua Laguna thing, that was a point that was, I'm pretty sure, only told to us that Water 7's Aqua Laguna and this receding part was tied together in the anime. So there's anime canon. And there was a few other points that they told us, like there was like a detail about the all blue in that thing. It wasn't in the manga, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dax. I'm pretty sure if that was a thing. So, and I'm just saying that because there's so many times where people dismiss so many things from the anime where I'm pretty sure Oda just hid like insane gems in the anime. So just want to point that out there. Because that's a huge one. That is the only time we've really found out like two islands being connected in that regard. Like, you know, when Teach used the quake and it created tidal waves that Sabaody was affected, that's like a different circumstance than this, where like imagine if like Aokiji froze the ocean on here and then that affected a different island, right? Like that's kind of what's being told here. And that's like I'm pretty sure that's like the only time in the series where we found something like that. And it was in the anime. And then let's see the last. No, I haven't. Oh, Eric McKenna, hold that thought. Remind me about the watch party stuff. I forgot to mention that at the start, but we're gonna get back here. The water for Agua Laguna coming from is fully canon. It's from one of the Viver cards. Yeah, see so the data books I hold less so than like anime canon because the the Viver cards are one thing. I think it's like this to me. It's like the manga, then there's the Viver cards, then there's like Road to Laugh Tale somewhere there, and then it's like data books, and then it's magazines. Magazines are like the worst thing, and then data books I've heard like some skewed things, but then the Viver cards. If you're saying it was on a Viver card, it's interesting because I'd be like, which person? But I'm pretty sure it was from the anime that like it was first told to us in the anime. Anime is made to accompany the manga. Yep. All right, so let's get back on this. Wow, hold on. We're already 7 minutes into the video. Now I get what you guys mean by like, hey, you should make longer videos. How are we already that far in? This is so enjoyable. Let's go.
Under the sea is during Agua Laguna, and we were basically told that no ship could possibly sail during it, only the sea train. And isn't it kind of weird how perfectly crown-shaped it is? And I'll get back to this later, because once the crew walks around and sees that everything and everyone is stretched out, we even see Chopper and Usopp begin to stretch out too. And they even ask, what kind of island is this? Since people seem to be affected by the freedom of this island, even right after they arrive there, maybe there's something going on with the environment itself that causes this phenomenon. I mean, we've seen Logia awakenings affect environments permanently, and sure, the Gomu Gomu isn't a Logia, but it already has properties of both paramecias and zones, and it can at least affect environments temporarily. So I feel like I'd just be a fool to rule out the chance that the fruit can affect environments on a permanent basis as well. I mean, one look at Zunisha's legs also begs into question if those were stretched out also, but we'll definitely talk about that more later too. And since the last user of the Gomu Gomu seemed to be Joy Boy, it would all probably have to be Joy Boy that did this if this was the case. And that idea gets even more mind-blowing when you see this comment from Tanji. As soon as Luffy knocks him down from the stilts, he looks directly at Luffy and without hesitation he says, "Long time no see." And after a reminder from Usopp, he says, "Oh yeah, I haven't seen your face." Maybe I'm reaching way too deep here, but could he possibly just be mistaking Luffy for Joy Boy? As if he could tell he had some will of Joy Boy, or at least he was free just like him, which led to him getting confused. If that seems like a stretch, keep in mind that Oda's depiction of Davy Jones looks exactly like this old man Tanji.
Oh, wow.
This pirate from ancient times that was involved with the first Davy.
Wait a moment. Wait, whoa. Hold on.
Or at least he was free just like him, which led to him getting confused. If that seems like a stretch, keep in mind that Oda's depiction of Davy Jones...
Okay, it's the cheekbones. The cheekbones are different. So that's interesting though. But if you go by the part where it's stretched out, people get stretched out, maybe his face got stretched a little bit. Well, this is pretty damn close. Other than that, the nose is the same. Gave him eyebrows, but... yeah, I mean, it's similar. It's very similar for sure. Like I wouldn't be surprised if Oda just made this connection later on. Wow, that's interesting. Something else I was going to say was this is something me and Mosh have talked about a long time ago. Now that you guys know Mosh a little bit more, this theory is stretched out. Hey, I mean, we're talking about the Gomu Gomu. We got to stretch a little bit. But what I was going to say is me and Mosh were talking about how this dude, he said like he was on stilts for like 20 years, right? If everything stretched out on this island, how crazy would it be if time was stretched out? Me and Mosh were like contemplating that idea. It was a larger conversation about time manipulating powers within One Piece. And yeah, it was just like, what if time got stretched out and maybe those 20 years was not, it was like longer than that. And he just didn't know because he was on stilts in like, there was some kind of time discrepancy. So it was an interesting thought. It was an interesting thought because that goes back to his comment saying like, oh, like you look familiar. And it's like that being Nika, what if he actually just existed during that time? And like this whole island was like a whole time capsule from the Void Century. And we just like, because like if there's, you know, now we're seeing, Mosh brought it back up to me with the current discussion of Vegapunk being 500 years from the future. Well, is a discussion of like, are the islands like, is time move faster on some places? Like some people have brought that up, and it's like, you know, if you have one thing, then why not the other one? So just an idea. Definitely not the same person, just descendant, relative, but the similarities are pretty strong. Yeah, so like Davy Jones and this guy, honestly, if you stretched out his face, his cheekbones would go away. It could be the same person, you know, similar. Yeah, like there's a lot of similarities here. And the other thing to take a grain of salt with here is when Oda draws these and brings them back in the story, it's not like it's not gonna be like 100%. It's gonna be like 99. It takes 20 years for the water to rise, but one arc later, we learn about the Aquaguna, which rises water every year. Interesting idea. Yeah. Also said Mega sus stuff in chapter 0. Wait, what? Tanji? Wait, what do you mean? He said stuff in chapter 0. I'm confused. Elaborate, homie. But yeah, well, being really high up would technically change the time of travel. Yeah, it's like some interstellar type of thing, but like on a smaller scale. It's alter gravity. Yeah, gravity can alter time. Yeah. So it's definitely interesting. Chapter 0, this guy was featured and said, I want to be the world's stilts champion. Was he really? If you bring him up, that's exciting. He was in chapter. Wow. Okay. All right. Cool. Hopefully you bring it up. If not, part 2. But yeah, let's keep it going.
Looks exactly like this old man Tanji. Davy was an infamous pirate from ancient times that was involved with the first Davy backfight on Hachinosu Island, so I don't think that we can rule out anything that this old man is talking about. We will discuss this in greater detail later in the video, but I just want to keep hammering home all these odd connections that point us right back to Long Ring Longland. And one connection that connects this island to Laugh Tale directly happens during chapter 304, when we first arrived to Long Ring.
I have that chapter open.
Usopp famously gets, "I'll die if I go to that island" disease. And the only other person that's gotten this disease in the story was Buggy right before he got to Laugh Tale. Could this possibly mean that they were near the same place when they got this disease? It could be that some people just get sick when near a certain area, or near a certain something. And something that I haven't seen a lot of people bring up is that we've seen something similar to this with Roger and Odin, as well as Luffy and Momo, when all of these people went to Zoe. All 4 of them felt a little queasy when near the island, and they were the only ones from their respective crews to feel that way. Kind of like how Usopp and Buggy were the only ones to feel that way near their respective islands. And if you think about it, Usopp and Buggy are kind of similar.
I wouldn't say the two are the same, but I get what you mean.
Right? So am I then proposing that Laugh Tale is at or near Long Ring Longland? Well, that's honestly a strong possibility. But what I can say for sure is that there has to be some type of connection between the two, or at least Long Ring Longland and Joy Boy. And remember what I said earlier about Long Ring Longland being crown-shaped one day out of the year? Well, who else wears crowns? Kings, like the Pirate King. Maybe that's a sign that Agua Laguna is the one day a year that the Pirate King can be crowned. There was even an anime-only episode that told us.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Laguna has salt from the all.
I've been wondering. Okay, hold on. This whole time, if you guys remember way back, we're on episode 24. I think it was like episode 2 of Voice of All Things. I proposed the idea that, like, all the different shapes, like Arabasta's like a lungs, obviously Wano's like a brain, Jaya's a skull, and then like I was looking for like a heart shape. Someone said Eni's lobby is a butthole or belly button, which is funny. But then if this is a crown, then you take the head, you take the brain, and then this is the crown. And maybe it all does like stack up on top of each other. That's interesting.
all blue, and that water is from Long Ring Longland. I mean, I know it's technically not canon, but like, why are they so specific? There is another idea that I like that even goes a step further that I'll go ahead and share later on in the video, but there is honestly a very strong case to be made that Laugh-Tale is right here at the center of all 10 points of Long Ring Longland. And it's an especially strong candidate if you assume that Laugh-Tale is stationary and is actually found at 4 intersecting points, just like Inuyasha mentioned. So for those reasons, let me go ahead and
Hey, look, it's an afro.
of what Laugh-Tale being at Long Ring
Spoilers.
Longland could look like. So for argument's sake, let's just say that the entrance to Laugh-Tale is inside the crown and is only accessible during low tide, aka
I like how you
Laguna.
took to...
So right off the bat, you'd need to go there on one specific day out of the year. And since log poses don't work there, you'd have to have a map with directions. You'd also have to kind of be there ahead of time because once the tide's lower, you wouldn't even be able to enter into inside the crown because there will be walls there at that point. You could almost say that those walls are acting as a border, not unlike the borders of Wano. And wait, didn't Wano have something underneath it too? An ancient city with poneglyphs and even an ancient weapon? I mean, Long Ring Longland is basically the same thing except under the water and crown shape. I mean, it would be a perfect place to hide treasure though, because who would ever bother to stay in the center of this boring
Dax, that's when you're supposed to bring up the mole very quickly and just move on
without log poses helping you. It's almost like you just have to know specifically when and where to be to ever have a chance of finding it. And if you think Laugh-Tale being hidden under an island isn't a good enough hiding spot, where has Pluton been this whole time? I mean, we didn't have specifics about Kaido's plans really, but he was there for 20 years and still didn't find Pluton. I mean, maybe he knew it was there, but he didn't actually get it, right? And it stayed hidden from everyone else for 800
he's goofy.
years. So what's stopping Laugh-Tale from just being under a boring island that nobody cares about? And given Long Ring Longland's peculiar shape and the freedom that they all feel, wouldn't it make sense that Joy Boy stretched this island out using his awakening? Maybe he set all of this up himself because he was already familiar with Agua Laguna's tides, and he probably just figured that this would be a perfect place to hide the treasure until he returned in the future. And that idea actually gets a lot crazier when you consider the fact that Water 7 is very close by, and it also has an ancient city beneath it that is also underwater, just like Long Ring Longland. And we know that this city, as well as Water 7 itself, has been gradually sinking because of the floods of Agua Laguna. But think about that. Why would an ancient city even build themselves somewhere with intense floods in the first place? Unless at one point in time, there weren't any floods at all. However, if one day that all changed, then it would easily explain how both islands became mostly, or just entirely, submerged over time. And also why Joy Boy may have wanted to stretch out parts of Long Ring Longland so that the people who live there wouldn't drown. But that isn't all, because there's also good reason to believe that this city is the one with the poneglyph that describes Uranus's location. I have so much more to say about this, but I'm just going to keep it brief for this video. So during Roger's flashback, Water 7 was the first place that he stopped while searching for that last lode poneglyph, and collecting all the other poneglyphs as well. But it's the only place that we didn't see them actually interact with one. And at this point of his journey, Roger was rushing to become Pirate King before his death. So I don't think he was just stopping by just so he could say hi to Tom. Roger probably knew that there was history there and he wanted Odin to read it for him, even if it didn't end up being a lode poneglyph. I mean, they did the same exact thing in Skypiea too. The only place they went to that we didn't get to see a poneglyph was Water 7. And we already know that the other two ancient weapons locations were revealed by poneglyphs that were found in ancient cities without a lode poneglyph.
No, hold on. This is a good point. I just want to fact check something right here. 966, I believe, right? Let me just... Oh, wait, we have the colored version now. Digital, the new volume came out, so we can see the digital. I just want to fact check something, because I've looked at this many times in the past, and I've always tried... On one of the streams, we mapped out using the 3D map that someone created. It's in my Discord. Under resources, this should be there, like a 3D map that someone made, and they had Tequila Wolf going a weird way. And one of the things was they went from what's it called? So under here, right? So they went from Shandora or Skypiea to Water 7, and then after Water 7 they crossed Tequila Wolf. That was why we were looking at it, like all this stuff. But was there another reason for here? With the help of Gonfall, the god atop the clouds, and proceeded to a city of shipbuilders. I say those stones are in your countries too. So they're talking about it before they even land. Okay, no. So the reason why I was looking is because I would have thought that coming off of Sky Island, their ship was damaged or something, just like Luffy's, and they need to go repair it or something like that. But they don't explain at all their purpose of coming here, at all, and proceeded to a city of shipbuilders. There's no, they don't give any purpose of this pit stop. So that's actually, you know what, the whole Uranus poneglyph being here is really interesting now. My only not confusion, but if it were there, I would imagine Tom would know about it. Interesting. Unless Roger kind of just like hid it. Interesting. That's an interesting thing. And this doesn't take away at all, because like this is something that could be disproven very soon. But that doesn't mean the rest of the theory can't be right. So let's I just want to rewind a little bit and see. He says he has a hunch of where the last one is, and they immediately go to Water 7. Roger thought the last one could be there. Probably thought. But they were looking for the road poneglyphs, right? The load poneglyphs or whatever. So the Uranus one wouldn't be a load poneglyph. It would be a regular poneglyph with just important information. Just that thing. So I think the last one he was talking about was a red one, not this. It doesn't have to be, but Pluton. All right, so let me see. Well, wasn't Luffy just stupid and that's why the ship got damaged? Wasn't there an octopus thing that's supposed to be? Yeah, they had the octopus thing, but the Going Merry was already like dying. So there's something. Par just had a vision. Yeah, you might be talking about earlier. Yeah, I have my own Pluton video that I'm gonna share with Dax. I didn't have time because I was in baby shower. I was gonna share with Dax so that he could like react to it with teasing, because I like teasing you guys, you know what I mean? And I didn't get it, but we'll talk a little bit about that later. But something about Long Ring Longland I just realized plays well with a part of my theory, and so I'm gonna bring that up, but let me just rewind a little bit. I think I did, and we'll keep going.
Two ancient weapon locations were revealed by poneglyphs that were found in ancient cities without a lode poneglyph, being Skypiea and Alabasta, which makes Water 7 the perfect location to hold the location of the final ancient weapon, Uranus, since we know that the final lode poneglyph was found in Fishman Island instead. I mean, we all know that Uranus has close ties to the sky, and many people have theorized that it could have something to do with the tides, just like the moon does. And if this poneglyph is really found in the same place that becomes flooded by Agua Laguna, well, you can probably already see where I'm going with this. What if Long Ring Longland in Water 7 used to avoid the floods in the past thanks to something managing the tides for them? Just like Poseidon was meant to help the people of Fishman Island, could Uranus have been used to help the people of Water 7? And maybe they were meant to fix the tides for good at some point, but much like Poseidon, Joy Boy was unable to fulfill that promise until 800 years in the future. Once the Void Century happened, Joy Boy may have just known that those annual tides were going to return, so he used them to his advantage to create the perfect hiding place for his grandest treasure, and the effects still make those inhabitants feel free to this very day. And so while that option is an extremely strong one, I want to pivot to a different idea for Laugh-Tale that I like just a little bit more, and that is that Laugh-Tale is located inside of a whale. This idea is not something new, so I'll only cover it briefly, but I do want to say that even if the One Piece is found under Long Ring Longland or elsewhere, there is still likely a very important whale waiting for Joy Boy to return, and that whale's name is Davy Jones. After all the connections between Long Ring Longland, Joy Boy, and Laugh-Tale that I've said so far, I hope you can agree that anything that ties to that arc has to be put under a magnifying glass. And since we were introduced to Davy backfights here, which ties directly into Davy Jones, I want to take a deeper dive into this legend as well. And Oda actually discussed Davy in SBS 38, and even drew this picture of him that I mentioned earlier. Doesn't he look identical to Tanjit? We've seen Oda characterize things before, such as swords, which looked somewhat like their creators. And while I definitely don't think Tanjit himself created Davy or anything, I think it can at least prove that Davy has some kind of tie to Long Ring Longland, which we now know has some very strange ties to Joy Boy and potentially even Laugh-Tale. And so I'll get right back to that point in a moment, but first I feel like I need to briefly cover the reasoning why Laugh-Tale could be inside of a whale for all those who might be uninitiated. So first off, a whale... Wait,
I just want to pause here, because one thing about whales, a lot of people... I brought up this chapter not a while ago. This one. It was in my Nolan video. They brought this up. 616, I believe it is. I believe it's 616. Where this is one of my more favorite panels, One Piece. And so I just want to put this out there. Maybe this is where Dax is going to go with it. But something that always struck me was, that's the thing about whales. They have a sense for the most plentiful areas of the ocean and naturally gather there. So the official translations are not the official, but yeah, I think that one was a different translation. Let me see this one. It says, right, no, right about here. The whales all know where the seas are fertile. And I was thinking about that with what Dax is just saying. Like, if Laughtail is a whale or inside of a whale, then that could imply how the end place continuously moves, because if the whales choose where like the seas are fertile or where the lands it's most plentiful, then that would also mean that Laughtail continuously moves. That would be a really interesting thing if that makes sense to you guys. That just came to my mind when I thought about this, or when Dax brought this up. Laughtail is Long Ring, Longland, then is Tequila Wolf being made to get to Laughtail? Tequila Wolf is an interesting one. I think Tequila Wolf is being made for a different reason, connected to the Davy back fight video that I made about the Olympics. Let's see. How would the road poneglyphs know where Laughtail is if it moves all the time? See, that's where the interesting thing is. Like maybe they just tell you like certain like markers and you follow those markers, right? Please post this live afterwards. Yes, Lua, all the VODs. If you want to see any of the Voice of All Things, they get posted on my second channel, ParVision VODs. So definitely go check that out. If you guys tuned in late to this reaction, definitely go subscribe to that channel. It gets uploaded like 20 minutes after the VOD or after I'm done streaming. So let's see. Yep. All right. Let's get more into this.
For an island. It would always be under the sea and moving, so it's basically its own natural defense mechanism. And if the whale is anything like Laboon, it could even fight off people on its own. And speaking of Laboon, he is literally a whale with an island inside, so we know it's possible to do so. And his species is literally known as island whales. Plus, he is a whale that befriended somebody who died, came back to life, and is supposed to come back and meet him. And we now know that Joy Boy died and came back to life in the form of Luffy. Plus, Crocus has been the Laughtail, and he's the one who modified Laboon in the first place, so maybe that's where he got the idea. And during our time under the sea in Fishman Island, we came across other island whales that even had the same scars as Laboon. Brooke actually sang Bink Sake to them and they had a pleasant reaction, almost as if they recognized the song. So how could that be? Shanks and Roger also sang that song with their respective crews. So this makes the island whales that much more ominous to me. So those are some of the most prominent reasons that I've seen for why many people believe Laughtail could be inside of a whale, but I think there's a hell of a lot more to it than that. And let's also just consider the fact that, as I was saying earlier, Brooke's story is all about a guy who befriended a whale, died, and came back to life with the goal of meeting his whale friend again and playing that song. So what if Joy Boy is just a grander version of that story? I mean, we've already seen Joy Boy die and then come back in the form of Luffy, and just like how Laboon will only recognize Brooke because of his afro, Zunisha only recognized Joy Boy after Luffy activated Gear 5th. I mean, all we really need is for the poneglyphs to point to another whale at the end of the journey to complete the parallel. And take a look at the freaking panel from Fishman Island that I mentioned before. Brooke is basically in the Nika pose, and we even see him making someone smile, which was even mentioned by the Gorosei when discussing Nika's power. Am I proposing that Brooke has some deeper connection to Joy Boy? Basically, but I'll touch on that more later. And keep in mind that Luffy has wanted a musician more than any other position since he set out as a pirate. And given Bink Sake's importance to the story, I think this could easily all tie together. I mean, Brooke's laugh is literally in the f***ing song, for crying out loud. And let's not forget to mention that all Laboon and all the other island whales apparently wanted to do was destroy the Red Line. But Luffy stopped him until he returned at the end of his journey. And many people have already theorized that destroying the Red Line is the entire point of the One Piece. And that is exactly where Davy Jones himself comes into play. So that means it's time to discuss who exactly Davy the Whale was and how they were connected to Joy Boy. And I believe this whale to be none other than the very same Davy Jones that was involved in the first ever Davy backfight. Robin told us that Davy Jones is a cursed pirate from ancient times who lives under the sea and takes all the ships and treasure that sink to the seafloor. This tells you right away that Davy could very well just be a sea creature, since he literally lives on the bottom of the seafloor. And we all should know by now that Oda does nothing but ankle breakers when it comes to pieces of lore like this. I mean, Odin didn't even think Shirahoshi would be a mermaid, and he read the damn poneglyphs. So I think we need to read between the lines a little bit when it comes to stories just like this. Plus, when we were inside of Laboon, we actually saw sunken ships and treasure at the bottom of the ocean that he had inside of him, which may be a hint to what creature Davy might be. And Oda even talked more about Davy Jones in SBS 38 and added that there was a lying, no good pirate named Davy Jones, a greedy deck chief who was famous for putting all the crew's valuables in his own locker. He was so wicked, even for a pirate, that one day the devil himself cursed Davy to live on the bottom of the sea forever, swabbing the deck of a sunken ship and placing all the sunken treasure into his own locker where it would never be seen again. Between these two explanations, we can see that Davy was indeed from ancient times, but also cursed to do something forever. Does that remind you of anyone? Like maybe Zunisha, who just happens to be a gargantuan 800-year-old elephant that was also once a companion of Joy Boy. But they were even commanded to wander the seas until Momonosuke came along. And what else did you say, Oda? Davy was cursed by the devil himself? After seeing Zunisha's situation and all the vilifying of pirates in the One Piece story, I think this devil can be nobody other than Joy Boy himself. And think about what else Oda said. He was famous for putting all the crew's valuables in his own locker. And if our entire conversation is about the One Piece being hidden inside of a whale, perhaps what this really means is that Davy was just the locker where Joy Boy and his crew stored all of their treasure. I mean, that would be a pretty safe place to hide it, right? And maybe Davy Jones was just Joy Boy's entire ship. I mean, what a better way to sail the seas than inside of a whale that protects you? It's like the reverse of the Rumbar Pirates, basically. Instead of protecting Laboon, the whale could protect the crew. And I want to go ahead and give a quick shout out to my boy Dyer Regulus. This man had his own Davy Jones theory that gave me all sorts of ideas for this one, so I definitely recommend you go check him out. And his video gave me the idea that maybe the whale's name is just Davy, and Joy Boy's original name is Jones, or Jonah, like in the stories of Jonah and the whale, where he gets eaten and stays there for 3 days and 3 nights. Joy Boy and Jones share the first couple letters, and Luffy's nicknames are never that far off from his real name, like Luffy Taro or Lushi. So I just wanted to go ahead and throw this idea out there because I thought it was interesting. But something important that Oda also mentioned was that Davy was famous, so other people probably knew about the treasure hidden inside. And this could also potentially connect back to the first ever Davy backfight, which we obviously know that Davy was a part of. And then Robin, who seems to know everything important by the way, said that the Davy backfights began on Pirates Paradise Island, which is also known as Hachinosu and was once the home base of Rocks and is now the home base of Blackbeard. This is also interesting given the slight resemblance between Afro Luffy's chest tattoo and Rock's pirate symbol. And from what we've seen so far, the common theme with Hachinosu...
I gotta rewind. I just thought of something. What was... It was... You said... It was Jonah, Jones, and Joy Boy. Those are the 3 names you had up? What were the 3 names, Dax? Oh, or 2445. What was the 3 names?
Or Lushi. So I just wanted to go ahead and throw this idea nights. Joy Boy and Jones.
Joy Boy, Jonah, and Jones. Why? Jonah is just the name of the book, right? Like, or the story, right? See, the thing that I was thinking of. So, okay, this is a thought that I was having where it's like, like Noland and stuff, like, or Usopp. Usopp is like known as Sojay King and Usopp, God Usopp, Usoland, right? Like all these different names, right? And it's all of, and it's not a JoJo reference. It's not a rap. Stop it. Stop that. So like Usopp has a bunch of names, right? Luffy, like Lucy, Luffy, now Joy Boy on Wano. On Wano, he's not even like, they know Luffy, but they attribute all of Luffy's actions to Joy Boy, right? And the thing about it, it's like, the way I see it is all of these legends, like all of the islands will have the same person just with a different name, because Joy Boy is probably like Luffy and didn't want to take credit for anything, so his name different things. And what I was thinking is like, if his name was Jones, right, like it could be that. And the reason why is, Ivankov calls Luffy Mugiwara Boy, right? Like he adds his own prefix of boy to like a lot of people, right? Doesn't he name Sanji boy or something like that, or Prince boy or something like that, pretty boy or something like that? Like the boy prefix is something that a character could have added. So Joy Boy could have just been like, yes, it could have just been some kind of different, like joy or something, and then the boy part is just an added part that that a character, a very prominent character, made, and that was the most important nickname given. That was just an idea that came to mind when I was listening to this. So I've been thinking about that more and more with like the nicknames that we get. But let me see. Sanji is Ben Boy. Is that really what it is? Have you seen the fan manga for Part 0 with Jesus? I might have seen it in the memes thing. One Piece is a JoJo reference all along. Mojo Jojo. I love Mojo Jojo. Joy from Pokemon is Joy Boy. That is Nurse Joy. That's funny. Let's see. So I keep telling people to go back and read Long Ring Longland in the manga. It gets so much hate from the anime that people ignore it and think it's filler. Yep, that's what I'm doing too with my channel, and Dax is doing us justice here. All right, so we have like 14 more minutes left. Let's see what Dax has in store for us at the end, because I feel like he just hit us with the Davy Jones thing in the last like 5-10 minutes. I feel like there's more oomph to his. I mean, I get an idea of the way Dax talks now. Let's see what he hits us with now.
Fights began on Pirates Paradise Island, which is also known as Hachinosu and was once the home base of Rocks and is now the home base of Blackbeard. This is also interesting given the slight resemblance between Afro Luffy's chest tattoo and Rock's pirate symbol. And from what we've seen so far, the common theme with Hachinosu is that bad pirates stay there. So if the Davy Back fight originated on that island, it was likely started by the bad guys who stayed there as opposed to the good guys, which would be Joy Boy's crew. And if Davy was famous for holding all this treasure inside of him, perhaps
I have
the
my
story
counter.
goes something like this. He was stolen by the strong evil pirates and then taken back to Hachinosu, and then Joy Boy had to go win him back by playing their probably rigged games. I mean, Davy Back fights have always been a game of human resources after all, so pirates could steal other pirate members. And just think about the name of the challenge itself, a Davy Back fight. Perhaps it was called this because the first one was a fight to get Davy back. Let me know if you like that idea down in the comments. But of course, Joy Boy probably won this fight fair and square, just like Luffy did. And as much as everyone hates Foxy, I think this gives us a good reason to put his fight with Luffy under the magnifying glass as well, because I believe there's even a chance that this fight is what gave rise to the Void Century. Emu seems like the type of person to have everything meticulously planned out since they've been running the show for 800 years apparently. So I could easily see them putting together some rigged games like Foxy to try and collect as many strong people to his side as possible so he could take over the world, just like Rocks and Blackbeard have tried to do. But of course, Joy Boy would have won his fight, and Emu just may have gone back on his word, which led to the Void Century in the first place. And whether that part is true or not, the Void Century did eventually happen, and Joy Boy had to leave his treasure somewhere. So where else would he have left it other than his own private treasure chest inside Davy Jones? Or in other words, he hid the One Piece inside Davy Jones' locker. And if Davy truly was commanded to go scoop up ships and treasure on the seafloor all this time until Joy Boy came back, then the treasure at Laugh Tale is probably immense at this point, truly worthy of the great pirate era that Roger set forth in the past. And this same Davy Jones would be over 800 years old at this point. And if Zunisha is any comparison, Davy has to be massive. We also can't rule out that Joy Boy stretched either of these two with his awakening, so imagination is truly the limit on their size. And if Joy Boy could command it to collect treasure, maybe he could leave behind other instructions as well, like showing up to a certain place once a year, or maybe only allowing certain people inside who meet certain conditions that they learn from the poneglyphs, or maybe just like Zunisha, it knows that only a certain someone can command it, and perhaps the One Piece is what's required to do so. But where exactly would this whale be located? Well, how about right under our old friend Long Ring Longland? And speaking of our friend, it's time to show you what is maybe one of Oda's biggest hints towards Laugh Tale to date, which is the color page for chapter 471, titled My Friend. Notice how peculiar this scene is. The whole crew is underwater with some various fish swimming around, but at the top is an absolutely massive whale with a crown on its head. I know it's just a color page, but Oda has foreshadowed things from these before, and the title My Friend surely isn't doing any favors in hiding it. And now that we know though an ancient weapon has been under the entire Wano country for 800 years, I just can't rule out the chance that a whale has been waiting for Joy Boy under Long Ring Longland for 800 years either. Imagine if that whale's crown was the size of Long Ring Longland itself. That might even give you an idea of just how big Davy Jones really could be. So maybe during Agua Laguna, you can access the whale via Long Ring Longland, and then find Laugh Tale and thus the One Piece. Another option could just be that the whale could be hiding all year, but is summoned to the surface via some certain instructions, probably involving playing Bink Sake. And we actually saw something just like this yet again in chapter 304 when we first got the Long Ring Longland. Oda really packed that chapter tight, I'm telling you. He included a 4-page non-canon story where the crew summons a series of rainbow eels that are all wearing straw hats.
I remember this.
Luffy even mentioned trying to summon a whale before these eels surfaced, potentially hinting that the whale can be summoned with the right song as well. And maybe the poneglyphs include these instructions. Both of these are good options, but I'm leaning toward the whale just being right under Long Ring Longland like Pluton is under Wano, and it's just waiting to be moved for its final purpose. Both of these options would be a good way to not only keep Laugh Tale hidden, but also make sure that a crew who has actually read the poneglyphs would be the only ones to access the final island. And it may also explain why Roger's crew was singing this song on their way to Laugh Tale in his flashback. Regardless of whether Laugh Tale is inside a whale or not, we still have to answer one question though. If Roger had all of this proper information and even made it to Laugh Tale himself, what stopped him from going even further? Why was he too early? And why did Rayleigh say that the Straw Hats may come to a different conclusion than they did? Oda has told us that the One Piece is a physical object, so what could be so funny that the entire crew of the King of the Pirates laughed so hard that they cried? Basically what I'm asking is, what is the One Piece? Well, I think it's the one piece of something that can make the world one piece again. It's the ultimate treasure of Joy Boy, the sign of strength and friendship that can persevere even after you're nothing but bones. And it's the only sign that lets Davy the Whale know that Joy Boy has finally made his way back. I believe that the One Piece is an afro. But not just any afro, mind you, Joy Boy's afro. It's the sign of strength, the sign of friendship, and the sign of the world as it's supposed to be. Even as recently as chapter 1060, Brook referenced how the swirling eddy looks just like an afro. And the eddy was just a swirling ball of water which resembles the entire planet, an entire planet without borders. The treasure is the one piece of hair that resembles the world as one piece, one without barriers like the red line that splits the world in two. A world split in two would be two-piece. And what did Luffy call Foxy during their final fight? Two-piece head. Think about that again. Two-piece. If Foxy's split hair made him two-piece head to Luffy, would that make Luffy the one-piece head? You may think this is a joke, but think again about all the other connections I've laid out between Joy Boy and Long Ring Longland. Think about the fact that the One Piece made Roger laugh so hard that he cried. The final fight of this arc may have been a joke in our eyes, but the real joke may be how much Oda hid from us in plain sight. And is it a coincidence that Brook was also found in the same pose as Sun God Nika? The times we've seen this pose, particularly in front of the moon.
See, the funniest part is I saw it coming, but I didn't. It still hit me funny. Like, oh, I have to rewind. We have to rewatch this part. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Let's see this.
But not just any afro, mind you. Joy Boy's afro. It's the sign of strength, the sign of friendship, and the sign of the world as it's supposed to be. Even as recently as chapter 1060, Brook referenced how the swirling eddy looks just like an afro. And the eddy was just a swirling ball of water which resembles the entire planet, an entire planet without borders. The treasure is the one piece of hair that resembles the world as one piece, one without barriers like the red line that splits the world in two. A world split in two would be
just the way you said it was so funny
during their final fight.
And then the fact that this is there.
Think about that again. If Foxy's split hair made him two-piece head to Luffy, would that make Luffy?
Why is that a line?
Head? You may think this is
that's
a joke,
so
but think
goofy.
again about all the other connections I've laid out between Joy Boy and Long Ring.
There's hold on. He's
One Piece made.
I don't mean to call you out. Hold on. There ain't no way, bro. Is that actually the line there? He called him a two-piece head? That has to be like chapter 314. No way. Was that really what he said? Wait. Usopp had an afro too. There we go. See, wait, hold on. You better have used this line here because I'm going to use that line in a future video. I pray you use that line, Dax. There's something really specific that he says. Did he really say two-piece head? No way. What chapter was it? Even if it's split head, the point still stands. Yeah, this is... Where does he say it? Is it the next chapter? Oh, is it before they put the thing on? Split hairhead, something like that in Japanese. I'm gonna check that out later. If someone in the chat, one of the mods, if in Streamlurts, can you send me the panel? I want to finish watching it. I just want to know that thing because I always love doing that. Like the fact that that's like such a like I feel like when people watch my videos sometimes they're like, no way that was actually said in the panel, and then it is, and then just in case I put both panels so you guys can see it, and it's like, and I, if you guys don't believe me, I put the Japanese in there too. That's why I was just like, with a line like that, Dax, for my sake in the future, if you find shit like that, you gotta put up all of the things just for me, so I don't have to like go elsewhere. That is hilarious though. 2-piece head. That means Luffy's the One Piece head.
Roger laughed so hard that he cried. The final fight of this arc may have been a joke in our eyes, but the real joke may be how much Oda hid from us in plain sight. And is it a coincidence that Brook was also found in the same pose as Sun God Nika? The times we've seen this pose,
to put his head
in front of the moon, have been so insanely important that I think we just be foolish to ignore it. Brook is also so happy and cheerful, and he uses his music to put smiles on the faces of those around him. Does that not sound like something that Nika would do? This could even explain why Luffy wanted a musician first and foremost. Based off the importance of Bink Sake, I feel like Joy Boy himself was probably a musician, or at the very least he was in a crew like the Rumbar Pirates that sang that song to their heart's content. Like I said, Brook's laugh is in the song. We were even told that afros give you power on 2 occasions by Usopp and Sanji. Usopp has basically been proven to be a prophet at this point by having all of his lies come true, and Sanji knows plenty of things that he tends to keep under wraps. Perhaps there is actually something more to the afro than meets the eye. I mean, the afro is technically the reason that Luffy won that fight, because a piece of mirror got stuck inside of it, and this is how Luffy...
No, even more than that, now we know the way Luffy's power works, right? Luffy's power works by his imagination. If he believes something, that's just what will happen. So I was gonna make a video about this line, saying that this is a moment where there's a few moments that Luffy's Nika powers came through, and this is one of those moments, because it's like Usopp just told him, hey, afros make you stronger, makes your punch stronger, and then boom, like that's something that if with the Nika thing, it's 100%. And so Luffy's power is placebo. Honestly, yeah, is believe in himself, right? But yeah, all right, we're almost there. 6 minutes left.
Luffy reflected a slow beam back at Foxy. And think about the other afros that we've seen in the story. One is Sengoku, who has a Buddha fruit, and his afro gets beefier and more textured when in his Buddha form. This is more interesting when you consider the fact he's another mythical Hito user. And another example would actually be Gaimon, who is literally a man stuck in a treasure chest with an afro that is stuck on an island with a bunch of empty treasure chests. It's as if the only treasure on that island at all is the afro itself. Shout out to Matt Cypher on Discord for bringing some of these points up, man. I mean, Oda would probably send a cease and desist if he could, because how many of his secrets get revealed in our discussions. So shout out to him. And also shout out to RabbitHead14 for being an original Afro Gang member, and also posting that Sun God Brook panel the other night. But let's get back on track, because we also have to consider the fact that an afro undoubtedly checks the box for something that would make the entire Roger pirate crew laugh. I mean, think about it. You travel the seas for decades, fighting powerful pirate crews and enemy marines, all to find an afro that has been left in pristine condition for centuries that can somehow supposedly turn the entire world on its head. I'd probably want to live in that guy's era too. I mean, imagine if they finally arrive, walk up to the One Piece, and it's just a grave with an afro at the top. And what's kind of funny about this is that's exactly what Brook's crew's gravesite looks like on Thriller Bark. It's a big stone cross with a skull at the top that has a giant afro made of wood. After all the ties that I have mentioned between music, this dang afro, and Joy Boy, can you even rule out that this grave is just a lesser version of what we're gonna get at Laugh-Tale? The skull even has horns, which could be a tie to Oars and a hint that he may have been Joy Boy. And if that sounds crazy to you, well, Wizard of Oars has actually covered this in great detail over on the Marshall D. Preach channel, so I definitely recommend you go check that out. It's a theory that has come to grow on me more and more over the years. But as for the afro, it has to be the one thing that Joy Boy knew he couldn't lose. It was his treasure that he had to protect no matter the cost, just like Brook. If the afro is damaged, his dream can never become true, because Joy Boy knew that at some point he would return in the future, and his afro would be needed to let Davy know that he has returned. Without that, Davy could could never be used for his final purpose. And maybe the reason Roger was unable to do this himself was because Joy Boy has to wear it specifically, meaning you not only need the afro, but to use it while in Gear 5th, which we already know is a sign that Joy Boy has returned thanks to Zunisha. So let's get back to the idea that Joy Boy's story could be Brook's story, but just on an entirely new level. Perhaps he was close friends with a whale in the past, died at some point, but knew he would come back in the future, potentially just in the form of Will or through the Devil Fruit, and the only way for Davy to recognize Joy Boy again was with his afro, just like Brook. And in the event that the One Piece did fall into the wrong hands, Joy Boy probably added Gear 5th into the mix so that only somebody with his will could command Davy. By combining these factors, he knew that only the right person would be able to use Davy for his final purpose. But what is that purpose? Why would someone want to command Davy, and what did Joy Boy have planned for the future that would enable this whale to turn the entire world on its head? Well, let's just take a look at all the other island whales that we've seen thus far and consider that they have one thing in common. They want to destroy the Red Line, and they like being sake too. The Red Line is obviously unnatural to them, and they all are trying to get rid of it. Laboon has tried for years, but is too small, and we even see other ones in the New World with the same scars. But what if we had a whale that was several magnitudes bigger than the one we've seen thus far? One that could maybe be comparable to Zunisha, and one that could be commanded by Joy Boy himself. So yes, I believe that the One Piece is an afro that Luffy needs to wear for the whale to recognize him and be commanded, much like Zunisha, so that it can go and destroy the Red Line. And speaking of Zunisha, just think about their purpose, which is literally to destroy the borders of Wano by Momo's command specifically. Maybe Davy's purpose is to destroy the borders of the entire world, the Red Line, and make the world one piece again, just like the afro of Joy Boy. I mean, think about Luffy's whole meeting with Laboon now that we've covered all of this. On literally day 0 of Luffy's journey into the Grand Line, he stopped Laboon from trying to destroy the Red Line and basically told him to wait until he gets back from the end of his journey. Brook basically did the same thing and even had to come back to life to do it. I mean, technically Luffy did the same thing. It's almost as if they won't be back until they're powerful enough to fulfill Laboon's wish and destroy that god-forsaken Red Line, to make the world one piece again as it's supposed to be. And even if you don't agree with any of my conclusions, I hope that I opened your mind a little bit and taught you something that you didn't know before. And if you have something to add, I'd love to hear about it down in the comments. And please consider dropping a like because it really helps your boy out. And you should also subscribe because I'm finally starting up live reactions and also working on some other exciting stuff behind the scenes. So in the meantime, check out one of these 2 videos that you should probably already see on the screen. Later.
Hold on. We're definitely not leaving this video. I liked it. I'm subscribed. Turn on that notification bell, as you guys should. Dax is cooking. The thing is, okay, I think whether you agree or not of the theory, like, you know, the afro part is probably where most people kind of are like, you know, like that kind of thing. I mean, I'm just speaking from personal experience. If I brought up like a more obscure idea, it would get pushed off. Yeah, 200,000 views. I mean, Dax is cooking, right, guys? Honestly, this is an abomination that he got 200,000 views and there's how come more people aren't going through? So if you're one of those people who saw this video and didn't subscribe, you better fix that, or I'm coming for you. All right? Ain't nobody disrespecting Dax, not on my watch. Now, I'm going to bring Dax on, but I just want to say a few things, right? So, and then, you know, if there's like super chats or whatever, I wasn't like paying attention. I'll definitely check those out and we'll read the chat. So the details, because now I want to talk to Dax about like the various ways that this idea can manifest, because though it seems like, you know, some like he was building up to a specific ending, I feel like you take parts of it and you can go a multitude of different ways where the afro thing is still true. And it doesn't necessarily, like the Eddie point, right? Like the Eddie point and then Brooke calling it an afro, that was so unnecessary, but it reminded me of something. And I'm interested in what if Dax would be, so this is how me and Dax he posted. Okay, this is my favorite video. No offense to this 200,000 view. The thing is, guys, don't let view counts skew a quality video. In like, don't like, you know, obviously people are gonna look at like, oh, he only has 5,000. Oh, but he has a 200,000 thing. You click on it, right? But like, you know, this 8K video right here, that one's the beauty right there. That one plus this one, those two, that's the bread and butter for me. Because I still feel like this theory is insane. And we're gonna talk about that too. But there were some things with this one that I'm like, oh my god, I just need to collect my thoughts real quick. Oh my goodness. But yeah, like El Baffy was saying, 5K, he was under 5K and he had I think he was like at 3K, and then he hit 100K, then 5K, 200K. So definitely shout outs to you, Dax, for putting in the work, putting in the quality. Love to see it. But what I want to say was, man, there's so many things in this video that are just like the interesting connections. I mean, you guys saw every time I pause. I'm definitely gonna rewatch this VOD to like see the things I said. Oh my goodness. Wait, hold on. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna bring Dax into it. So if you guys don't know yet and you tuned in late, my reaction to the video, the entire Voice of All Things episode will be posted on my second channel, ParVision VODs. After I'm done streaming, it gets posted there like within 20 minutes. Yes, Blump, you should react to the mole one. That is my favorite one. And that, I think that's also Dak's favorite one too. We're going to talk about that one in a little bit, but we're going to focus on this one because when me and Dax talk, like when he put out this Pluton one, I was just like, yo, you have to make a part 2. And then I was like, you have to make a part 3 because he missed another detail. And so typically what ends up happening is I'm like, Dax, I see this theory that you got and you need to add more to it. And I'm just like, why? Hold on, how long is this video? I was like, 9 minutes long. You need to make like a 30-minute video on Pluton being a mole. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna just do a 13-minute one. I'm gonna just be, you know, I don't got the time, you know, not big enough. And then he hits me with a 38-minute video about a goddamn afro in Wales. Like, all right, Dax, I see you. But you're saving up. I get the tactics. Let me bring Dax into this call real quick. Let me see. All right, there we are. You're in here. Let me pop you in. Let me pop this guy out. All right, Dax, you here? Hear me loud and clear? Oh, Dax left. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Let me go here, then bring you here. Okay. Yo, Dax, can you turn your camera on now? And can you hear me? That's the other part. All right, we're good.
Are we good?
Yep. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Is everything good on my end, like the video and everything, chat or whoever? Just because I am doing a hotspot right now because my internet's still out. So
I think we're good.
Looks good to me.
Yeah. All right. So, welcome, Dax. It was nice. I mean, you leaked your face reveal to me because we're just tight like that, right? That's what right. You said. Yeah.
Right. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, we're homies.
Yeah. So. I got to, and wait, when did you use your first stream? Was when I was at Comic-Con, right? It was like when I was gone.
Yep, exactly. While you were at Comic-Con was my first stream, and it was kind of perfect because, like, you know, your audience, obviously, like, we have a pretty close tie between communities.
Yeah.
So it was pretty cool. Like, while you were gone, they got to come to my first one, so I had a pretty good showing. So
hey, you did me a solid. You kept the mob away from me. If I didn't stream and no one satiated their desires for a live reaction, then they would have came after me. So you did me a solid there by streaming.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can't replicate, but I held you over, so everyone was good.
Well, did you enjoy that? That's my first question. Now that you're here at 5K subs, you just when did you crack that? I
think like early Saturday morning, like in the middle of the night, maybe sometime around there. So I've been gaining probably like 2,000 a week for the last few weeks, which is like insane. Like your guys' support has been insane. I know a lot of people who are in here are probably subbed, so I appreciate it. And if you're not, go sub, but definitely appreciate it.
Yeah. So, you know, I just want to ask, the first thing is, are you having fun?
Oh, it's like the most fun I've had in a long time. Like, like it is a lot of time and effort, but I love One Piece just like a lot of people do. I think that's pretty much everyone's entry into being a content creator for One Piece is that you love it.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you've bothered your friends so much trying to talk about it that you just need to go make videos like, okay, I need to put it out in public. Like, I'm bothering my friends too much with all these different theory ideas. And, you guys received it well, and that was just amazing. So, yeah, I'm loving it. It's great.
That's good to hear. I'm glad. Because it's like one of those things where you started like, you were active in like the Discord, and then you started making groups of people that like contributed to a theory. And then I think it was like you made a video for somebody else or something like that. And my first interaction, I was like, wait, who's Dax? Why is his editing clean AF right now? Like is really nice. And then you started popping off with the Pluton and Mole thing, and then you started a mini gang in the Discord, and they held me at gunpoint at a certain point. They're like, if you don't believe Pluton is a mole, I'm unsubbing from you. And like,
right,
I mean,
serious. Yeah, no, for sure. It was a crazy storm, like I just had a couple ideas that I had, and it just really snowballed, like I followed you for a long time. Like I want to say maybe since you were like 5K subs range, so I was always a fan, and I was always chatting, and I had like a DAC name I was chatting with, but so like I already had some people I was like kind of friends with just from like chatting regularly or whatever. So yeah, once I got in there, I had some champions, trying to boost my theory around. So yeah, it was amazing. Hilarious.
So Blumph God here is saying the cult of the DAC. So 2 questions. Does DAC have like a specific meaning to you?
Yeah, so my name is Dakota. And so DAC is short for that. Yeah, I don't care telling everyone. So my name's Dakota, and everyone calls me Dak in real life. And I like Dakota, but it was never it's not ideal. Like it's 3 syllables. It was too long.
Yeah.
Dak was great. I love that.
That's great.
Right?
Yeah.
So I was all about it, and it feels weird to get called anything else. So I was like, Dak is like, to like the general public or whatever. That'll seem like an interesting name or something, So
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then the other part of it was, I think you'd prefer, instead of the cult of the DAC, it would be the Pluton Mole Gang, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Pluton Mole Gang sounds a little healthier too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I like the Mole Gang. Like that sounds like a fun, because it's kind of like I've seen. I think maybe it was like on Dude in a Room or something. But there was a big video about Morge having a cult around like the raid failing or whatever. And that was like a big video. And like that, and I felt like it's good to have that because you get a lot of views. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the Pluton Mole Gang, I feel like is more my style. So for
now,
sure.
is there a specific background thing that you'd want to point out before we get into the nitty gritty of this video, of your videos?
Well, by background thing, do you mean the pillow back
Yeah,
there?
yeah. Shout outs.
So here, if I could get my camera's a little lag behind, but the Par pillow back there, the limited edition, unless you fixed it with the Amazon issues or whatever, but got the limited edition giveaway Par pillow, the Par Deck Sake Pluton Mole Gang collab pillow.
Yeah, so funny story is I ran a giveaway for, I think it was like for hitting a certain amount of subs on Twitch or something. Oh, I hit 1,000 followers on Twitch, so I did a giveaway, and then Dax ended up winning it. And then I had the pillow thing, and I was like, I can't not customize it for Dax. At that point, it was probably, you just posted like your part 2, I believe, and then something like that, and I got you the pillow. So that's a fun little Easter egg for future when you stream and people's like, wait a second, is that ParVision in the background?
Every stream I've done, somebody's asked very early on. They've asked about it every stream. So it's like I'm definitely gonna evolve the background. Like this is definitely Void's. Yeah, this is Void Century level. Like we were fresh out of the Void Century. Like in the room. So once I get more lights and all that, no matter what, the Par pillow is gonna stay there.
Hey,
so,
love to
centerpiece.
Hear it. Love to hear it. So now if you guys don't know, we just watched Dak's video. If you guys just tuned in, I'm not gonna say his latest video, but his latest greatest video that just broke 200,000 views. I don't want to even see the disgusting analytics on that one, but it was definitely a great watch. It's 38-minute video, but what I would say is it went by very, very quickly. And one thing that I like about Dax is he was always a great presenter, but he definitely improved throughout the videos, and also his videos are just really great to watch. And so, Dax, do you want to introduce yourself to the people? You know, I said my piece, and I'll definitely be saying more, but feel free to let them
Yeah.
know.
Well, I think you nailed it. I guess I'll piggyback on something you said earlier real quick. You talked about like I've edited for other people and all that, right? So I did videos kind of I guess you could say full time a little bit for work. So then over the last few months I was like, I need to do some One Piece videos. So like you were saying, I edited videos for Preach, and I also did a few videos for Sunlight Alliance. So it was just kind of like my editing just got a lot better, and I learned tons of tricks from them. So I was just a big One Piece fan that took all those tricks and just started pumping out a bunch of videos. And they just get better and better. And you guys, the comments are amazing. There's actually lots of constructive criticism, which has been great too. Actually, I do appreciate that, like volumes and all that. So it's just been little by little. We've been getting better. Like I've asked you for some advice on some things. Hidden Island's been amazing. I'm all about asking for advice and giving credit. That's why I do like 5 shout outs a video. I know you've talked about that before. So no, that's me. I'm just gonna keep pumping out theories like this. I know I do need to change it up a little bit, I think, because there's like only so many like valid, awesome theories at a time that I can think of. But now for now, this is it.
Yeah, so I want to ask, when it comes to like this specific one, the Afro one, when did this? Because so for my theories, a lot of the theories that people have seen, even to this date, are theories that I had as a kid growing up, like watching One Piece, and I just didn't have an outlet to like share these ideas, and then like so they've just been bottled up. And that's why like a lot of someone, I forgot who asked me yesterday, I was at like my baby shower and people were asking me questions about like this YouTube thing that I was doing, and they're like, how do you go about writing the script and all that stuff? I was like, honestly, the script stuff's all from memory, because it's just like pent up like excitement that I've wanted to share. So for you, one, like when did you start watching One Piece or reading One Piece, and then also like when did this specific one, when did this idea come to mind?
Great question. So when I first started One Piece was probably late 2016, and I got caught up probably like fully in the manga probably like early 2017. I think
Ooh.
it was on the chapter where Sanji couldn't light the cigarette in the rain in Whole Cake.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn.
So Whole Cake is my favorite arc in One Piece. Maybe we
Yeah.
can talk about that in a different. It's definitely some sentimentality to it because it was
Hmm.
the arc I like. First arc I got to see the ending of week to week.
Right.
But to me, like Sanji's like a great character. I mean, there's tons of videos. I'm sure tons of people have done them, but Sanji's just like such a deep character, and so that just I was addicted. Like I remember getting onto Google and I was like chapter whatever. Like I couldn't find the chapter on the website. Like the next one after that. And I see a spoiler thread on Reddit, and I'm like, oh, cool. All right, maybe they have the link to the chapter. And
Yeah.
then and I like wasn't into manga. Like I had no idea how manga worked or anything. Like One Piece was like just a one thing. I just fell
The
in love with
gateway
it. Like I
drug.
had no idea. And so I'm like, all right, like where's the next chapter though? Like there's more, right? And
Yeah.
I'm reading. I like do some research. I'm like, wait, so the author is making them weekly. Like I genuinely didn't know. Like I had no idea how it
Mm.
worked. I was like, I just love this series. Like I was like, I
Yeah.
just want to read more. So then I just fell in love with it. And then I guess carrying that love forward into this video, a big thing in One Piece that I've always loved, and I think is a plot line that a lot of people miss, is that animals are really important. So I have like 4 pets, so I always love animals, right? Like maybe you can see them moving in the. Oh no, I have it too high, I think. But either way, I have 4 pets myself, and so animals are always really important. Like I feel like
Yeah.
they get really underrated. Like if you even go back to Gaimon's chapter, which this is a point I wanted to bring up that I didn't bring up in the video. Gaimon is Oda's favorite character,
Yep.
and his chapter is it's titled "You Are a Rare and Precious Animal."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I think the ancient weapons we've seen that Poseidon has all these sea kings, right? And then I think Pluton's the mole. So then whenever it came to this theory, I was like like Brooke's my favorite Straw Hat, and I was like, well, Brooke and Laboon is such a great plot line. And that was kind of the onset, was like maybe there's like a deeper layer to the whale stuff and Brooke's connection, because I know animals are going to be really important, and so that
Right.
was kind of the onset of it and what led me to the initial video.
Got you. So I'm glad I asked that, because I always like understanding where someone comes from for these like not abstract ideas. I wouldn't even go as I wouldn't I would call mine more abstract and yours more grounded, because like I think you could easily you're playing with marketing when it comes to the titles of your things. You could name your stuff a little bit more logical, but you're having fun with it, which I really like. I do love the way you're naming it. But then the animal part, right? Like the Pluton is a mole. I remember asking, I was like, why'd you go this route? Why did you choose this thing? And then it's so much fun once you watch the video and you're like, yep, I agree with it 100%. And then the same thing with the One Piece is the Afro thing. Whereas this video, you could go a different route and even go with like whales and stuff like that. And that's just really fun too, because another thing that I'm sure that you shared, I mean, you're sharing your name. So like you studied environmental science and stuff, and you're really knowledgeable about that. And so you said you were working with like Preach and stuff. And for me, our first conversation was because I was trying to dive into Uranus and Pluton, and I set in some teasers, and you'll be helping me out with the Pluton video that I got, and we'll talk about that once we talk about some of these things in a little bit, but because you have the Pluton as a mole thing. So that's interesting, because like I like, you know, for everyone in the chat, it's like that's what's really fun about One Piece is like you could not know Dax, but you could look at his videos and be like, this is meaningful to him, you know, there's like passion behind it. And then there's a story, right? Like he loves animals as pets, and like, so he has a focus on there. And you could go on like say that's an agenda type thing, but like, hey, we watched that video and I liked it, you know what I mean? So
well, I'm so glad you brought that up, because something I really like about a lot of the streams you do, like I know, like I think the one you did with JD was a good example, is you get really into like how One Piece affects different people, like how like what people get out of One Piece, like different things mean more to them, right? Like some people like the theory side and the hype and the piracy. Some people like the character moments. Some people like the emotional parts. And I think similar to that, when it comes to theories, some people bring a different perspective, like, you know, in life, like I like just, you know, my life, I think about things this certain way. So whenever you get to One Piece, that leads to a totally different perspective on the theories. And it's like, wow, I would have never considered that idea like that,
right.
But you might be right. Like that's totally a possibility.
Yeah.
So 100%, I think, I think just like unique perspectives just bring new theory ideas for sure. So,
and and it's like even more so, it's like, I think that, you know, from Oda's side, like a lot of people are like, he's there's no way he thought about all these things. And one note that I will say is like, it's easier for Oda to design something that's just his own. And like for our end, it's harder for us to figure out what he is, because we don't even know what he looks like. We have no understanding of like, besides like the, you know, the personality things that we get from the story and interview answers. He doesn't live stream like we do. He doesn't know like your name and you like pets. Like he does tell us those things, but it's not to the point where we'd understand him like many other authors. And something I wanted to bring up was like, maybe we don't know what Oda looks like because maybe he has an afro, and then like that's like one of the biggest things that he's hiding. And like, you know, I was laughing, like there's a few times if you go back and see like my reaction to your thing, I was like hiding a laugh because I didn't want to pause again, but I was like, oh my god, Oda just has an afro and he's just waiting for One Piece to end, and then he's gonna show up with his afro and he's gonna be like super happy, and we're all just gonna laugh exactly like, you know, Roger and the whole point of Laughdale is.
Yeah, 100%. Like I like that might be his like original idea for One Piece, is like, I want to make a story where after it's over and like, you know, all the fanfare is happening and we're celebrating it being over, like it's gonna be so funny. Like I can come out with an afro. It's gonna be like a huge joke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's the ending of the story, is like a guy with an afro. Because and that ties into something else I wanted to bring up just relating to the video, was if you consider Long Ring Longland and Enies Lobby and Thriller Bark, like when you get Brook and all that, in context of Oda's like writing of the story, like that was like around when One Piece should have ended, you could say, right? Like Oda's like original idea of One Piece, like he didn't expect it to be 1,000 chapters, right? Like most mangas only last like a few hundred chapters usually. So he probably planned for it to end around this time. So it makes sense with, you know, a lot of the arcs that we have right here. But then whenever you know, like going back to the afro, it's like, well, we get Brook after that, right? Like at the very end of like when that sequence is, we meet a dead guy who wanted to go see a whale again. So it's just kind of like there's a lot of ways you can look at it and see like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
Oda may have been wanting an afro at the end. Like that was like his whole plan was like a joke.
Right. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out which way I want to talk about it. So like, I think one of the interesting ones is, you remember my Nolan video?
Oh yeah.
In my
Great video.
Nolan video, one of the things I was saying, the knockup stream could just be a giant whale underneath, and there could be like whales that we don't know about that are that big. And I was just like, did that ever cross your mind in when you watched that video? Was that like something that you're like, is that something that you think could be related?
Yes. So I'm glad you brought that up. So shout out to Matt Cipher, the first comment on the video. He talked about that. Like, what if Agua Laguna and Long Ring Longland is literally Davy's blowhole? It's like a giant knockup stream in a sense, right? And so these other ones could be, and I'll get to that in a second, but the big one could be like that. Like Agua Laguna is Davy Jones blowing out water, right? And then whenever he breathes in, that's your chance to get into Laugh Tale, like once per year. And then, and we know that the water is rising every year too, right? So it's like Davy might be growing or getting more agitated or whatever it is, so he's blowing more water out.
Right.
But then, yeah, going to the knockup streams, maybe that's even what they were like originally were. Like maybe they're like the whales somehow get under the seafloor or something like that. Like I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But it is weird. They're a weird phenomenon, that tie to blowholes kind of.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't bring this up with Brooks when he gets his visual update. He becomes Soul King, and on top of his afro is a crown, and that looks like the Long Ring Longland thing. And I was like, that's an interesting. When I was watching it, and you had the panel or the video of him, and I was like, wait a second, this is kind of interesting now, because I really like the crown synthesis of Long Ring Longland. I feel like I've heard that, but that was, like, the way you talked about it was very fresh, and something that I think after we learned about Wano was something that I've said was like Long Ring Longland could just be like a pre-Wano type of thing. And I had an idea. I don't even know if I could share it right now, but you'll know. Put a pin on that conversation for when we talk afterwards of the script. But the other thing that I want to bring up was the whale on Zoe. So when you were talking about afros things, and then I was thinking about this, like I'm bringing it up so that people can see it, and you'll see it on the stream in a little bit. But the whale on the island, right? Like he kind of has an afro, but it's not like an afro thing. It's like he's blowing out like a thing out of the mouth. I'm trying to get a picture of it, like right here.
The whale tree, like having like a kind of horizontal afro, basically.
Yeah, and so I was thinking, like, rather than, what if, like you were saying, it's like a temporary thing? What if it's like a whale creates like a warm eddy, like an eddy or something, and that's the laugh tail thing. Like, so the whale has to create it. That's why it moves. And so that depiction of the whale, that's the same whale also. I think these are humpback whales, I believe. That the one in the chapter, My Friend, that specific whale,
right.
This is that same whale species.
Well, and Whitebeard's ship has the same style, and Whitebeard was supposed to be like the closest man to the One Piece or something loose to that, right? Like one of the strongest men in the world or whatever.
Yeah.
And his ship was literally a whale, and he literally came up to Marineford like under the water in a whale ship that looks like the same whale.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So so this whale, this type of whale, and we haven't seen it. Have we seen a living one like in the series? Like I'm not sure if we actually have, because they've all been island whales. So it's like, somebody fact check that, but I couldn't find any panels. I could find color pages and stuff like the
in
one.
Chapter 616 we have the whales there. So there's the island. There's like sperm whales that are like in One Piece. Yeah, in the One Piece verse.
And so they're only near Fishman Island. So
yeah,
or at least that's what we've seen. So that makes sense right there too. I feel like these ones are like super duper important for some reason.
Right. And the thing about it is like this whole thing about the whales knowing where the fertile land is. And it's interesting because it's like, if that's the guidance towards Laugh Tale, maybe they bring Laugh Tale or something like that. I think this is like where part of the theory could like spin off is like the Davy Jones part and the whale part and the afro part. They're like, I understand how you brought them all into one streamlined thought, but they could all just be separate too. I really like the
Yes.
part, because I have my own thing about the Davy back fights, right? Like that they're like, you were saying that they might be like something that the evil people perpetuated, versus what I was saying was like, if we go to the Rome piece idea, it's kind of like it started out as one thing and then it got spun out by like the bad people for another thing because they're sore losers, and then that's where the theory connects. But in no point did I ever try to explain the name Davy back fight. And so
Right.
regardless if it's a whale or not, Davy back fight, the fight to get Davy back, I think that just makes a lot of sense. Like that's probably one of the things that like it's just in your I feel like I've never heard anyone say that, and it's like so simple. And it's like, yeah, it's like the same thing as Chopper, right? Like, you know, if this was the first thing, it'd be like the Chopper back fights to get Chopper back, right?
Exactly. Which Chopper was taken in the Davy back fight, right? Like he the pet was taken,
Yeah.
right? In that one, so it's the same thing. Like the fight may not have had a name, but like I kind of said, like at some point Davy may have been taken because of the treasure, or simply to like get Joy Boy to come out, right, so they could fight or something, whatever it is. But that could be the whole thing. It's just like you're right, like like Chopper back fight or whatever. It's the same idea. Another idea that people mentioned is it could be a fight on Davy's
Yeah.
back.
Samuel brought
Yeah.
that up in the chat too. That's an interesting one too.
Yeah,
Dang.
I think that was the number 2 most frequent comment. The
Yeah.
number 1 comment on the video was nobody asks how the One Piece is. Like everyone asks like what, where, and why is the One Piece, but nobody asked how is the One Piece. That was the number 1. So everyone can rest assured knowing that people are asking how the One Piece is.
Yeah.
They're the number 1.
That's pretty funny. So and then Hunter brings up an interesting thing. Sphinx Island looks kind of like a whale protruding out of the island. It kind of looks like one of the island whales almost. So Sphinx
that's
Island,
crazy.
yeah, and that being Whitebeard's island, right? Like
Right.
that's
With the ship, yeah.
shout out to
So-
Hunter for that. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, I think if Davy is a whale, this is the type of whale that he is. Whatever this is called, like this, like I think he's like Whitebeard. Like he's probably all white, like Gear 5, right? Like maybe that could have been part of the shtick. Was like Joybo would go Gear 5, and he had the afro, so we had a Gear 5 afro, and so that was like, you know, like, because okay, so I should say this, I guess. The Rumbar Pirate said that the reason why Laboon liked Brook is because he thought he was one of them because he had like a circular head. Right, like that's why, like in the I showed the scene like probably like 10 times,
Yeah.
where it has Brook and his afro, then it pans up to Laboon, and they're both circular.
Yeah.
that was like what they were saying is like, dude, he thinks that you're family because like you're both circular. So I think Gear 5 could easily tie into it, where Davy was like a white whale and he got separated, right? And so then Joy Boy could just go Gear 5 and he'd be all white, and it was just, you know, it was like friends.
Interesting. Mr. Bushido, I see you have another super chat. So he has 2 super chats. One says there's a figure on the cake on 1061. So that's what I brought up. I'll talk about that a different time. That is very interesting. That little like speck on top of it. That's like, I feel like in other manga that definitely they do that a lot. Like I feel like someone just picked that one up for Boruto and Naruto. Like Boruto was a silhouette in Naruto or something like that, kind of time travel type of thing. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But second super chat says Davy Jones was essentially the devil of the sea. Now that's another interesting thing, right? Because the way you synthesized it, it was like Davy Jones being cursed. It sounded similar to Zunisha, right? Zunisha being cursed, walking lands. But you were also saying that Davy Jones was the whale. And so would it be a curse if the whale, like that's its default, right? So would that be what you would call like a like the curse thing is like a rumor thing, a legend thing that kind of got like swayed out? Or do you think that, because a lot of people have ideas that like, you know, people can be turned into Zunisha, turned into a whale, that kind of thing. Is that where you're going with that one?
Well, that's also a possibility. I think another possibility is that the Davy Jones could have like a really good fruit, and he could be like so massive. Like people brought up, what if Davy Jones is so huge that the red line's like wrapped around him, right? Like the red line goes all the way down into like under the sea and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it connects to the bottom. So it's like, what if he's so big and he's like, you know, just somewhere under the ground? So there's a lot of layers to it. So it's a hard question to answer. My original idea was it's like Zunisha, where Joy Boy, for instance, would. So, I don't know how he would command him. Like maybe Thomas Fruit or something was involved. Like he was friends with awakened Thomas Fruit user. I don't know exactly how he's commanding animals, but it's like tell Davy like you have to stay here for 800 years and we'll be back. Like that's why he's like commanded. And away. And so it mentioned that Davy Jones like scoops up treasure. But if you go back to Fishman Island, a lot of the sunken ships gathered into one place in Fishman Island.
Right. Yep.
It's like a junkyard that like the streams took them there.
Yep.
So what if there's a similar thing? Like somehow what if Davy is able to like gather the treasure in a similar way, like the waterways or something? Like Davy stays in one place, but he's collecting the treasure. Like he was cursed to stay down there, but the currents bring him treasure or something. You know, it's like there's so many layers to it. Like you were saying, there's a lot of ways you can spin it. So I don't really know if I have like a this is definitely what it is idea, but
Right.
there's a lot of good ones for sure.
Yeah. Time Lord sent bits. He said, there's another connection to Joy Boy, Davy, and Afros. Brooke, who has a connection to Laboon, also has an Afro, and he has soul power. Back in Long Ring Longland, Afros are stated to have soul power too. Yep. Yeah, so Dax painted that picture out pretty well throughout the video. And so something else that I want to bring up. Hold on, I'm forgetting it actually. I'm trying to remember. Oh. So this will be an exclusive thing. Did you watch my most recent video about the Celestial Dragons?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is an exclusive.
Very good video.
Thank you. You don't need a compliment like that. After this video,
I messaged you about it.
It's true.
I thought it was very good.
So I have a few extra parts for that video, and some of the things in this video actually helped me remember some details that I was like, because when I write the scripts, like it's all from memory, but then when I end up writing it, I'm like, oh, I forgot what I was gonna write, and then it definitely brought some things to the surface. But one thing was in this conversation, right? You said like, how could he command whales? King Neptune can talk to whales. That's an ability within fishmen. And so one thing that I've always thought that was interesting is two of the ancient weapons actually are connected back to Fishman Island. Believe it or not, Poseidon is innately there, but Pluton is definitely connected to Fishman Island because Tom Fishman was handed down the blueprints. But on top of that, anytime we heard about like the ancient shipwrights, it was like in line with Tom. It was in line with when the Sea Kings talked about it. It was like special clan. We still don't know who that is. And when talking about like, well, that one was about Noah, but like when we're talking about like the special shipwrights, I would imagine like the ones who built Noah and the ones who built Pluton were probably like similar or connected in some way. And I've just been thinking that like, it's probably Fishman. And I've been thinking that all of the things just connect back to Fishman Island. And so one of the things about Joy Boy is like, if his journey, you watch Gurren Lagann now. Yeah, you definitely.
I'm only like 10 episodes.
10 episodes.
So I've seen a decent amount.
What was the? We're not gonna spoil it. It's an old series, so spoilers don't really matter. But what was the last thing you remember in Gurren Lagann? How far did they get?
I met the big bad's daughter. I'll say that.
Okay, but so they were in the ground, then they got out of the ground, and then they're on the surface, and then they got to the city or whatever. Is that where you're at? Like in the city part?
That might be like the thing I just saw.
Okay,
maybe.
all right. Okay, so we won't have to.
I've seen a city, but I don't think like the city. It wasn't like a big city.
Got you. So I mean, like the thematic that you see is like they constantly push new boundaries and go to a new horizon. And so something I was thinking about like Joy Boy, and again, I'm going to talk about this in a future video, is like if he started in Fishman Island in like the depths of the ocean, and then he brought people to the surface, and then the surface people, like everyone's stemming from Fishman Island, and then people spread out, and now they're on islands, and then they go to the clouds, and then they keep on going, and they keep on going. And that light, I was thinking like maybe Joy Boy could just be a fishman too. That's why he's so connected to the original Poseidon. That's why he might be connected to Pluton, and then Uranus as well. Like all of those things, it might tie back to the whole Fishman Island thing. And so the connection to communicating with whales, that might be a connection in the theory there, where maybe King Neptune, or like, it's interesting because Jinbei is a whale shark fishman, and he is
Right.
one of the only fishermen that has the ability to talk to sea creatures. Normally, it's all the mermaids. And what's interesting is King Neptune can speak to whales, but he's not a whale mermaid, if you remember. And the thing is,
True.
whales.
It's
I don't know, what were you gonna say?
It's like a lineage thing, right? It's kind of like Poseidon, but like a lesser version, right? Like the kings or whatever. That's what it seems like.
It's interesting. He's a relicanth that's a Pokemon, but he's like the fossil fish.
Coelacanth?
Yeah, that one. That one.
Yeah,
I remember the
that's
Pokemon. That's the one I remember.
Relicanth.
Yeah.
I know. I that's the first one I think of too. But I think it's Coelacanth.
Yeah, probably. So that one's he's that mermaid, and but he could speak to whales for some reason. And it's like, how does that happen? And I've been trying to figure that out. But the connection being is like, I was thinking about this. I was like, wait, there would be no whale fishermen because technically whales aren't fish. They're mammals. And so then I was like, wait, does that mean that there would be a whale mink? Or like, was there ever like a whale mink fisherman? Is that a thing? Because like, yeah, because the minks are all the mammals and whales are mammals. Right. And then they have the whale tree. And so again, the point of my so the point of
There's so many connections. Oh man, yeah. I didn't think about any of that. That's big time.
That's why we're here. So the point in my latest video, if you guys haven't watched it yet, is that the Fishman Island, they have the dragon on top of the castle, but there's no dragon fishmen. There's no dragons. And then the same thing on Zoe, they're all animals, but then they have a whale tree. I'm like, wait, where did the whale come from? And it's like, wait, was that the missing mink? Is there a whale mink? And then that could be the Joy Boy or something. Like, that would be kind of wild. Are we looking at a DAC ParVision collaboration in the future? Is that what we're smelling right now?
I'm 100% down. We already got the Pluton editing video.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely down. Yeah, 100%. One thing I want to say first, just while it's on my mind, is it possible that tying all this together, that whale tree was like actually a whale, like maybe a whale mink, like it was massive or something, and like Green Bull's past fruit user turned it into a tree, right? And so that like it actually was a whale, and that ties back into the fact that the poneglyph was inside of it. It's like what if, just small example, like the world government was trying to get the poneglyph, and like the user of that fruit grabbed it, and maybe like that's how Zunisha even has a forest on its back to begin with, was like that user like awakened or something trying to get that poneglyph, like whoever used it from the government, something like that. But yeah, well, anyways, that was just something I was thinking about. But tying it back to the bigger point of Neptune and the whales, Neptune almost has an afro.
Yeah, he does. He does.
And he's pulled by a whale. Somebody was saying that in the chat, whoever that was, right? Whatever his name is, right? What's the whale's name? Ho?
I don't
remember. Is it literally just Ho?
I think it is.
Ho.
I think it's
literally Ho.
Yeah.
I think it's Ho. So it's like, that's super interesting, right? Like, he speaks to whales. He has a whale companion that, like, it's basically his ship. And he might have an afro. And one other thing, just talking about like whale ships or whale companions. So Luffy painted his Jolly Roger on Laboon, right? And you paint Jolly Rogers on ships. And I mentioned how maybe Davy was Joy Boy's whole ship. So maybe that's a sign that like Joy Boy painted it because like, Joy Boy may have had Davy as his ship, and so Davy might have Joy Boy symbol painted on it because it's his ship.
See, this contradicts my Pluton theory, but I'm liking the contradiction. This is interesting because calling the Eddie like an afro thing, that because now whales don't need an afro when they use their blowhole. That could just be the afro there, and like the image of it it does fit. It's so obscure that we're talking about this and we're like highly considering it. And
one thing I want to jump in with, so and this is a video I'm working on. It's going to come out in like a week and a half, but I'm gonna tease some parts.
Ooh.
Is an afro is not only just a sphere, like that's the point. Oops, sorry. The point is it's a sphere. Right, yeah. That's the point. It's a sphere that isn't split. So it's one Earth that it has no borders. Right, that's the point. But an afro also is made of a bunch of swirly hairs. Right. So and Oda has told us about how important swirls are because I mean, you can just go look up the quote. Like, this is like public info, so like, you know, if you can pull enough to spoil the video, then whatever. But
Right.
Oda said that if the sun, moon, and earth stopped spinning, there would be mayhem, and like the world would pretty much end, and everyone would die, and all this kind of stuff, essentially.
Right.
So now you basically have one item, the Afro, which is a sphere containing both elements. Like, you know what I mean? It's a sphere, which the planet's supposed to be, and it's made of swirls, which the planet needs to be swirling, just like the eddy was swirling, right? Like, that's like, that's what really, that's like an extra layer to the Afro-ness, is it's swirling as well. Like, the planet needs to be swirling. Like, if you got rid of the red line, but the planet stopped swirling, then it's all for naught, right? Like, you need both.
Yeah.
Like, both elements have to be in existence. So that's teaser for the next video, but it's an interesting thought that the Afro contains two extremely important ideas for like the state of the world, basically.
Oh man, this is another idea, because you're saying the Gear 5. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Well, I'll spoil it here. At the end of my Shadows theory video, do you remember what I said?
No, I don't.
It was that the Void Century is like Kyohaku, Nyohaku, Nen, or whatever, and that translates to Void Century, but the kanji used for Kohaku is white sky. And so
Really?
yeah. So that's at the very end of my Shadows theory video, and I've been teasing everybody because the Void Century video that's coming up, it's takes that part and then continues. And that one I think is fully scripted. It's too long for me to have been able to sit down and record. But the point being is, you know, to spoil people a little bit, is that that if the world was, the Void Century was a giant, it was covered in white clouds, what would the world look like? It would look like a giant white afro, would it not? And
Yep.
and that is an interesting thing, because the whole Gear 5, all that stuff.
Think about the sun. The sun, generally speaking, if you go and look at the sun on any given day, like you try to go look up at the sun, it's gonna look like a white-ish sphere, maybe like yellowish, but you know what I mean. Like, the point is light is like white, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna look like a white afro, essentially, right? Like bright light looks like that. So that could be why Sun God Nika, the white afro, the whiteness, you know what I mean? It's literally just the brightness is, you know, where it all comes from.
Right. So Time Lord has a few bits. Oh, Matt Cypher too. Hold on. Matt Cypher said, wait, hold on. I missed a few. Let me see. We'll get to some of these after Mr. Bushido, but Matt Cypher said, one more thing connecting Pluton to Fishman Island. Fishman Island is in a tunnel that could have been dug by Pluton. Oh, that's a great segue into what we're going to talk about in a little bit. So before that, let's get to Time Lord real quick. Time Lord says, I feel like the two sovereigns, the Sea Kings, hold on one second, the music cut out. There we go. Music's back. I feel like the two sovereigns the Sea Kings are waiting for are indeed Luffy and Shirahoshi. As Par noted, Luffy is called the Star of Hope in Thriller Bark. And what is the last half of Shirahoshi's last name? Hoshi, which means, you guessed it, star. I feel like the connection can't be coincidental. He's a sun god, a star, rejoins with a star princess, Shirahoshi. That is a good point. The name too. I think a lot of people do glaze over the Hoshi part. Yeah. That is the exact kanji that is used when said Star of Hope.
That's a good point. And I think like the two sovereigns or whatever, I think that's something that doesn't get talked about enough, because it's like, well, we know there's 3 ancient weapons, so who are the 2 sovereigns, right?
Yeah.
Like why are there only 2? And I think said it was Time Lord who did that. Whoever did that chat, I think they're right. It probably is Shirahoshi and Luffy, and it might just be because Shirahoshi controls most of the Sea Kings, and then Luffy controls the biggest one of all, right? Being Davy, the giant whale. Like, that could be the whole idea. Because remember, the Sea Kings even said, oh, the whales will be happy to hear about this. It's like, why are the whales happy to hear about it?
Right.
Because the guy who controls the whale they're all waiting for, like the biggest whale that's going to get rid of the red line and help them all out, like the whale they've been waiting for is almost back. Like, because Joy Boy the Sovereign's going to be back to, you know.
Yeah, I just had another. So this is another thing that I want to bring up from your Afro video too. This is an idea that I've been playing around with, and it stems off of the recent video where, you know, Celestial Dragons being dragon fishmen or whatever. a point about that is that even in our world, Fishman Island gets equated to like African history and the slave trade and all that stuff and the suppression and oppression, all that. And the point being is that a lot of people commented it too, and I didn't put it in the video because I assumed people would just understand it, was that when it comes to like the European history, it was kind of like a forgotten thing that everybody originated from a point in Africa, at least from the genealogy when they tracked it back. And that's something that is still like refuted in a lot of ways, even though there's growing evidence for that. And in a similar light, like that would play into the celestial dragons. They're the supreme lords, and then the irony is that they stem back from Fishman as well. But the grander point, and this is something that I'll talk about in the future video, is that I think that it might be that everybody stemmed from the ocean, and not just
Yes.
and that's something true in our case, right? Like all dinosaurs, everything, it stemmed from
Yes. The primordial soup, as they call it.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And so something that I was contemplating was, and this would help, but and there might be some marine biologists. I know I have a few in the Discord that I could just message about this, but I was thinking, like, elephants are treated in a similar way as whales, where like in our world, like elephants remember everything. They're like land whales essentially. I think that's like
Yes.
hippos and elephants are treated that way. And I was thinking, is there any connection with whales and elephants? Because that would make Zunisha crazy because it would, if there's some kind of lore where elephants and whales are connected, then I think that like Zunisha could be the whale that you're talking about, or Zunisha could play a larger role. Zunisha could just be Davy Jones, because then it's on the back of Davy.
Or it could be, for example, what if Zunisha is an elephant like this? Because we know that Zunisha has like a species, like a Natami Norita elephant, I think is what it's called. And so at least it seems to be that they are an actual elephant. But what if they have like a special whale fruit, but their feet are like a certain amount in the ocean, so they can't transform? You know what I mean? But they can walk or something. And so you're right. Like Zunisha is Davy Jones, but like something has to happen first for that to happen. Because Zunisha was like so pumped that Joy Boy was back, right?
Yeah.
Like it's like Zunisha was Joy Boy's friend also, right? So, and there's like that command layer to it.
Right.
So Zunisha could just have to destroy Long Ring Longland to get Davy out, maybe, or something. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of layers to it.
Yeah,
but I don't know how they'd get back over the red line. But
yeah, and again, that's where it's like the video, it might not fit all the aspects of the video, because like Laughtail being on, Zunisha wouldn't necessarily make sense for Roger's sake, because then it could in a weird way, but like it wouldn't make too much sense. But like even with Zunisha with the snout and everything, it's like that could create the same warm eddy type of thing. And oh man, there's so many interesting ways that this could play out, because like Zunisha being like in the verse, we never gave it a race, right? In the verse there's no race for it.
It's Oda, I think in an SBS gave us a race for Zunisha.
Oh, it was like that weird, you mentioned it before, and it's like
I think it's Natame Norita. It was like one of the videos I edited for Preach, he talked about it, and so I had to get all the clips. So yeah, I think it was an SBS that he talked about it.
Yeah. So Blumph God super chatted. He said OG Vanderdecken tried to get Poseidon, maybe for Davy. And that's another interesting thing, because it's like OG Vanderdecken I always attributed to being maybe Davy Jones himself, like that. Like we just call it OG Vanderdecken, but it could have had a different name entirely. And we just go off of, Vanderdecken the Ninth, and so the original Vanderdecken, that being his name. But the story lines up pretty similarly, where it's like, he was cursed to roam the under oceans, essentially, similar to Davy Jones. I think there's a few theories connecting the two. But if there were separate people, that's another interesting take too. Vanderdecken doesn't have an afro. I was like, hold on, does Vanderdecken
maybe the OG one does.
Yeah,
that'd be really crazy. But no, that's interesting. It could be like, he's like part. Wait, he's not Fishman, right? I can't remember what it is. Vanderdecken's not Fishman, or is he part Fishman?
Well, our
Part mushroom?
Vanderdecken is Fishman, but the idea is that the original
part
Vanderdecken is either part or whole mushroom.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he either way he has some ties to the sea, obviously, right? And so
Yeah.
it could be that like maybe he was close to the One Piece, which I think like you've mentioned about like that was like maybe his goal, like he had like a bigger role at that point in the story. And maybe he knew that Davy Jones was involved, and that was his whole point, right? Like his
Right.
whole goal was like Shirahoshi's like, oh, if I can get her, then some way or another, we're gonna be able to get Davy Jones in the One Piece and do whatever. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, yeah. And I do like the point you made about Brooke in the video. I think that was another strong thing. So what I like about the video, by the way, is I feel like I do this a lot, and I just like doing this where people always tell me like I get so many comments where they're like, you could have split this video and split this thing and whatever. And I'm just like, it's more fun to just talk about it as a whole rather than splitting up the conversation. It doesn't matter that it's maybe connected by the strand of hair that is the afro here, because it's so much fun to talk about it in junction, where it's like the Brooke thing and the Laboon thing. I've felt very strongly that not a long time ago, earlier this year, a lot of people were throwing around the idea of like Joy Boy candidates, for example, right? And I felt that Brooke was the closest one to being a Joy Boy candidate, because one, we got that panel where he's dancing the thing, but music, specifically music. Now, have you watched Film Red or have seen anything about Film Red? Okay, so we're not.
I'm pretty spoiler free so far.
Yeah. So we're not going to talk about Film Red, but obviously Film Red has a lot to do with music, and I think you'll be happy when you come out of it for those reasons. But what I wanted to talk about is specifically this recurring idea, and I talked about in the Nolan video, where it's like I feel there's more than one way to get to Laugh Tale. One of the ways is
possible
is music. The other way is whales. And the thing is, Brooke connected on both fronts, right? Because he just happened to be a person that ended up resonating with whales. They didn't really understand why. There's like, it seems like not only does Laboon like you, but it seems like Laboon likes you or can understand you, and then the music on top of that, and that connects back to like previous things. But the overarching point is like the whales, right? The fact that we don't see more whales, and here's another very interesting thing that I want to get your idea about. Is in terms of whales and hares, this is why we need to do a part 2. This is why we need to do a part 2 on my channel. We'll do a part 2.
All right.
If you're okay with it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, if you're down.
We'll talk about it. I have a 1.5 on the way already.
Okay.
Like with like the comments, like a lot of the most common comments and like questions and all that, I'm making like a 1.5.
Okay.
Yeah. A 2, like. But yeah, I'm definitely down for a 2. I was already thinking about it. Like I can add a lot more to it and like have like a more concise idea, and yeah. So
don't worry about concise. There's no point in being concise with something like this. But here's the thing, right? There's a whale that was, I don't even think you showed in the entirety of your video.
Who's that?
They're not a whale. There is a group of whale imagery. Let's see if the chat gets it. The chat might get it. I don't think you showed it a single time in your video. I like doing this to the chat. Hey, don't cheat, Dax. I see you looking over at a thing.
Well, I'm looking at the chat.
Looking at the chat. You're looking at me. Right. Eyes on me, Dax.
All right.
Try to think. Let's see if the chat gets it. I'll give it like a minute for it to hit them.
This is interesting. I'm excited. I'll say this right now. Did you see the whale that was in Vegapunk's lab?
Huh?
There was one
floating. Yes.
There's a hologram whale floating in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Which is, that's a fun one to bring up.
Vegapunk knows some stuff. So.
Yeah. Sorry, Major. By the way, we got through the thing, and yeah, it'll be posted as a VOD. I gotta go. ParVision, great stream. Shout out to Dax Sake. Shout out to everyone in chat. Thank you, Blunt God, for stopping by. Hope you had a good time. Really appreciate the love here.
And everyone go follow Blunt God.
Yeah,
for sure. He's reviewing the mole theory, I think. So
exactly. All right, I gave everyone enough time. Gave everyone enough time. I'm so surprised,
No one
actually.
said it?
No one,
All right,
no
I'm
one
ready.
said it.
I didn't look. I didn't look yet.
Actually, hold on. Let me hide it, cause actually I already showed it. Hold on. Do you recognize the haircut on the celestial dragons?
Oh, I know what you're talking about already.
Yeah.
You talked about this recently on a stream, I think, but somebody did.
I mean, if people ever call you out and like, hey, the One Piece can't, or afros have no importance in the story, be like, hey, how come the whole celestial dragons have whale tails
Big
as
facts.
haircuts?
That's big facts. And they wear globes that are like spherical, which are like afros, kind of.
Yeah.
So
This is so, and then people are like, oh, Par's forcing his last video to connect. No, I'm not. This is literally gonna be in my next video. So now
no, that's legit. That's legit. That's really interesting.
because now
There's a lot I want to say about your video, but I don't want to like. I mean, a lot of people here probably watched it, but
yeah. If it's my video, spoil it.
oh, okay. No, I just all these like aquatic creature connections just have me thinking like you're talking with emu and stuff. It's like just does emu know how powerful the whales are? And this was like a war, like the dragon folk or whatever wanted to take out these massive whales, and it's like and. Like I mentioned in the video, oars could be joy boys, so it could have just been like massive creatures, like roam the earth and all that. And emu is like this other kind of powerful race that came, and like with these whale tails, it's like all this aquatic stuff just ties together. Like it's crazy. We're gonna have to talk about it after the stream. There's, like so many ideas. That's so crazy. Like it's such a blatant. Like those are definitely whale tails. Like it looks like the crossbones on the Kazuki symbol. Kind of.
I was waiting for this one because I was like, let me see this video if he brought it up, but he didn't. And now I hit you with it. Now we got to do this. Now we definitely got to do it. But the other part of it is now I'm like, yo, that whale mink idea, like the whole, why aren't there, where are those people? And it's like, maybe the celestial, maybe that's where all this connects. Like you're saying, like the aquatic thing. I feel like it just makes too much sense that there's like, when we're talking about, the whales knowing where all the fertile land is, right? And if everyone started on underwater, in terms of finding land, what would you need? You need a whale. And maybe that's when they're talking about like finding land or being the gods who like created the world or whatever. Maybe it was just that they found it. Maybe it's a Columbus kind of like superiority complex here.
I'm glad you brought that up because shout out to Hidden Island for some of these ideas because so what if like making the world one piece, it's not only getting rid of the red line. Think about this. If you destroyed the red line or if you just removed it, the water levels would drop big time. So what if the whales know that by destroying the red line, the water levels will change and reveal more land, and that's the fertile soil. You know what I mean? Like they're during Fishman Island now, but that's why so many of them are hitting the red line.
Yeah.
Because they know that more land will be revealed. It's like way more fertile and that was like the ancient kingdom. Like maybe the ancient kingdom spread across the whole world, and once you destroy the red line, the kingdom is exposed.
Did Hidden bring this up when he was reviewing your video?
I think we talked about it. Or
okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Because we talked about this in private for Rome Piece Part 2, I think. So I was just like, oh damn, he probably got excited because the whole.
I said it. Yeah.
No,
this has been on my mind. This is. I've said it a few times by now. But I just know his videos are very closely relating to it.
Yeah.
But this is like an idea I have also, like tying into like the future video I mentioned with the swirls, right? Like I said, like if the planet stops swirling, I think the red line and it being destroyed, and like once it's gone, more world is revealed. I think all these things tie together with what Emu did in the past, and so. It's super interesting. I just feel like the whales might know there's fertile land. Like if you destroy the red line, or even underneath it. This is I think Murphy Napier said this idea, but like under the red line, or under at least Reverse Mountain or something, there's probably something important. Like the all blue could have been there. Like that could have been like the original all blue, or it could be something else. Like there could be something underneath it that's important. So
given your perspective on the animals thing, I think it's a good time to bring up the other super chat that was here. One more thing connecting Pluton to Fishman Island. Fishman Island is in a tunnel that could have been dug by Pluton, right? And your prevailing theory of Pluton being a mole. Want to bring that up in the discussion about these animal things, right? Because if you know, the whales, regardless of the extent that they're significant in the story, I think that there is enough to say that whales will be important to the like original story.
Yep.
So now moles, elephants, whales, all that stuff. With moles, it's interesting, right? Because I feel like moles are not like, I feel like the only time I've heard of moles was like in Avatar, in like, you know, like land, they created land, they made all the tunnels and that kind of thing. And I just like wonder, like, if that's the case, right? And whale is laugh tail, right? That's your prevailing running thought. Mm-hmm. How does the Pluton mole thing like connect to that idea? And prior to that, if you want to run through the Pluton mole thing, because it's, again, an abomination that a total of 13K views on the Pluton mole thing, because like, come on, guys.
Overlap, so it's, you know what I mean, it's probably like, what's the highest, like 8? You know what I mean? Like, the people who saw the first one probably saw the second one.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's so upsetting to me because I've shouted this theory out enough. You're telling me I only have 8,000 viewers and clout to pass over to Dax? That's embarrassing, guys. What are you guys doing? But
well, I think they're the ones who watched it and the algorithm didn't pick it up. You know what I mean? Like, I think they showed out big time, and that was the reason it even did decently.
To be fair, we put the word in where it matters. All the like Morge, Randy, Brago, I told all of them personally. I like, watch out for Dax. He has a Pluton mole theory. You see it in your chat and you're wondering who it's from, go talk to Dax, right? So we got the word out to where it needs to be. But so explain the Pluton mole thing like as quickly as possible. But Phantom already shared the thing. That is one of my favorite videos. It's my favorite Pluton theory, and I'm saying that while I'm handing my Pluton theory to Dax to try to make it as beautiful as his. But I'm telling you, even in my video, like there's a part in it where the paragraph, I'm just like, I said this, and this, but still, this is I like this theory more. So let them know what the theory is about.
Well, the first thing everyone needs to know is, you know, Pluton obviously means like the underworld, the god of the underworld, right? So the very first thing is, if we're looking at all of the ancient weapons, we have one for the sky, one for the ocean, and then one that's supposed to be the underworld. So if you haven't, you know, seen any of the videos, that's like the most important point, I think, is it sets the stage that Pluton has to be able to go underground in some way. But we also know that Pluton's supposed to be a battleship, so how does the mole come into play? Well, the mole comes into play because of Gadatsu's cover story, which Par has on screen. So this mole met Gadatsu in his cover story and dug from, I think it's Ukari Island, it's a hot spring island, under the sea all the way to Alabasta, and made a tunnel that tourists can now travel through, so you don't have to go on the sea. You can literally just go in the tunnel. So if you think about like the best ship you could ever have, that's way better than going on the water. Like, weather doesn't matter. You're not going to have sea creatures coming at you, all that kind of stuff. And as Par is showing, you can see the helmet on the mole might look familiar because of Wano. That little mountain thing on there looks exactly like Mount Fuji. It even has the 3 points. And if you go to like the map that Oda drew of Wano, he gave us like a little, I would almost say it's like cartoony, but I mean it's legit. It's like map. Thing, yeah. It looks the exact same. And then you have the Japanese sun behind it, right? So and it's traditional Japanese sun, which makes it seem like old. So it's like, where did this mole get this design from their helmet, right?
Right.
And so it's like they probably got it from Wano, and now we know that Wano has Pluton sleeping beneath it, and he said sleeping, so that's like, okay, is it alive? And then I think one of the most important points to all of this is Mogura Port exists directly underneath Wano. That's like the pulley system that pulls people up towards Wano.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like why is that mole port? It's probably because people needed to use that port once the mole was put there to build the settlement that's up above Wano that we know of today. So. And I see Desnez just commented and says, so what's up with the mole fruit then? And that's something I want to bring up, is it could just be a mole fruit. It could be a living mole that was modified at Water 7. Mogura Harbor. Sorry, excuse me.
You're good.
So between Mogura Harbor and, you know, the moles digging under the sea and the helmet that's literally tied directly to Wano, it seems like a mole is going to be tied somehow to Pluton, or just be, you know, Pluton itself.
Yeah.
So then, and then you ask, like, how does this tie back into everything else? Well, I guess one thing I want to say is all the ancient weapons are probably animals, first
Okay.
off.
All right.
That's a very important thing. So, I don't know if you have this ready or if you want to show this, but in Alabasta, we see hieroglyphs and, like, you know, where the poneglyph is in Alabasta, and on the left-hand side you see a lot of fish imagery, and there's like fish in different parts, but there's a lot of fish imagery on one side. On the right, there's this random hieroglyph that has, it looks like something chained between two walls, kind of. And then at the top, you see like a dragon, basically. So the way this all ties together is I think all the ancient weapons basically were used to help people transport to different places, right? Like if you wanted to travel from one end of the earth to the other the fastest, you'd go underground. If you wanted to travel in the sea, you'd have sea beasts help, you know, not hit you and carry you around potentially. If you wanted to go to the sky, you'd have like a dragon that takes you upwards. I want to say it's like chapter 202 or something like that.
I think I got the image you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right there.
This thing right here, there's the dragon you're talking about.
Yeah,
And
so
then-
at the very,
And then
at the
here,
very top,
Yep.
yeah, at the very top, see how it's like a dragon symbol, and like Uranus is supposed to be the sky. So that looks like a dragon with like its whiskers and maybe flame clouds or something underneath it, right? And we know that sky islands are pretty similar to flame clouds in a sense, where they're clouds that you can, you know, like support weight on, right? And so it's just an interesting thing. Like, is this illuminating like the three ancient weapons, right? In different panels, you get more scenery of what's on the left, and there's like some more like obvious fish images and stuff. So I think they're all animals that all work together to transport people to and from places. Essentially, that's mainly the idea. Because like you would need to go to the sky, you'd need to go underground. If you want to traverse the whole planet, you need to get all three layers, and that's kind of how they all tie together. So the mole may have dug through the red line as like went straight through the planet to go to Wano, right? Like, okay, it's time to go burrow away. Let's cut through the red line real quick. So there's one little path, and then we gotta hide it away or something. So that's the idea.
So then, you know, I bet a lot of people are going to be asking, Uranus, if that's an animal, what animal is it?
A dragon, but I don't know like if it's gonna be as simple as like a Momo dragon, right? Like that would be like, that's what it looks like. Like if you look at the top, it's like the front of a dragon's face with like the long whiskers. So that makes me think of like an Eastern dragon. And we've already seen them, and they've already had flame clouds that supported them underneath, like that little image looks kind of.
You know what I'm thinking?
What's that?
This doesn't sound crazy. This doesn't sound so crazy, but I've been wondering about this. My Discord knows I've been trying to dissect the Marines logo and the World Government logo. This thing kind of looks like the Marine logo at the top right here. Like the waves, like we think that's
bit.
seagull. And I was like, how funny would it be? Because if the seagull is the representative of Marines and we think that the World Government has Uranus, what if Uranus is just a giant seagull? And I was like, that sounds kind of weird, but like, yeah.
I mean, you know, it's possible.
Oh, and you cut out, if you can hear me. Oh, no, I think Dax froze. Have you guys seen the movie The Core? It's where they're drilling lasers onto a ship that can withstand the pressure as it mines its way through lava. Have not seen that movie. Here, let me message Dax to see. I'm wondering if his internet... so this whole time he was streaming from his phone. It cut out. Oh, no, you're back now.
Oh, are we good?
Yep.
Okay, it never kicked me out or anything. Everything worked fine on my end. So
Yeah.
I was hoping that was my internet kicking back on for real.
Yeah,
but
that's
it
what I
was not.
thought. Yeah.
It wasn't, unfortunately. I don't think. No, but that's all right. You were talking about a seagull.
Yeah.
Last time. So, well, I think it did hatch from the egg, right? The world government wiped me out. Shout out to BR. You were talking about a seagull. I think it did hatch from the egg. I think that's, and if you go back to, like Roger, who was he talking to? I think he was talking to Neptune, like when he was in Fishman Island, I think. And he made a comment like, well, I never said I wasn't interested in the ancient weapons. Like, so it's like precedence that he was like trying to get them if he could.
Yeah.
So I feel like that egg is probably it. And it's obviously seagulls and a lot of things hatch from eggs.
Right.
So I think it's totally possible. I don't know if there's like a legendary seagull or sea bird creature, but
Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, and you know, Uranus is one of the ones that we have the least amount of information on. So, like, it still is up there. And you know, someone super chatted, Nor Ganji, super chat. Thank you for the super chat. They said, I disagree. Sometimes a battleship is just a battleship. And so I think that is a common one both of us will face when it comes to our things. Me less so than yours, but let me handle this one, Dax. Let me handle this one. So one thing is we do have what, the colossal. Is he the colossal battleship, or is it just a colossal?
He's called that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, he's called the colossal battleship.
Battleship.
That's like his moniker.
One Piece. So we have the colossal battleship, and it is San Juan Wolf. And I don't know about you, but that is not a ship with a mast. But this is what Oda, you know, gave the name colossal battleship to, right? And so if we're going off the understanding that Poseidon being like an ancient weapon, but at the end of the day, it's a 16-year-old mermaid girl. And, you know, I don't know about you, but, you know, a crying girl mermaid isn't exactly an ancient weapon unless you make her cry.
And one really important point that I mentioned in the Lafro Tale video is whenever Neptune mentioned that, oh yeah, like every so many 100 years, Poseidon's born in the family or whatever.
Yeah.
Odin's like, I had no idea that Poseidon would be a mermaid. And he read the poneglyph in Skypiea that said that Poseidon's in Fishman Island.
Oh.
So if Odin said, oh, I had no idea that Poseidon would be a mermaid, then anyone who's talked about Pluton is capping. Like, they don't actually know what's happening. You know what I mean? It's just the rumor. Like, that's just what they've heard. Like, it's, if the person who read the poneglyphs didn't know the truth until someone else told them, then there's no way that anyone else would know the truth about Pluton or otherwise.
Important because Robin knew Shirahoshi was Poseidon only because she saw the power first and then who controlled it, right? Whereas Odin didn't see the power. So that's an interesting synthesis, because I actually have to change a little bit of a line on the video that I'm handing you because of that detail. Now I'm glad we got that
This is
Odin
what it's
line.
for.
Yeah. So that's definitely interesting. Don't know if you want to read it now, but I sent bits relating to the Pluton mole theory. Oh no, I brought it up. We segued into the Pluton mole thing for that. Hold on, did I skip some? Hold on, let me see. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I did it. Hold on, let me see. He said, here's an interesting theory I have on Pluton equals mole theory. Perhaps ancient Wano was the dry country that used the hold on.
Like, I can't even see it, and I already like where they're going with it. I think I know what they're going to say.
See, the thing is, I'm going to have to redact this message. We'll talk about that later, Time Lord. Sometimes I have to do those things. Dax will understand why in a few hours.
Oh, wow. Just Buster called the message.
Just Buster called.
Emu wiped.
Deleted.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not reading that one. But
I love it.
Let's see. Mad Cypher here says, so here's a thought. Uranus is a member of a species, and Roger got the egg to hatch and open up the path to Laugh-Tale, not at the right time, leading to his statement, we were too early. Interesting. Yeah, like, again, there's so many different ways Uranus can play out. So then here's a question. 1060, chapter 1060. What we saw, is that Uranus to you? And if it's Uranus, okay, it's not Uranus. What is your explanation of that then?
So I do have a video on it, and I think and this is actually going to tie into the bigger Void Century video that I've been talking about that's going to come out. It all ties together. But I think Emu has light powers.
Okay.
Because, and I'll just give a quick synopsis on why is, first off, if you look at the beam...
Hold on. Are you saying elemental light hockey powers? Is that what we're getting at?
That could tie in. It's not what I was going to say.
Okay.
Well, I guess it could be, actually. Like, maybe they're... Tying into your theory, it's possible. Your latest theory has me changing my mind a little bit. But anyways, quick synopsis is just... Whenever they did the attack, there were 16 beams that came down. They're straight beams. They don't look like jagged lightning bolts. They look like beams. Right. And there's 16, which 16 ties to the 16 rays of light from the traditional Japanese flag. And if you look at Kizaru's fruit and the other admirals, the other two original admirals had superior versions of another fruit. And those two admirals went on to do, you could say, bigger and better things. Like obviously Aokiji lost, but then he's like, screw it, like, I'm better than this. I'm going to go do something else, right? But Kizaru didn't move on, right? Aokiji and Akainu upgraded, you could say, and Kizaru's in the same spot. So all these things are like, is Kizaru like inferior? So is his fruit an inferior version of another fruit? And that fruit would be a light fruit that controls all kinds of light and could, for instance, okay, like this island, that's where they're at. All right, as long as the planet is shown towards the sun, because then like the sun rays are shining on it, then I can warp the sun rays and to bring down a death beam. And so if it's facing the other side, that's why they're like, oh, he's unlucky, because it's daytime in Lelucia. That's basically
No. You're onto
synopsis.
something. So Kizaru's actually limited in his ability in that he turns himself to light, but he hasn't demonstrated any, not that there are versions of light, but there's spectrums to light, right? Like
there are versions. I don't want to say too much.
Yeah, we won't say too much.
Spoil the video. I'll message you about it.
Okay. But what I will say, and this is when that episode or when that chapter came out, one of the things I brought back to a lot of people's mind was I've been talking about this for a while. It was Witheria. I think Witheria is this crazy like floating weapon because next to Witheria is this absurd thing, and maybe this is a great thing because environmental science. Next to Witheria is a circular rainbow, and to make a circular rainbow, that takes a very specific amount of light manipulation to occur, and it's constantly there. And so they have something there that allows that absurdity to happen. So what I was gonna say is the superior fruit to Kizaru's thing might be the rainbow fruit.
I love that. That's an amazing idea. My original idea was a true sun god fruit because it's like all this talk about the sun, like the sun god is a great person, all that. No, the sun god's actually like the person who rules the world, you know what I mean? But I love this idea, and it got me really pumped because this really ties into the last few chapters. Remember how Vegapunk was like, I made these gloves that let me punch light. And then literally like 2 pages later, CP0, hey, we're here to kill Vegapunk.
Exactly.
Are those tied together? Like people think it's Seraphim or whatever, or something else entirely, which could be true. Like we obviously don't know yet. But I feel like the gloves are ominous. It's like, hey, look, you can hit light with these gloves. Like this is a brand new ability that we never thought that was possible. Like a physical thing that can hit light, and make them like real beings. Like that, to me, I think that's really important, and that could be it. Like, oh shoot, he figured out how to hit light. We gotta kill him.
Right, right. No, and the thing is that like me and Hidden talked about this, how he has a theory video on light and devil fruits, and I have a theory video on shadows and devil fruits. And the point being is, if it intersects on that level, that means that there's something there. Then we get these gloves, and then we're talking about I think you and I are on a similar idea with the whole light thing. The emu thing is exciting now. But the other point being is like, I think Vegapunk unintentionally, and this is the thing with like scientific people, even in our world, they unintentionally fall into greatness to the point where many times they get killed. The first person that said that the Earth wasn't at the center of our universe got killed, and it's like all he was saying was like, hey guys, like maybe the world doesn't revolve around us, and that was blasphemous, right?
Yep. Oh yeah.
And in that same light, it's like Vegapunk is creating a pseudo Poseidon, a pseudo, in my opinion, Uranus, a pseudo possibly a pseudo Pluton too. If what we saw on Lelucia was not even Emu, it was like a Vegapunk invention. And so this happens all the time with scientific people. It's like they make something, the person who's really pulling the strings is like, all right, you're done. You served your purpose. Now it's time to kill you. So it's like one way or the other. It could play out where it's like Vegapunk is unintentionally falling into the Void Century, and that is the exact reason why Emu wants to put out the hit.
And sometimes, like the powers that they're making are so powerful where like maybe the government's like, all right, you have to keep making them. And then like if the scientist says, I don't want to make them, it's like, well, then we're going to off you. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like you have this knowledge to make this crazy stuff. If you use it against us, that's too dangerous. Like, you have to make it for us, or you're gonna get KO'd. And shout out to Kev Dog. He had a pretty big Vegapunk video recently that talked about a lot of this. So shout out to him. But no, I think we could get to a point where Vegapunk has like a moral dilemma and needs to, like his weapons are getting too strong. It like ties back to Frankie and Tom and Water 7. Like, your creations that you make are your children. Like, what happens with them after they're made isn't your fault. You know, I feel like there's going to be a big character arc centering around what your creations do after the fact. And I think Vegapunk could end up getting KO'd, like maybe by his own accord, to get rid of his creations or what have you.
Yeah. And I do want to clarify something Kev Dog said. So he said, so you're saying Vegapunk is going to die. Interesting. Par's working on my agenda as well. And if you guys came from like that One Piece talk or a previous conversation where me and the Hidden, I also predicted that Vegapunk would die. My problem is I asked the question, and I'm going to ask you the question too, because I need more people on my side on this. My point is, does Lucci and his gang have a chance at killing Vegapunk? And my opinion is no. I don't think that in this arc, it's them primarily. Sure, Vegapunk could die. I have no qualms. I think Vegapunk should have died a while ago. I would have been fine if Vegapunk was already dead. Maybe Vegapunk is already dead and we're seeing the offshoots of it. I think Vegapunk is dead or will die. My problem is how. And if Lucci does not deserve the greatness of killing Vegapunk, that doesn't even make sense. That doesn't make no sense. That would be hype. It would be hype, but I don't want to give Lucci hype.
But I think Vegapunk's going to do it willingly, no matter what it is. Like, whether they do an ace thing, where they jump in front of an attack or something, right? Or they just have some mental freak out where it's like, all my creations are doing this terrible stuff and the government's going to do this and that to me. Like, I don't have a choice but to, get rid of my creations or something. Like, I'm not, whatever happens, I think Vegapunk's going to choose for it to happen. Right. Like, they're going to willingly, they're going to know it's better for me to go for the world. Like, I've talked to Luffy and Frankie and whoever else about the important things that they need to know about. I told them about devil fruits and whatever. Now, for whatever reason, it's better if I go. Like, I accomplish my mission. That's kind of what I think's going to happen. And I think it's going to tie into Sword as well. Okay. Because Sword wanted to get the Seraphim to go help Kobe. And they were like, oh, Egghead's so close. Let's just go there. And so now we have CP0 going to Egghead. And we have Sword, who already talked about going to Egghead to get a Seraphim to help with Kobe. So I think we might have, like, a dilemma where, like, Vegapunk, Sword, and CP0 have, like, a little triangle of, like, interests. Like, we all work for the government, but like we all kind of have different objectives here.
Right.
Like, so I think we're gonna have a really interesting showdown. I agree with you that it can't be Lucci's just so strong that he takes out Vegapunk. Like, that would be very anticlimactic for the Vegapunk character line. But
it's just like, if he dies, sure, die, but like not Lucci. One, like, even if he is that powerful, it's like, are we really gonna give Lucci the feat of killing Vegapunk? That's just too absurd for him, bro.
It's like Crocodile beating like a major pirate. I feel like at this point in the game,
yeah,
like, that's how it would feel to me. It's like, why is this? Why are they so strong all of a sudden?
Like,
they lost already.
I'd almost like it if it paralleled Dr. Tsukimi perfectly, where he just chokes on a dango and it's just like super funny. Like,
oh, that's a great idea. Yes.
Yeah, like he sees something and he just chokes, and then like nobody can save him for some reason, and that would just be, I think, a funnier thing, because it's just like, because then his automatas would then be like, we have to go avenge Dr. Vegapunk for whoever made him choke on his dango or whatever, right? So it'd be it'd be cool.
Well, it seems like Vegapunk has little automata and stuff.
Yeah.
And I bet you if Vegapunk does die, I bet you his 6 underlings or whatever will like continue to exist in some form. Maybe only one of them, or maybe like a different one or something. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be separate from his consciousness, but I can see like, or maybe he has a kid and we just don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel like whatever happens, there's going to be some person carrying on his will, like not more than Frankie, because I feel like Frankie's probably going to, but like his little automata or like the Kuma police officer thing, they're gonna like have like a retribution arc, I feel like, for him afterward for sure.
Yeah, it's so cool how I feel like casual fans could have just stumbled upon this conversation and then been like, why are they talking about afros and whales and whatever, shadows and light and all that stuff, right? But it's like, if you think we're crazy, like look at the last few chapters. There's like you said, a whale showed up in the sky for no reason
Yep.
in hologram form in Dr. Vegapunk's land. Like we don't have the name of the place yet, but like on Egghead Vega Land laboratory. And it's like, all right, sure, you want to say that the theory is crazy. Sure, but why is Oda just putting whales there? Explain that to me. You know, like you can't tell me it's not like, especially with a character like Vegapunk, that Vegapunk would be so like perfectly curated to like all the details to the point where like all the different things, Edison, Lilith, Atlas, like all the Pythagoras, right? Like all these names are so important. And it's like, if you don't think that in a Vegapunk centric arc we won't be paying attention to details, I don't know, right? Like it's just so interesting. Like, you know, the Eddie, the afro detail, that's something I feel like most people would skip over, and that's why I really like you had maybe 6 or 7 of those details where I was just saying that, like I think my favorite one, you saw me pause on it, was the Foxy one where this two piece.
Isn't
like,
that crazy? Or even if it is split piece, like it's one, like whatever you want to say the official is, right? Like the fact it's saying like split hair, like your head is split, my head is spherical. It's like, no matter what, that's mind-blowing, right? Like and even Luffy's chest tattoo, I mentioned that it looks like rock symbol a little bit. It also looks like Gear 5. Right? Like his hair's on fire, right? So it's just like there's so many little hints in that fight for sure.
Right. So and so with that, I see Kev Dog said that Dax got 50 subs from the start of this stream. Love to see it. Thank you guys for showing out the support. Definitely, you know, more people are gonna come through over time for sure. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go get a drink real quick, and so I'm gonna hand the stream off to Dax for a little bit. He could plug in whatever he wants. He
I got some plugs.
You got some plugs. Talk about, you know, what we talked about. But before I go, if you guys tuned in late, I reviewed Dak's most popular video, which I think in the course of watching this, it went from 219k views to now 221k views, which is kind of absurd.
It hasn't slowed down since it hasn't slowed down since it released, so you guys have been crazy.
So shout outs to that. I reviewed that. I reacted to it, and then afterwards we reviewed it. I shared some ideas. I think he mentioned how he has a 1.5 version, but then I hit him with some details that are, I think, make a 2.0 pretty valid here, and I didn't even share all of them yet. After we talk about the My Pluton video, you might have some more ammo here. But yeah, so Dax is a new creator. It's like 2 months now, 3 months.
My first video dropped on June 28th, so a little over three and a half months, right? Or 3 months, a little over 3 months.
So don't forget the watch party stuff. Oh yeah. So actually, before this, what I will say is I'm gonna go get some a drink and a snack and some things, so I eat. I didn't have a lot of food. I'm gonna hand it off to Dax. When I come back, we're gonna go through all the super chats and bits that I skipped or I missed. We'll talk about that, and then we'll just go off the riff. I think Dax has a lot of time here, but we also have things to do afterwards. And so with that, at the later at night, if you guys aren't on my Twitch already, I do watch parties on my Twitch, and so last night's episode for One Piece I didn't get to watch, so we'll be doing that later tonight. And so I'll do more stream announcement, that kind of thing, in a little bit. But the stream is yours, Dax. Go for it. I'll be right back.
Awesome, thank you. I've seen a lot of good chats, so I'm going to try running through some of them that we skipped. But I first want to say a big announcement. I know a lot of people have mentioned this in the comments and otherwise, but I have finally decided to launch my own Discord. So while Par is gone, I'm going to hijack the stream and let everyone in with a link to the Discord. I just put it in the chat. I can send it again later. I'll try to send it periodically. But that is the first official time that my Discord link is going public. Go ahead and join. Everyone who joins in the first 24 hours is going to get a special role. It's going to be just a blue color Void Century gang for being the first batch of people to join. So everyone should get that role automatically. But please join. Going to have a lot of good discussions. I'm trying to model after Par's server because Par's server is amazing. So I can already hear Discord popping off from people joining. So appreciate you guys. But yeah, I mean, I hope you guys like the video. I've seen a lot of good comments, a lot of good additions and criticisms. So appreciate you guys. I'm just gonna go back a little bit here. Man, a lot of people left that I didn't get to say bye to, but I appreciate all you guys. Gray Eminence, what if Vegapunk goes down just like Professor Clover? Yo, what an idea. What a great idea. So like Vegapunk's about to reveal something really important or tell the Straw Hats like an important thing to the future and then just bam by Lucci. But like Par was saying, if it's that simple, I feel like Vegapunk is weak sauce. But that is a really interesting idea. Kev Dog with the only one who decides where I die is me comment from Luffy. That's a great point. It's like yeah, like Vegapunk is gonna say like the only one who decides like where I die or like what happens to my creations or whatever is me. That'd be really interesting. The 3 CP0 members and Bonnie were at the Reverie. CP0 brought Seraphim Kuma. Oda emphasized Bonnie's trigger being Kuma. That is so true. Ichi, good comment. That makes me think, what if Bonnie has like an emotional like freak out and she like awakens and something happens, right? Like, I don't know. That'd be really interesting because that's a good point because Bonnie is gonna freak out once Bonnie gets there. Oh, did I hear you, Par? Thought I heard something. I don't think your voice is working. Maybe I'm.
There we go. Hold on, can you hear me?
Oh
now?
yeah, there you go. Yep, I can hear you now.
You managed to get out all the secret links out?
I got the secret links. I'm gonna post it again just so it doesn't get. I'm gonna try posting it periodically, but
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. The Discord's been beeping ever since I posted it, so I appreciate you guys. I can hear everyone joining as we speak.
Yep, I'm posting myself. Definitely go join there. I think my favorite part about, not my favorite part about Dax, but I think like something that makes me happy is like you shout out Dire Regulus, for example, and Dire in your latest in the Afro Tale video, and Dire was is the first person that told me that because of me he started a channel, One Piece, YouTube, all that stuff, and he, you know, that's them from the Discord, right? Like I think a lot of creators have Discords, and for me it was like the comment section on my YouTube wasn't enough to like talk with people, and so I made the Discord. I tried especially at the beginning, tried to be as active as possible, which obviously at this point it's difficult, but you know, seeing so many people start from like a conversation in a Discord, create a channel. I think like you know, we talked about it earlier, it was like that kind of was with you too. You kind of just like went off and just popped off, and it all started from just having a conversation about something we love, and so that's definitely a fun thing to see.
Yeah. Well, let me echo Dire Regulus's comments and say no, 100% the same. Like if I had to pick like the two most like influential creators for me that like without them I wouldn't have started YouTube, is definitely you and then Randy Troy also. Like both of you are like different angles of it, but you seem like such you guys are just One Piece fans that are trying to get on and talk about like One Piece ideas. You know what I mean? Like it's very simple. Like it's just like normal people that are just like you and me, and like probably 99% of the people in the chat, probably 100%. You know, they just love One Piece and just want to talk about it. You know what I mean? And so whenever the thing that really kicked me into overdrive was when you released some of like your crazier theories. I would say like I think they're good. I think they're good.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Publicly, like you know, they're little.
Don't worry, you don't need to explain it. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're pretty far on that end, and I love that. And I was like, yes, like now I feel like I won't be like just shot down. It's like, oh, okay, this is crazy ideas. You know what I mean? Like I can share it. I know there's a community that is going to be open to it, at least somewhat. You know, so that was a huge thing for me. Like the mental level of it was huge. So I echo what Dyer was saying for sure.
Thank you. I love that, and I think that is like, you know, it warms my heart a lot because that is the premise of my channel, where it's like when I started posting videos, I was kind of surprised. I was like, wait, this wasn't like, I'm surprised people think that this is unique, and I was just like I was like, wait, I have crazier ideas. And I was like, wait, I want other people to share crazier ideas. And so like doing all that and then seeing you, because again, Pluton is a mole thing is something that sounds like I could make it up, but I'll tell everybody first and foremost, I would never have thought about that. But the moment I started watching the video, I'd start smiling and smiling, and then part two, and then my favorite part is dropping that on other creators and seeing their reaction, because again, like you said, I'm known for that kind of thing.
Yep.
And so
Yes.
people are kind of like, it's like, oh, it's just ParVision saying some things, but then there's me pushing, no, Pluton is a mole, bro. Like you gotta watch this video, you're gonna get convinced. And that is like, it's so much fun, because it's like, it's taking this is something me and Liam talked about actually, and together we were just saying, like, we both love taking ideas that people just dismiss or like wouldn't be open to, and then convincing them, or like Mihawk is a sword, for example. There was a lot of like not negative, doubters in the comments.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
And my response to them was like, how do you think that Mihawk is being a sword is possible? And they're like, I could see it, but I don't believe it. And so I was like, so that took a 0% idea and made it like 10%, 15%. And that's the same thing with the Pluton is the mole thing. I don't think anybody I talked to ever like was just like had Pluton as a mole like in their brain, and now it's there. Pluton mole gang is there, and that's the best part of that. That's why, again, like, shout outs to the 222,000 people that watched that other video, but the 8,000 real ones who watched the Pluton mole one, that's the real estate right there. That's the love.
I literally posted that yesterday, like for my 5,000 sub, just like community post. I was like, all right, like the math is showing me that like a lot of you guys who just joined did not see the Pluton mole video. And like, I know you got, like, everyone obviously loves the Lafro tail video, and so do I. I think it's great. But I feel like the Pluton is a mole is like a 100%, like maybe I shouldn't say 100%, but it's like it's like more of a sure thing than any of my other theories almost. It's like, that's like one of the best ideas for Pluton, and I feel like nobody, like you said, like it's so crazy that it just kind of gets ignored.
Yeah.
And I almost equate it to, like, in the world of One Piece, we see this all the time. Like, when Luffy's like, I want to go to the Sky Island, and everyone's laughing at him. It's like, no, like, there is no Sky Island. And there is, obviously, right? And even the people, so it's kind of the same thing to me as, like, it sounds crazy at first, right? Like, a lot of these things are, like, you haven't thought about it, so it seems crazy. And, like, maybe some of the initial evidence you hear doesn't sound super strong to you, but over time, it really builds up. And so... so yeah, I'm glad you love it. It's definitely my Mihawk is a sword. Like, that's my version of it.
Yeah, and there's gonna be many more. And like, I love that you're taking that route too, because it's like, we need more of that. I think Oda is that kind of like creator in the first place. But something else I'll add is like, for the Pluton mole theory, one of the things that, oh, no worries. It didn't even make a sound. One of the things with the Pluton mole thing is like something that even if you're a denier or doubter or whatever, you can't deny the connections. The flat out, like the fact that there's the Wano symbol on the mole is like, that was the thing that I was upset about you with the part one, where I was just like, why didn't you talk about this? And then in part two or whatever, you brought it up. But like that's because people watch the video. I remember Hidden Island, he did a live reaction, and I was like glued to I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, ooh, and then he was and he was like not doubting, but he was being critical and like as we should. And then I threw that detail, and he's like, wait a second, hold on, this is wild. And that's what I'll say with my Pluton theory. I think more people will think mine is real, but mine is less connected in terms of details like these than yours is, which is why I like yours more than mine. Mine has a lot of connections, but it's like, I think I also like the thematic that you're pushing, where it's like all of them are animals. You could make a third part and say, like, not even surrounded by the Pluton mole part, you could have it as Poseidon's surrounded by animals, and then Uranus, a lot of people already believe is bird related, dragon related something, and then that you can insert the Pluton as a mole thing. So if Pluton is or Pluton should be an animal, then this is the best option. Then shout outs to this other thing, and you can talk about way other more things. And so for such a crackpot theory, because that's what I get called often, it's like you can't deny those like also narrative connections there. It's like, what was the point of showing us this mole guy, calling him the dirt boss, like the king of the earth or whatever? It's so interesting, right?
Yeah, and I want to throw this in here real quick. Is we talked about how Long Ring Long Land, there's like some like anime filler kind of going. There's a lot of it going on with that arc that was kind of weird, like the all blue salt thing. Well, another weird thing that was anime filler in Long Ring Long Land was that Tanjit's son was a champion hole digger that had moles that dug from each point of Long Ring Long Land so they could travel. So they could travel island to island. So it's basically a mini version of what Pluton would do, right? Like under the sea to different islands. So it's like a safe way to travel.
Oh my God, there's so many things.
It's crazy. Moles are, the more you look, the like there's more mole references. Like Usopp, whenever he's talking to Kaya, he says, "Oh, I saw a legendary mole burrow under the mansion," and like he says stuff all the time. And there's a mole, and Pluton's under the Wano mansion.
So there's a part 3, is what you're saying. Was that in part 2? That wasn't in part 2.
No, it wasn't. Someone, their name? It's in your Discord. It's a bunch of letters, but it starts with Q. Shout out to Q. I just got that the other day.
Guy. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. He's actually sent me Mojo report too. He's the big mole.
Damn.
Informant. But
so okay, now tying this back to where this conversation started. Guys, go join his Discord.
Yeah, go check it out.
Because that's where like all the fun is. Where it's like, you know, it's so like it. You guys have awesome ideas too. And it's like how the ideas connect or what they inspire and having conversations about them. I mean, there's plenty of times where I just stopped posting videos because I was just spending too much time on my Discord because I was just like, I don't feel like posting a video, but I feel like talking with you guys. Then obviously I think like in the Pluton Mole video, you went and shouted out like everybody that contributed to the Pluton Mole gang, the original founding members, the charter members. You're the founding father of it, but the charter members of the gang.
There you go.
And so in your thing, did you explain the secret hidden Void Sentry stuff or the roles?
Wait, what do you say that again?
The special role.
Oh, I explained. Yeah, so everyone who joins for the next 24 hours, they get to be they have a special role. They're going to be, it's blue color but Void Sentry gang, but I'll remove it in like 24 hours so that way everyone has their own special role. Yeah, got you. And is there any, what was the name of that role? Sorry. Void Sentry gang, because they're from the onset. You know what I mean? We're fresh from the wiping of the planet, like a fresh Discord server.
Right. And do you have a mole role?
I don't, but I'm interested in adding more roles. I just added like a base set for now, relatively, but I can always change it. I feel like there should be like it's weird because like a mole is another word for like an informant. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like
true.
Like a secret agent.
True.
So I could have like a mole or something could be the name. I've been thinking about it.
Well, so I have acolytes. So I in my Discord, there's like certain people, and for you guys' information, to earn that role, if I'm in the conversation and you're active, so like sign up for like there's a ping for theory pings or whatever. So I'll sometimes like if I'm writing a script, I'm like, oh wait, what about this? And I'll ping those people, and the people who help me out or they're really helpful, I'll give them the acolyte role. So it's like acolytes and then like world tree, the tree of knowledge. And then so for you, the people that end up contributing the videos, like if they end up being super helpful, then they become the mole role.
I like that. I do have a D clan role that I stole from your server. That's like I think it's the same one. You said like hand-picked people or something like that.
Yeah.
I do have that. I do have like a D, but I might make a mole one. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Animal name roles. Yeah, I should have some animals.
Yes. Wait, hold on. Yeah. All right. See, this is what I like. I like
this. They can earn it for special ancient weapon info, or whatever they get relating to the animal.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Which is fun because my channel my server has animal stuff too because it's the world tree and animals ran it. So I have like hawks and
owls.
Yeah, Homie Seal's my owl. My mods are the hawks, and then my bots are squirrels because that's what like essentially ran up and down the trees.
That.
Yeah,
I love that. Hey, shout out to Homie Seal. Homie Seal's a mod in my Discord as well. I had to get some help.
Yeah,
from the best. So
we got a dope group going on with Homie Seal. But so definitely go check out his Discord. Go sign up. Hopefully you get the mole role or whatever role you end up deciding to create. let's get through some of these super chats, and then we'll get back to some other, if there's more talking points on the theories that we're
Or
discussing.
you mind if I say one thing real quick?
Yeah,
Just
go
about
for
the
it.
Discord before we move. About the Discord, one thing I want to say is if you are someone who wants to get into YouTube, whether it's for One Piece or even something else, come check out the Discord. So I have like a creator zone like most people have, but I'm gonna be active in there, and like I have like a couple different channels, but like share assets, programs I use that are free, the types of software, the hardware, like that's all that kind of stuff we can talk about. I'll share that info. I might like pin a little message or something just so you guys know what I use, but I want it to be very creator friendly if you're interested in doing any kind of content. That's like something, because like we were saying earlier, Par helped me get into YouTube, and like just talking about it is a big mental hurdle to get over. Like it is possible. Like if it's something you're ever interested in, it's super possible.
Yeah. And it doesn't need to just be One Piece either. Like it could be so many other things. And I think that's like a lot of creators in our space are used One Piece as a jumping platform. I think the main thing is, right, like we have a really dope community here that's really supportive. And I think that's like with any kind of social media or YouTube or TikTok, whatever, having a dope community of like homies is the best place to start out with, right?
Yeah, get like bouncing ideas off of people, right? Like just making it feel real, right? Like that's like such a huge mental layer. I feel like whenever you're starting something new, so 100%. That's what we're trying to build.
Yeah, and yeah, it's like I think what's also really fun is I think in general anime community is really talented, but the One Piece community is super talented. Like the more and more I meet people, talk to people, they're all just like awesome individuals. And it's like the small things where it's like you were saying earlier how like you felt more comfortable by me sharing my crazy ideas, that you didn't feel like you'd be the only crazy person here.
Yes.
And it's like, and then I'm just here. It's like, what's wrong with being crazy? Let's all be crazy, So
100%. And talking about the One Piece community, I agree that like they're awesome people. Like you've obviously got a lot more experience meeting them than I do, but they seem like awesome people. But another layer to it is they are excellent YouTubers. Mm-hmm. Like if you look at, like, for instance, vidIQ has like this is just one example, but vidIQ has a thing you can download where it's like a tool that like looks at videos and basically like it can break down like the genre the video's in, like how tough the genre is, how good this video is doing compared to the rest of the videos in that area, all that kind of stuff. And One Piece is always on the maximum difficulty, like competition level, like how much you're competing for views, and like how many different videos are getting that small amount of views. We're like ultra competitive. So like the YouTubers that have like the YouTubers that have made their way out and like are still like people who are making videos now and they do really well, like that's super impressive. Like you can do all sorts of YouTube like with those kind of talents. Like One Piece is hard. So they're amazing.
It's a hard niche, but then it's also our niche is really great too. So like not all niches are built the same, but this niche is a niche that I definitely am glad to be a part of.
Yeah, same. Oh, it's amazing.
Let's see. Kev Dog. Well, first, True Toby, what's up? So I modded you, by the way, but that's because I heard you're a bigger Kuma fan than I am, and so we got to talk about Kuma one day. We might have a whole Kuma stream one day. I'll let you know about that, True Toby. If you're not in my Discord, I'll find you on Hidden's Discord, because we got to talk Kuma. There's been so much Kuma slander that I just can't breathe anymore. Like, I have to take a hiatus. People don't respect Kuma, and I'm just like, not a lot of things get me heated, but that one does. That one got me heated. When Sai came on my stream and said that Kuma looked goofy in the last chapter, I was about to break my monitor on him. So,
is that all he said? Did he have more to say?
No, he did clarify.
My boy Kuma.
He once he saw that I was personally offended, he was like, all right, hold on, let me reel it back a little bit, and I was just like, all right, good.
All right, good. Yeah, Kuma can't be trifled with. Like whenever we find out his backstory too, like the full story, it's gonna bring us to tears. I'm like 100% certain. Like it's gonna be tragic.
Did you see? Actually, let me pull up. I don't know if I could pull it up because this is the latest chapter. Oh, I could pull up the. I think they colored it. Greisch colored the recent one, with the very end, or not the very end, when Kuma was holding Bonnie, right? He was wearing a robe. Have you seen the theories around that?
No. What's
So
that about?
so when we see Vegapunk went around Kuma, he has like a robe and then the striped shirt, and then when we see Caesar on Punk Hazard, he also has a robe, albeit he's wearing like the
Oh,
Caesar thing.
right.
And so people are saying that this isn't my theory. I forget. Maybe it was Sai. I think it might have been Sai. Sai brought it to me. Oh, the episode's posted, by the way. Me and Sai's conversation. That one was one of my favorite. Also, just really quickly, believe it or not, in this episode, I got censored because I started going off the crazy. But Sai brought me there, and so usually Sai gets censored in the episodes, and then I got censored for this one, and I was like,
That's so funny. Even when it's you, it's still Sai's fault.
yeah, it's 100% his fault.
That's so funny. No,
Yeah.
I believe it though. I believe. I'm not saying you're wrong. I believe it. It's funny.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So he brought up that this coat might indicate that Kuma was also part of Mads, and that's like a Mads coat. And I was like, wait a second, that's crazy, because then it makes everything connect. And then he makes him
does.
even cooler because he's a
Right.
robot scientist pirate king in space, not in the space part, but like giving
Well,
people
maybe.
vacation. Yeah, and
Maybe the space part.
Yeah.
Well, like I mean, have you like the space pirate's helmet is like that elongated head thing?
Yeah.
I know there's like a lot of theories based on that. Like if you look like at Vegapunk's, like the one silhouette from the side we got, it looks like his head's kind of tall maybe. But I know people have already brought that up. So literally, yeah, like there's so many connections, and it's like, and this is like a connection between Mads and the Revolutionary Army, right? Like we've seen Mads connected to all these different areas, right? Like all these different pirate groups and the world government and all that. And that would be like a direct tie between Mads and the Revolutionary Army. So I feel like that's really smart.
Yeah, so Time Lord said it was Joe Three Skulls on Twitter. Yeah, I remember Sai telling me that. So that's a really cool one because it just adds to the Kuma being a goat, right? Like you can't
Kuma's
hate
a
on
true
this.
goat.
And then he's a good dad apparently, right? Like, you know, how many dads elicit this response where Bonnie just absurdly thinks that this robot is still her dad. Like, yes, my dad shot laser beams out of his mouth. This is definitely my father, right?
I know. Who do we have? We have like Kuma and like Kiros, and like who else is a good dad? Like,
Yeah,
is there Cobra? I guess is a pretty good dad. It's like very few.
Cobra.
Pretty compared to some of the others.
Yeah, the thing
He's
is,
in the middle of the spectrum at least.
yeah, Rabbit Head. Yeah, not a deadbeat dad. See, the thing is, that's the standard that was built. So anything better, right? Like at least Kuma's holding his goddamn kid. All right, whether or not this is his biological whatever, is his kid. He's holding there. Most parents can't say that in One Piece. I'll be honest.
Yep. I agree with Kev. Kiros being a goated dad. I agree. Kiros is like
toy
It's
soldier.
almost like Whitebeard in a way to me. It's like Oda's example of like how parents are supposed to be in a sense, and Tom a little bit with like the creations.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good dads, I guess. Compared to everyone's a good dad compared to Yasa.
Yeah. All right, let me read through some of these. So, Adibs. Sorry I didn't get... I don't know how I missed this one, but thank you for the 7 months sub on Twitch. Thank you. Appreciate that. Now we see the Mr. Bushido one, the figure on 1061. So I brought that up. I put it up on the screen earlier. But do you have any thoughts on that? Did you see this figure, by the way? I pulled it up on the stream. I'm pretty sure he's talking about this, like, at the very top of this cake, there's, like, a random silhouette. And it is, like, a significant, like, thing, honestly.
Yeah, like you were saying, that's like something like in other manga I would look at and be like, oh, that's 100% something. Like, something's happening very soon. Like, someone's here to do something. But, like, it is somebody. Like, I think it's a person, you know? Like, there's no doubt. But as for, like... It's probably whoever froze the island.
Yeah.
If it is Aokiji.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably who it is.
That's what I was...
Which, do you think it's Aokiji, by the way, that froze the island? Like, do you think that, or do you think it's anything else? Like, I don't know who else it would be, but
I think it's the once, because showing Cracker being frozen, I think it's Aokiji. If it was just like a scientific feat, I feel like Cracker should be strong enough, unless it's like maybe Caesar's just been holding back some absurd gas that just freezes people, but like I think the easiest answer is Aokiji.
the thing for me is pudding got stolen, and that's really weird for Oda to have the cover page and the events of the chapter tie together like that. Like, they're usually separate storylines, and you have Blackbeard talking about poneglyphs and pudding getting taken. It's like, it's weird, and also pudding hasn't awoken her eye yet, so it's also extra weird. You know, it's like
also
why
it's
would
supposed to be a
somebody want
secret.
her?
right?
Right.
Like relatively secretive, I guess.
Like I think I might have said it towards the end of your live stream, maybe, but maybe it's for Pudding's fruit because you could go to like an old Roger pirate and use that fruit power and take their memories of where Laughtail is, and then you have the location of Laughtail without the poneglyphs.
Yeah, see, the thing is, Pudding's fruit is so interesting because, like, from my understanding of it, nobody knows that she has that power because she wipes the memory of whoever knows that she has it. Like, to the point her own island doesn't know that she has the power. She just wipes their memory, right?
Right.
So, so with that, it's like the only people that I could assume would maybe know is like CP0, right? Because Stussy was there.
They were there.
And Bedge might have known about it. Actually, I don't even know if Bedge knew.
Well, he had a lot of info about like Mother Carmel, like in the history and all that. I feel like that's pretty important. So I feel like.
But even
I
then,
don't know.
He didn't know about. From my memory, I don't think he ever knew about Pudding's power. And so that's like, for someone to steal Pudding, I guess it has to be the 3-eye thing. But even the 3-eye thing is a secretive thing.
Exactly. Like, now I will say Kaido knew about Pudding's third eye. Remember that? When he was like, oh, yeah, like your daughter hasn't awoken her third eye yet. And supposedly Kaido and Big Mom hadn't seen each other in forever until that happened, right? So it's like, how did Kaido even know that? Like, why would Big Mom ever tell him that, right? Like, they hide info from each other. It's not like they're on the phone every week, like, updating each other on their Pirate King progress, you know what I mean? So it's weird that Kaido even had that info.
Yeah, so it's like, I agree with what you're saying here with the whole I think it's very out of character for Oda to make the cover story and the exact chapter it's on connect this directly, right?
Exactly.
Especially because these are things that happened in the past. We don't know how far into the past, but considering this cover story started while we were in Onigashima, I think our understanding was all of this was happening like while Big Mom was on left for Wano. And so this is a long time ago. So we have no like real grasp of timeline in accordance to the current timeline. That might be the only caveat in the whole like, well, technically it doesn't directly, it does directly relate, but the times don't match up. So
right. I feel like, I think you're right. I think the time this is occurring is like a few weeks ago, like when Blackbeard was at Amazon Lily. Like that's what I've been assuming is like, because that was like a few weeks ago. There's like a time thing. I think it said a few weeks prior or something. Yeah. I feel like this is all the same timeline, which was during the raid, like you were saying. Right. So yeah, it's weird. Like I still think it'd be really weird that Oda, in the same chapter that Blackbeard first ever mentions poneglyphs, we also see Pudding getting taken by someone that we thought was working for Blackbeard. It's like, it's such a weird. I almost think what it is that Aokiji's doing it for someone else, and we're like thrown for a loop. Right. I almost think that's what it is.
I think that probably... Aokiji's doing it for himself. Like yeah. Because whether he's with Blackbeard or not, I don't think he's the type of person to just be underneath Blackbeard. And so it might just be that like he's been underneath. And so if you guys listen to a conversation with Sai, we brought up, I think very early on, the idea that Kobe was stolen or kidnapped because even when we read it, a lot of people are saying like, oh, Blackbeard would want to trade it to Alvida or the Cross Guilds or whatever, make money. But the reason me and Sai thought of, again, that's why I was saying that conversation is so cracked because there's so many theories that Sai brought up. And one of them was that Blackbeard kidnapped Kobe so that he could test Aokiji's loyalty. And so...
Great idea.
Yeah, because Aokiji could walk the walk, or talk the talk, but then when it comes to Kobe, could he walk the walk? And I don't think he could. I think that's when he would break loose. Because Kobe is trained under Garp, Aokiji under Garp, right? They're like brothers in that regard. So it's crazy what Oda's setting up here. Someone asked us, BR One Piece said, if Law got a one-on-one first with a commander, which would you like to see? I'm assuming he's talking about Blackbeard's commanders, or
I would assume if you mean Blackbeards, I would want to see Van Augur. I'll just say that because now that we know what Van Augur's fruit is, it's literally just popping around the map, trying to think of the next person's move. Like that'd probably be the fight.
When you think about it, Law kind of counters Van Augur and Doc Q, because he's a doctor, and so he now can demonstrate he just will through sicknesses, and then the warp
That's
works.
crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to sound like when it, like you were like whenever I saw that, like a bunch of like things stopped my head, like, oh, like these theorists probably think this is like a crazy point. When Law just like concentrates really hard and just the devil fruit doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Like what the like I know that was like kind of a thing from Law's powers, right? Like I can't teleport Big Mom and Kaido. Like
Yeah.
their hockey's too strong. It's like the same thing. He's like, well, I can do the same thing. Like how far does that go? Like how far does that hockey nullification really work? Like is it just when it affects your body you can cancel it, or is it like can you get strong enough to straight up cancel?
I think you get
stuff that's
strong
outside
enough.
of you.
I think you get strong enough to just straight up cancel it. So that's something that I talked about with Emu, right? Earlier in the stream, we talked about Emu having a light power or like a rainbow
Right.
fruit or something. I think it's in my kid having shit hockey video, where at the very end of it, I talked about how either Emu has the power to imitate all the devil fruits through just hockey, and like thereby doing the very anime trope thing of Luffy beating all these villains, and then the last villain imitates all their powers but to a higher degree and like combines all of them. But then the flip side of it is that there could easily be a power that cancels out like devil fruits, and that this could be what we're talking about right now.
Well, I just had like a
And
Jimmy
Conquerors.
Neutron.
Oh yeah, go.
I just had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I'm gonna share it with the stream, but like this idea is so good, like I kind of want to save it for a video, but I'm not going to because it's like it's way too good. So we're talking about the light fruit, right? That Emu might have a light fruit, might be able to control all kinds of light, maybe produce all kinds of light, whatever.
Yeah.
We literally just learned that you can use light to make anything. You can use light to make giant creatures, to make food, to make whatever. We literally just learned that. Like these phonetic thingies, like these whatever they're called, holograms. We literally just learned that you can manipulate light to literally be anything, and they can even turn physical and hit you. Like you can manipulate light to do that. Is that what you're talking about? Is that possibly the fruit that gives him all the powers? Is he has a light fruit that he can literally turn into different kind of holograms or whatever, and literally make whatever his imagination thinks of because it's just made of light?
So whether it's a fruit or hockey, I think it's going to be hockey.
Or it could be hockey too,
But if you go back to the shadow theory, right? If Luffy is a character who manipulates light, if that's the running theory, because Sun God Nika, that's how it makes sense, then it would be fitting that he be fighting against somebody that has a manipulative, like a power on that level to create with light, right? So there's a person who can create, there's a person who can manipulate, and there's a person who can destroy. And that's Blackbeard, Luffy, Emu. And it's like, and the person who creates, we talked about it before, where it's like, great inventors or great artists, it's like you can't control the offshoots of what you create. And that's the conundrum of someone at that level of power. That's why I think that the light, the shadow, the photonic gloves, all of those theories, it makes so much sense, because like we just talked about before, like the creation of everything is like light, right? Like you can't have anything without light. So I think it definitely makes sense to do that. And then on the flip side is like, if you want to be oppressive, what would you do? You'd erase someone's light. You'd put them in the shadow realm, essentially.
Blackbeard.
Yeah. So
and think about this. Like, so Blackbeard, from literally like since he was a kid, he was like, I need the dark fruit. Like, I specifically need this fruit. Like, I'm joining Whitebeard's crew because I feel like it has the best chance to give me that fruit. Like, that was like his whole shtick, right? And we know that he's tied to rocks, like, very closely, right? Because Saber back, they're on Hachinosu, all that stuff. So it's like he knew that the dark fruit was required to beat Emu, essentially, right? Like if he can get Emu like in a darkness trap or what have you, like, or just complete darkness. There's no light to manipulate. He can't. There's nothing he can do or create or what. You know what I mean? He's just stuck in a vacuum where light can't escape. I'll put it that way.
Right.
Because that's what black holes are. Black holes are like light can't escape a black hole, and that's what he literally has a black hole attack, right?
Yeah. So Patek says Blackbeard is the perfect counter to Eam. I would say that Blackbeard is a strong component to counter. I think there's like greater levels to it, that even like in this discussion of craziness that we're talking about, there's like a level Oda will take it to, right? Where it's like a lot of people ask the question, especially with like Shadows theory, but around Gear 5 was like they expected that Luffy, similar to Goku. I think I never read the Dragon Ball manga, but there's panels where Goku broke out of the panels and like kind of broke the fourth wall in that terms, and he hit people so hard. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if that's how it happened. And so people were saying like, since Oda loves Dragon Ball and you know, taking inspiration, it would make sense if he did that to Luffy. And it's like,
Yeah.
Then it's like, how does Emu interact with that? And that's why in the Shadows video I highlighted when Blackbeard and Luffy met, Oda had a completely blank screen. Like, no, not even the panels were there. There's been times where there's been serious panels, but you'd still get the panels and it's all white background, all that stuff. But that was one of there's like maybe 2 other moments I can think of that's just no panels, no color, nothing, just the characters on the screen and a speech bubble. And so like, we might see a world where like Blackbeard, Luffy, and Emu take us to like a nothingness kind of like realm, and they fight there, apart from everyone else.
I like this idea of like a different realm or something, or like and like you're talking about like stretching off the page. I could even see a scenario where Emu's powers, like if they are able to create whatever, right? Like they can do whatever with their light and make whatever animals or abilities. They can make fire with their light or water or whatever the hell they want to do. It could make for like a really wacky fight where like even Emu is doing like cartoonish stuff, right? Because it's like the light literally lets them do whatever they can imagine, like the holograms, right?
Yeah.
So like Emu might also have a crazy imagination, and it could be like a similar thing. And going back to like the all white thing, just a side idea from that, like the all white background. We were talking earlier about black holes also, and there's also a thing called white holes, which are like the reverse, right? And it's like, and obviously like the doesn't directly tie to the all white background, but it just reminded me of it. That like a white hole could be like Emu's thing, like, you know, Blackbeard's like sucking in all the light into one point, and Emu could be like protruding so much light, and it's like which one's stronger or whatever. Like that could be like the juxtaposition. So super interesting.
Yeah, just for people who don't know like the white hole theory, I bring it up in the Shadows theory video very briefly. But what I was thinking about, and I might even change that, since at the time I didn't have the benefit of seeing Vegapunk and what he's up to, or she, or it, whatever Vegapunk is up to, the light manipulation. In that video, I was saying that I don't know if Oda would go as far as do the white hole thing, because white hole theory was more of a modern interpretation of the Big Bang, and so it might not have been a core thing that Oda had at the time of writing it. And that's not to say that it's not something that he could have naturally incorporated into it, because we see with Oda's writing, if it parallels history and nature in so many ways, that's the fun thing about science and nature. It's like as you develop things, like the theories that people had in terms of fiction or whatever ends up mirroring what we end up finding out later. And then some people have the deal like, did this author predict the future, these scientists? And it's like, no, it's just that's how good their writing and their imagination was, that it aligned with the realities of our world. And that's why people love those pieces of art. And I think Oda's in the same context, where the white hole thing, it's like, if black holes are the death of a star, white holes are essentially the start of a universe kind of thing. And we're not sure like how many black holes are like how, like I think the other part is that some people think that every black hole leads to a white hole, but we would just never know. That's like something that like is though actually this is for my science channel, but you
have a science channel? I know you talked about it. Do you have like
I started it. I have one video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I got you.
I have one video there. The second video I want to work on is we can actually in the future. No. So this is funny. It's in my Discord, I think, where I told people that I think I might have figured out the way that we could view the history of the entire world, like the entire universe, like actually. And there was one part of it that I was like, it's only this aspect that's not currently feasible. And maybe in the future we get knowledge about it. But if some of you guys are keep on track. Oh wow, Phantom linked the channel.
Shout out to Phantom.
Yeah,
we're always doing the links.
Phantom's dope. But the most recent Nobel Peace Prize for physics ended up being. I mean, they never talked about it, but when I saw that, I was like, wait, this is exactly what we need for that theory. So now I'm gonna rush out that video, because it's like, essentially has to do with quantum entanglement and what we learned about that. How like you can. This isn't exactly how it is because the scientist who was behind the thing kind of gave clarification that the synthesis is that you can take an atom here and a particle here or whatever, and they can be, if they're not entangled, then you could like destroy this one and nothing happens here, right? But if you entangle them, separate them, and then destroy one, the other one will react regardless of the space, regardless of the thing. It'll be instant too, and that just breaks all logic. And so it seems like as a caveman as I am, it's like you would think like, oh, information's passing through, but the actual scientist came out and said, no, we found out that there is no information, and that makes it even more complex that we don't understand. But the part is that you could affect this particle and you could get a result out of this particle. And so if you set up a mechanism, a binary mechanism of like this one gets deleted, then this reaction, then you get like the reaction that you need to get information out of that. So I was gonna do that on the Science Channel, but
well, you should. That's one of the coolest topics. So like that's something that's like been roughly talked about for a while, but like you're saying, like that, like we just had the Nobel Peace Prize or whatever was given for that, and like we could talk about it for so long, but it's like so like far away from One Piece. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk too long because I have a million ideas on it.
Yeah.
Because it's like I think it's one of the coolest things. But quantum entanglement could be so stupidly powerful if we were able to harness it, for like our own uses. Because like you were saying, like it's not even information. It's not like one changes and it's like sending information to the second one. Like, hey, you got to do X, Y, and Z because that's what just happened to me. It's literally like they're the same. Right. It's literally like they're one and the same, like they're mirrors. It's like you're looking in a mirror.
Yes.
And it's such a and so across the universe you could like send messages instantaneously if you were able to manage this. It's so crazy. If anyone wants to like go look it up, there's so much to say about it. It's insane.
So I'll connect this back to One Piece as I was saying, a lot of people took this like, the headlines, the first few sentences, and were like, wait, does this relate to Jada and Will, like the entanglement and like relationships? But more about that, they were like, so soulmates are real, right? Like people have soulmates where it's like someone out randomly gets hurt and you feel it, or twins. I have my own thing about twins. That's a different topic. But what I'll say about One Piece is we're following a story where it's like, the threads between the poneglyphs, the threads between Luffy and Joy Boy and the different characters and how they're affected and how they know about each other or imitate each other. That could go to that very same concept, which is like, I'm not saying that I'd make a video talking about the Nobel Peace Prize in this context, but it's more to say like, that's how great of like a complex story that Oda's writing this concept in like a romanticized way, and it ends up reflecting on real reality, which is like kind of wild because maybe we are going to like light quantum mechanics stuff. I wouldn't put it past Oda considering all the scientific stuff he's already done, right? Because like, as an environmental like science like buff as you are, you would say that like a lot of the environmental stuff that Oda does makes sense, and like portions of it are just exaggerated for the part of the fiction, but it's like most of it makes sense. Truth. Which is like, it's so hard because like, you think about, there's so many people or so many authors that create their own worlds, but they don't take any they don't want to put any weight in trying to make it realistic, right?
There you go.
Whereas like, sure, it's fiction, do that, it's fine, right? It's in your own world, right? But then to make something that actually does kind of make sense and fits, and it's like, wait a second, hold on, how does this work? Like
that reminds me of the knock-up streams, actually, right? Like the knock-up stream seems like such a random thing, but he gave us a science explanation, which was basically there's like a cavern with like a small hole, and like it heats up like for like steam, and like the pressure shoots through the seafloor.
Yeah,
that's like what Nami, or like what someone said. Like we didn't see it, but that's just what they said, like how it works. And like in reality, there is no way that there would be enough pressure to shoot up water to the sky, right? Like there's no way that would ever happen. But the fact that like you can build up pressure and do something, like create an upward force through water under the seafloor, like that's true. Like that's like like volcanic vents and some levels work like that. Like they do heat up certain things that like explode under the water sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So like that whole thing, like it's not exactly how it works, but like we were saying, like it's based in truth. And I agree, like it is fiction, but it's so much more rich whenever there's a science to the fiction, right? Like, oh, this is the world, these are the rules. I'm always gonna make sure I tell you how how the rules are still adhered to, right? Like, it does make sense. Like, it might be stretching it, but like it all does tie, and that's the best part about One Piece theorizing is there's so much consistency in Oda's storytelling that you can kind of tie, like, okay, well, he did this here, this parallel, carry it forward, So that, I think that's maybe one of the best parts about One Piece is like the world building. I know we say that a lot, but even like the intricate parts of the world building, for sure.
Right. Yeah, there's so much with like One Piece, and I want to clarify, like me and Dax were going on for, I think we're pushing like 3 hours something. I'm gonna end the stream in a little bit, probably like 30 minutes. Like
9:30 sharp, maybe somewhere around there.
Oh yeah. I mean, it depends on you guys, and I'm gonna go through the super chats, but this definitely isn't the last conversation that I have with Dax. I think we're not gonna be at the same time unless Hidden lets me be a little wild. But has Hidden announced next season?
We're good. No, we're good.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
So
I'm there.
Yeah, I know you are, but I'm saying, did he announce that to everybody? I think it's in the stone. I can announce it. It's fine.
He said it on his stream.
Oh, okay. All right. So Hidden Island's doing a massive like one-man reverie, and he's getting a bunch of creators, and so Dax is going to be one of them, and I'm going to be one of them as well. So that's happening next week. So that's another situation where me and Dax is going to be on the same stream. Maybe not talking to each other, but we'll be interacting, and then there's going to be a bunch of other streams that we can't talk about yet, but they're definitely in the works, for sure. Maybe around Thanksgiving time, keep an eye out for those things.
And I'm going to start having collabs here at some point, like a weekly thing on my channel. Like kind of like you have one, Hidden has one. I'll probably pick a different day, like maybe like Mondays or something. But I also want to do one, and I'll bring you on, of course, at some point. So
and people want chapter reviews from you too.
I've seen that. So
those are harder.
I'm totally down. Yeah, I'm totally down. Like they would be quicker. Like they wouldn't be the highest quality, like not like my normal video. I mean, they would be somewhat like them.
Yeah.
But if people want those, I can definitely do those. Like it's just the main thing, which you probably know, Par, is like the videos die after a week or so, right?
Oh, shorter than that.
Yeah, like if you have a few days, like once the spoilers are out. But if the fans want them, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, yeah. So my way around that is, well, now I'm doing with the Sai stuff, but like me and Sai do a weekly thing on his channel. But I also have my podcast thing where there's no editing. It's just talking. So you could do something like that too. I'm sure a lot of people would love that.
Yeah, or I could just do like maybe like the JD Legend style, where like I start recording right when I start my reaction, and then have like a 10-minute just like ideas on the chapter, and then I just cut it, and that's the whole video.
Yeah.
I do that, something like that. I love JD's style. Shout out to JD.
Shout outs to JD. Yeah. So then we have Mr. Bushido had a 5-year super chat. He said, "Do you think Shirahoshi will be kidnapped next? Emu stabbed her poster, and Blackbeard has missing commanders." Huh.
That's an interesting point. And I mean, we already saw Caribou like try to take Poseidon before, or Shirahoshi. I can just say her name, Shirahoshi. So it's like, it's interesting. We have the precedence of it. I feel like Pluton getting taken might be the most likely ancient weapon, because now that Caribou heard about it, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, someone's going to want to know that. I feel like Pluton is going to be the next ancient weapon theft.
So you think Pluton is a mole that was inside Caribou in the barrel on the One Piece ship, or on Thousand Sunny?
I don't know if he got Pluton yet, but he could have. Because, I mean, he already tried getting Poseidon, and all he had to do was sneak down there,
Yeah. Yeah, so I some things I'm just kind of like just waiting and watching. I'm curious though, because Shirahoshi's a hard one to get. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Right. Like she's also like super fast at swimming.
Yeah.
Right. She's like so she can just get away. I just feel like she's gonna be a really hard one.
Like unless they have a fishman, which is like not happening. But wait, is Vasco Shot a fishman? Vasco
No,
shot.
no.
Okay.
I looked into this. No, he's not confirmed a fishman.
Okay. Yeah,
He
because
looks
I
like
think
one though, right?
you had the thumbnail and he had gills. Oh, those aren't gills. Those are
Or
rings.
rings. Yeah, it's ring.
Got you.
So he looks like one, but I forget what it's called. But his nose is supposed to be. It's a condition that happens like in older men. I can't remember. It's like just the nose like grows. I can't remember exactly. But that's what he's supposed. He's supposed to be like a. His idea is he's supposed to be like the old dude at the bar that drinks every day. You know what I mean? That's like his like. That's like his shtick. I think that's like what he's supposed to be. Like he's a like he looks like a fisherman, but he's just an old man that's like been drinking every day for his whole life and.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. I think that's like his thing.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting to see. But yeah, I like the Poseidon thing. I don't know if Shiroshi, man, but Vivi being taken and then Pluton. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think the Caribou plot line has to come into play though. I think that's one very important. Like that comment can't just get swept under the rug. I agree with Kev Dog about Crocodile. I feel like that's the best. Have you heard? I guess I don't know if Randy's the official owner. It's like it's so weird to say like this person's the owner of a theory. Like they are, but it's like weird. But I think Randy's the first one who said this. That
Mr.
like
10?
Mr. 10 from Crocodile.
Yeah,
from Crocodile looks like.
Brought that out on a stream with Tekking, and so considering Tekking was there and never heard about it. I'm pretty sure Randy is the only one who brought that. I was mind blown when he brought that up because I was like, wait a second, wait a moment. We're looking at concept art from like decades ago, and the thing is, Randy was pulling out the fact that like that he was that meticulous even as a kid. Reading One Piece because he started reading in 2003 and he like was so angry that 4Kids got the rights to it that he wrote an angry letter to their CEO to like not do that. So it's like Randy was that guy since the beginning. So of course
major shout out to Randy. Major shout out to Randy.
Yeah. And so he would be the guy to also bring up the concept art for Mr. 10 who never showed up ever and it looking exactly like Caribou. I do like that idea. Amazing. I do like that idea because at this point it's like I have my own idea about the 10th Titanic Captain, and I do like the idea that what's his face Crocodile has that kind of pull. We need to know more about Crocodile's backstory for sure.
Yeah. What do you think about the 10th Titanic Captain? Is that public info? Are you allowed to?
I have a short. I recorded a short for it. I didn't post it yet.
Okay.
I think Tachi is gonna edit that one for me, but so. It is public knowledge, actually, because me and Sai, he just posted our collab video for 1063, and at the end of it, at like 4 a.m., we were not dragging him, but we were talking. This is how conversations go, and then we hit each other with like the similar theory, and then the theory created a baby, and the baby was that stronger is the Titanic Captain.
Is he a human? Like, is he a human that ate the fruit and he's
like a
sickly horse?
So the sickly part could be, a side thing, but so stronger is really interesting because we weren't expecting to get a mythical Zoan out of that, right? And given that mythical Zoans, like we've seen Chopper, we've seen Marco go into hybrid forms where Stronger could have just been a person as a horse, and that could have been the entire time. We don't know. Unlike Burgess was swimming in Dressrosa, so we know that the strong fruit had to come after. So
that's true.
Unlike Burgess, Stronger, we don't have any, from my knowledge, from Sai's knowledge, and then from few people I mentioned, no knowledge that Stronger was ever swimming.
That's true.
So we have no idea when this fruit, this character, I'm gonna say character now. It's not a pet anymore because it has a mythical Zoe.
Yep. And Chopper's a character. Stronger's a character.
Yeah. And so with that, it's like we have Morgans. Morgans is a person who had this fruit and it just stayed in that form. We don't know what other versions of Morgans there is, but with Stronger, it could easily be a person having the fruit. Now, the other part of it is, and I'm gonna make a TikTok about this, but it's also in that video with Sai, so definitely go check that out, because I told you guys 2 of them, but there's like 6 of them. We went off on that in that video. But the other one is, what if the name, very anime like, is actually indicative of Stronger's role? Stronger is the strongest person in the crew, besides probably Blackbeard, if not stronger than everybody else in the crew. It might be that that name is in our face, right, about this thing, that it's a hidden character. Now, the last part, and this is my contribution, was who would be the hidden character that would make the most sense, that would be easily stronger than anyone on that crew, and it would make sense to hide their identity.
Yeah, I mean, well, you could think about it this way too: is Doc Q is like the sickly person, but he like can barely walk. So maybe Stronger was just tasked with carrying around Doc Q, because like Doc Q could barely walk and stuff. So that's why Stronger looks sickly, is because he's always carrying the sick person. But they're not actually connected. You know what I mean? Like, they're only connected, you know what I mean, by virtue of just being in the same crew and whatever. And so that, yeah, like, I like it. Like, Stronger could have just been a different person. He's hiding the whole time, because Blackbeard hides, right? Like, Blackbeard comes out at like the perfect moment. And it would also be weird to give a horse fruit, right? Like, are the wings just covered by is that why Doc Q rides on Stronger, is because he's covering the wings?
Or the wings just don't have to show up, because if he's a
Yeah.
Zoan, you could just hide him.
Well,
Now,
I guess if he's Pegasus, though, wouldn't all of the... I don't know.
you could do
I
partial
guess
forms, right? Like,
if he's mythical,
Yeah.
you know, whatever, anything's
Yeah.
fair game.
because, like, you know, we don't know the extent of hybrid forms, but Yamato like could pull out fangs and not the entire form. Like, there are various manipulations of these things. Now, Patek said it. He said, the character that I think that Stronger could actually be is Rox. Imagine a reveal of the entire time Stronger was the strongest character, and the thing is, we've gotten silhouettes of Rox, but the hair color is in silhouette. Stronger has similar hair, it's just down, and to cover the eyes, cover the face, all that. I just imagine you transform Rox into this. You imagine you just pull back the mane, and then the widow peak, bro. It's fucking cracked. And then the sickly part, the white hair, it could just be age. It could just be age. It could be Whitebeard situation. He could just be old.
Crazy. That is really crazy. Like, I guess my question though, yeah, I guess if he's just really old, but like, so Rox didn't have a fruit then before this. That would be like my one. So like, he was fruitless, which is possible. Like, that's not out of the question.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, we don't know Rox's entire like situation, right? Like, we don't know whether he had a devil fruit, whether he didn't have a devil fruit, whether it's just, you know, we can assume it's like insane hockey. But like, Rox having a Pegasus fruit would be kind of cracked, like in terms of like God Valley type of things.
Like, here's like a super crazy idea, like super cracked. But what if like Stronger looks almost stone color? So what if Rox was turned into a statue, and then they gave it the Pegasus fruit, which then let him walk again, but if he goes into human form, he's still the statue. So he has to be in horse form, and that's why Blackbeard wants the fruit, is to turn him back into a human, so then he's the Pegasus human thing.
Wait, that's so
back.
complicated, but it also kind of could make sense. Like a statue eating the fruit, that's not too crazy.
Like a statue getting the fruit, yeah, because like we already seen inanimate object eat fruits.
Yeah.
And it's like, what if he already had a fruit, was turned to stone, so he was technically a statue? Like, for that time period, he wasn't a human with a fruit, right? He's a statue, technically. So they give that statue the fruit, and then whenever he comes back, he'll have 2 fruits, or you know, whatever. Like, it could just be that, you know, he would, because he's stone color. You know what I mean? Like, look at him. Like, that's pretty close. That's like a grayish. That's like, it's such like a cracked idea, but there's so much you can add that's like, yeah, like all the pieces fit. Like, that would be so crazy. Like, that's what he's had the Rock statue with him this whole time.
Yeah, just imagine this in the background of the entire. We've seen Rox from the very beginning. That would be so cool. And
and it was the horse the whole time.
The reveal, and that's such an anime thing to do, right?
And one thing I want to throw in there too is that horses, like we were talking about elephants earlier, how important elephants are. Horses are another version of, like, you could say, land whales, in the sense that like for traversing, right? Like
Yeah.
you pack stuff onto a horse and they carry it for you. Like go to Long Ring Longland, they had Stelly, like the horse
Yeah.
that got shot that started the Davy back fight to begin with.
Right.
Like a whale, like you put stuff in a whale. So what if rocks? It's like, you know, like a similar thing. Like this is like another symbol. Like it's an important animal. Like Blackbeard needed like his companion or whatever, like, you know, to make the journey. Quote.
Yeah.
That's like the whole shtick of it. That's really interesting. That it's like such a, like you said, the hair is really what, like the fact his eyes are covered.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. For some reason, that's like, it's, and the fact he carries Doc Q, who has the sick fruit, because so it could just be that the reason why Stronger looks sick is because he's carrying the sick person. It all builds up. It's so crazy. Yeah. What if Stronger is a horse told Blackbeard about the Yami Yami?
Yep.
Now that is crazy. That's cracked.
Yeah.
That my mind is like breaking.
So like me and Cy were just, it was like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and we just kept going and going. And then I think there's a certain part where I was just like, no, pause. Let me Google the hair real quick. And then we got the hair and then everything started lining up. We're like, hold on. How are we just like not breaking this theory so easily? Like there's not an easy way to, because like at the bare minimum, I think anybody can agree that it makes no sense to give a horse or Stronger, if he weren't going to be an important character, to give Stronger a mythical Zoan after Wano, where it's like we had like 5 mythical Zoans, and it's like so important about these things where it's like if we're introducing a mythical Zoan, they're not going to just be random push to the side kind of things. We're going to get something from them.
Yeah, I think, man, there's just so many ideas. Like, what if Blackbeard was a kid and Strong? Like, well, how long? So we're assuming Stronger's had this fruit the whole time, right? That would have to be the case, right?
Yeah.
Like this whole time. So maybe Stronger has had this fruit for like a long time, and it literally like met Blackbeard as a kid. You know what I mean? Just from the very beginning was like, hey, like here's like a bunch of stuff you can do. It's like Orochi.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Stronger is like whatever their names are, the old people from Wano, but for Blackbeard, like. It's so crazy, and think about the fact that like the Straw Hats, they don't have like a duo like this, like Doc Q and Stronger, like to fight. Like, is Chopper supposed to fight both of them? Like that'd be so weird, right? Like you have 2 people, like 2 named people with fruits fighting one person on the, like that doesn't make sense. Like you're right, like maybe Stronger is the 10th captain, we just don't know that, and it's actually a much stronger person. So like that would make more sense where like Chopper's gonna fight Doc Q, right? Like that would just be a straight up, because like Chopper cures disease, there's a disease person, and then you don't have this mythical animal like component. Because I thought that right away, like, oh, Doc Q's a perfect match, but like why is like, how does Stronger tie in? Like just because they're an animal? Like, but no, that's a good idea.
The name, everything, it just is like I think also at the minimum, it's like Stronger being like a relevant character to be the 10th Titanic. Rocks aside, Rocks is a cool extension, but the base part is like Stronger being the strongest or stronger than anyone else on the crew. That might be why. Do we get it confirmed that Blackbeard's second in command? We got second strongest, I think, through Shiryu, but not technically second in command, which would be wild.
We got that cover page with all the number 2s, if you remember that.
Yeah,
like Oda, yeah. So he was on that. Shiryu was on that.
Right.
But is that?
I think,
you know.
Yeah, I think people said afterwards it was more indicative of who's the second strongest rather than the right hands.
I think you're right. I think that's like, well, like I feel like it's such like a convoluted term, like the right, like it's kind of I like wings. That's the way I always think of it. Is like most people have 2 wings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They have a combatant, a strong combatant, and then a smart person. Like that's basically the idea, right? Like Sanji and Zoro.
Right.
So I feel like, you know, with Blackbeard, Shiryu is clearly the Zoro, but who is the Sanji? Like, is that supposed to be Burgess? Like, I mean,
Lafitte maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe Lafitte.
Yeah,
or it could just be Stronger.
Yeah.
Sanji hides. Like people don't like Sanji. Think about his identity. Like people barely know his identity because it's always hidden on the posters and all that.
Yeah.
So Stronger, same thing. He's been hiding. Like maybe Stronger's been doing secret shit behind the scenes and nobody knew it. Like he's been doing like crazy stuff because he's a horse and nobody thought much of it. Like, oh, there's a horse walking around. But he's getting intel and, you know, using his powers to do crazy stuff. Like it's so possible. He's been like an informant, like a hidden person for sure. That's crazy.
I would like it. I would like it, to be honest. It'd be so cool.
Pegasus, right? Like I feel like there could probably be a lore tie in here where like
Mm.
Pegasus like supporting some person, you know what I mean, like secretively, I don't know,
Yeah,
something
like
like that.
fallen angels maybe. Well, there
There you
is
go.
there is the lore with Pegasuses were the children of Zeus, and Poseidon was the god of horses. And so I think what ended up happening was Zeus ended up doing some nefarious things to the horses and creating Pegasuses. That is, I think, the actual lore of
Okay,
Pegasuses.
interesting.
Yeah, and
I
so
think I saw like from the blood of Medusa also. I thought that was another. Someone sent me something about that. I know Medusa has some tie into Pegasus. I can't remember,
yeah, there's
which is
definitely
interesting with Boa's fruit. But
something there with the Greek mythology. I'm sure in other mythologies there were other ones too. Yeah, Valkyries too. There's also
so
that.
Pegasus came out of Medusa's neck when Perseus slew her. So that goes back to the thing I was talking about with what if Stronger
Boa.
is actually the rock statue and
Yeah.
it's like Medusa, right? Like like he was turned to rocks by Medusa and then Pegasus came out of it. Like
Yeah. Oh, you know. Oh my. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. No, 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 no. This is real. This is 100% real.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I don't even
What's
know if I
real?
want to share this detail up front. I might tell you afterwards,
You
but
might just have, I got a couple things I saved here that I'm gonna send you, so you can throw that in the bin.
yeah,
We'll save
because
it.
this was gonna be a short, but now I might just make a full video about it because I mean it started with Sai's thing, but now I can add Sai and you because the inanimate object aspect that sounds so much more convoluted. But I'm gonna tell you why off stream. I'm gonna tell you why off stream why it's
Okay.
not crazy. Oh my god, wait, it makes so much
It's
sense.
we need we'll have to talk about it off stream. It's like I have video ideas popping in my head. Like,
Yeah.
thumbnails are already popping in my head.
Okay,
So
okay. First
yeah,
of all,
we'll
we're
have to
getting
talk about it.
collabs. We're getting collabs. That's my favorite part of this thing is that like we sat here after the Afro Tail one and we're like collab. We're gonna do another one, and then this one. Ooh,
We're
ooh.
talking about something completely
Yeah.
different than the laugh rotate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have veered all the way to a totally new idea that is completely separate. I love it.
Oh, this is so cool.
Dude,
Okay.
Stronger. You're right. The name Stronger is to me that is like an Oda thing. Like think about Joy Boy. Like we heard the name Joy Boy before we knew anything about him, and now think about Joy Boy. He is like Luffy becomes
Yeah.
really happy, right? He becomes really happy. That's like the whole thing. Until he went in that mode, he wasn't Joy Boy. It's like a similar idea. Like Stronger. The name itself should like. Why else would the horse be named that
Yeah.
if he's not stronger, right? If he's not a stronger person or like stronger than we think or whatever.
Right, right. Yeah, so again, if I don't know if we already linked it, but me and Sai's conversation that he just posted, you can see the birth of it because I'm pretty sure he's just like, I just thought of this right now. And I was like, wait, I just thought of this right now. And then we just kept on going. We just kept on thinking and thinking. And now I'm so glad I brought this up here because now this one, this small detail,
Man,
is so
what-
cracked.
one of my good buddies, like one of my good like real life friends who's watching the stream, just texted me like, "Hey, you got to tell me what the secret sauce is. Like,
Oh.
whatever you guys are messaging about, you got to tell me."
Yeah. We'll talk about it.
That's so funny.
Here, let's
Red
get
Dot,
through.
That sounds hype.
We'll get through some of these super chats, and then we don't have that much time, but I'll go over a little bit, and then we'll close out the stream in a comfortable manner. Let's see. I think we got through these. Matt Cypher, you should show Par some of our conversations. It gets real crazy sometimes. I'm assuming. Oh, Dak, you should show.
Yes, Matt Cypher and I talk about some lore breaking things. Like we're talking like
Hey, you got a good one, Matt Cypher. I've had to purge some of his comments sometimes because he's the mind rope on this guy is too tight
it's
sometimes.
crazy. It's crazy.
So I'm like thinking, damn. The other part of it is I feel like Matt Cypher is also good at tapping into people's ways of thinking. And so like this is your logic. So what about this, right? So then
Yes.
it's like it jumps on that. So shout out to Matt Cypher.
Yeah, I send him a message like, dude, what do you think about this? And then like I'll come back like 20 minutes later and he's done research and like he's like, oh, dude, that idea is great. Like here's like a bunch of supporting evidence for it, like right here.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, you understood it like 100%.
Yeah,
Shout out to Matt Cypher.
Matt Cypher is an OG for sure.
100%.
So we responded to this one. Species open up. Yep. Matt Cypher, 10 bits, he says, so to go off of Par's idea of the rainbow ability, there's an Egyptian goddess, Isis, that is a rainbow goddess, unless I'm wrong. There's a few ones where, in my Sanji video, the guy that I said Sanji might have been based off because his color scheme, the powers, all stuff like the observation hockey, he had like an umbrella in one hand and like a lantern in the other hand, but he was also so bright that he created like he was called 1,000 Suns or whatever. So there are a lot of connections to that. I think Isis had like a circular staff, and if I'm right, or if you're right, that might have symbolized that rainbow thing that you're talking about. And Isis is also in the Usopp video, because in the story of Aesop's fable, his origin story is that the goddess Isis gave him the power to speak because he didn't have a tongue or something prior, something like that. Or someone cut off his tongue. No, he did. He was mute. And then, like, yeah, people trusted him or something. Oh, people are taking advantage of him because he was lying. People, like, there was some crime and they blamed it on him because he can't speak. And then he kind of just like went with it or something, or they felt bad or something. And then he would tell stories without speech. And so the goddess Isis gave him the power to speak afterwards. So definitely can see an interpretation here where it fits in.
I think Oda's going to combine maybe as many Egyptian lore pieces as he can into the movie, because I mean you already have a lot of sun deities like Ammon and Ra, or Amon, however you pronounce it, but Ammon and Ra, and then Medjed. Shout out to Preach, he had a Medjed video recently that I edited. But Medjed's another Egyptian, like it's literally a cloak with eyes that has like ring eyes like Emu, like it looks exactly like Emu. It's crazy. So I think we're heading towards where like a lot of these different folklores are going to come into play somehow with Emu. Like I think he's going to combine a bunch of them for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be fun to see what inspirations Oda has with, because that's one of the things with Rome Peace and Greek stuff is that the Egyptian stuff, which seems to be Arabasta, which is why we probably got the recent correction of Alabasta versus Arabasta to further tie in that connection. And even Dax was bringing up the whole the runes in the tomb in Arabasta being important. And so there's a whole thing with people thinking Eem is like Nefertari or something, the original Vivi or something like that. So definitely see a few ways this fits in.
Yeah. And like they're the one country that didn't stay in Marijua or whatever, right? Like the Egyptian kingdom is the one kingdom that didn't fall under Emu whenever the voice. So it's very weird. There's something going on for sure.
So Matt Cyphers had another bits. He said, Dak, you need to drop some leaks on your Vegapunk theory. Yeah, I mean he's requesting it. Apparently you I mean, if you want to share the sauce.
Okay, I'll share a little bit of sauce because there's plenty of meat on the bone, even if I say this much. Vegapunk is supposedly 500 years in the future, but we know that you can only go into the future. You can't go in the past. So how would Vegapunk be 500 years in the future? Well, some people have brought up, oh, well, they have 6 bodies. They have like more information. You know, like by having 6 bodies, you have 6 lifetimes, whatever.
Okay.
Right. So like, there's a lot of angles where people have tried explaining it that make some sense. But what if there was just a civilization in the past that was like it was 500 years in the future because they were super advanced, and that civilization got wiped out at some point, but Vegapunk was sent into the future, and so then that's how Vegapunk is 500 years in the future, is they're from a place in the past that was way in the future. So then they were sent forward, like Toki. Think about Toki. Toki, they use her fruit to go forward. And we see Vegapunk use fruit powers in his machines, like with pacifistas and all that. What if he just made a time machine? And so that city was about to like, you know, go down or whatever. And just like Toki, they're like, all right, we need to send like a representative in the future to do a certain thing, right? Like Toki was supposed to go to Wano for some reason. So what if Vegapunk from the past, like he was probably like really young, maybe like Law, like when Law was a kid, like learning to be a doctor, and he got separated, but he was still really smart, but still had to learn some stuff. Yeah. Similar thing, like Vegapunk was a really smart kid who barely knew what was happening, got sent forward because he was like the last hope or whatever, and boom. So that's how he's 500 years in the future, is he's from some place so in this place that it could be is Water 7, because the ancient Water 7 city that sunk built Pluton. And if Pluton is some crazy futuristic thing, then that would make sense that Vegapunk would be from a place that can do something like that. And then the last piece of evidence is Frankie is from Water 7, and Frankie has close ties to Vegapunk, right? So what if Vegapunk also was originally in that old Water 7 city, you're from there, and then whenever he got sent forward, he was like in Baltimore or whatever, because like Toki was sent forward and wasn't in Wano, right? Like Toki was a separate place than where her family was from.
Yeah.
Because like her family is like, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, so Vegapunk may have just been found in Baltimore whenever he got sent in the future, but he's originally from Water 7.
No, yeah, I like this a lot because well, I think me and Randy, I think it was on it was in a conversation somewhere together where it was definitely after my Vanderdecken video, but it was kind of talking about a future installation in the story about Toki. And the way I liked it was the purpose of my Vanderdecken video, Nolan video, was that these are legends that are important, and they might have all been Joy Boy candidates. Brooke might have been one as well, and who knows how many more there were along the lines. Oars could have been one because we don't know, the full story, but there's some obvious ties to something there. And my interpretation of Toki's thing is we don't know Toki's journey. She hopped how many times? How many
Right.
people did she interact with? So even without the time machine part, it could have just been Toki directly influencing a situation where she, like, why did she leave her timeline in the first place? Why did she escape? Maybe she
Right.
saw the destruction of Vegapunk's original place, sent Vegapunk into the future, hoping that it would be fine, and never catching up to the Vegapunk
go.
or something like that. And it could be exactly what you're saying, where it's like if Toki came across an island like wherever, I forget, Law's place where everything's burned down, the white lead thing, he's
Right.
crying in the
Yes.
middle of, or Nami, like a Nami situation. You come across that, like, though it'd be kind of messed up to just send them straight into the future with no regard, because that's almost as bad as just leaving them there. But like,
Well, it's like what Toki did with her kids. Like it's the same. Like
Yeah.
I'm like my mind's blowing up just thinking about this. Like what? So we were talking about Brooke's story being Joy Boy, right? But Joy Boys is a bigger story of that. What if the Scabbard story is a smaller version of the Void Century? Like people, like a group of people were sent forward at the past. Like, all right, like this group of kids are like like they got to help do the thing that happens in 800 years. They're
Yeah.
the ones that are destined for it. And this goes back to what we were saying about Vegapunk potentially dying this arc, right? Is it could be like Toki. Like Toki's like, no, I fulfilled my mission, right? Like she basically said that, like, I'm at home. Like this is my right, like this is where I'm supposed to die. Like this is the right place. Like Vegapunk, same thing. Like he had talked to Luffy, get some message across, tell him some secrets, whatever. He might even say like, "Hey, I'm actually from the past. I've been waiting for you this whole time. That's why.
Right.
That's why I had Kuma protect you and all this stuff. Like that's why we did that because I had to talk to you." And then once he tells him this, it's like, okay, well, my mission's complete. I'm gonna protect them by doing this thing, and I'm gonna get taken out in the process, but it's worth it.
Yeah. Wait, the plot line gets deeper because then I was thinking like Kuma's role there being so important, why he would be so devoted to Vegapunk. Like, because
Yes.
being the way you are and then being like, you know what, I'll let this person turn me into a cyborg, right? That's devotion, right? And
Yes.
what I was just thinking of, and this is stretching things, but I like this idea in the first place. Because it's like it gives value to Toki's timeline. A lot of people want that. It gives we can in one shot, in one chapter, even go through all of these important characters, starting off with like the Void Century, and then you see everything in between. Or we go the other way. We talk about everything in between, and then we get the Void Century. One way or the other, it gives a seamless way to get all the information if Toki interacted with all of them. But the next part is similar to how the Scabbards. I like that synthesis, right? If it's a parallel. Normally, to be responsible, you'd send people in the future with that person.
Yes.
Kuma could be related in that realm. And, like, because when you think about Kinemon has that devotion towards Momo.
Yes. There you go.
Where if
Yes.
Momo was a mad scientist and he'd be like, Kinemon would be like, sure, if this is what you need to do, right? That's a whole thing with Kuma. Oh my goodness, wait, hold on. This is getting deeper. And I was thinking the Mads team could just be like an iteration of the Scabbards in the sense of like there
Yes.
might have been generational gap people, and then there might have been like a Judge. Judge might have been a generational gap person. Caesar actually maybe. No, Caesar could actually maybe just be from the original timeline because Gas Fruit is cracked.
Right.
Being
He kind of sucks.
Yeah,
Like, You know, he kind of sucks at being a scientist.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, and then he's like subservient to Vegapunk in a way in the first place, where it's like, you know, if a Scabbard betrayed Momo, for example, then it'd be like a Kanjuro situation, I guess.
Yeah.
Damn, holy shit. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, that's a like. But here's my question: is like, who else? Like there's 9 Scabbards. I'm not saying there has to be 9 people sent forward, but other than Vegapunk and Toki and maybe Kuma, like who else would have been sent? Like, is there anyone else that maybe adds to this? Like, that's what I've been trying.
There
to
is one more. There is one more that.
Who's that?
It's Wanze.
Really?
Yeah.
Why Wanze?
So Wanze, because he's called Mad Wanze, but his jacket, he has a jacket that says Mad on it.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yes.
That is so weird. What a weird throw in.
Yeah. So then, like, what's cool about him is the reason I have Devil Seed user videos, all that stuff, but he has swirls on his cheek like devil fruits, and it's on his cheeks versus his eyebrows. So now that we know the Sanji situation, it's like, I wonder if that's how he's able to manipulate ramen. We never got that explanation. That's a pretty insane devil fruit-ish type of ability. If he's from the Void Century type of thing, and he was like a future sent person, who knows?
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild. Wow. I bet you there are some other people we can, like it's weird, because if you're someone who was sent from the past, or you know that like your ancestors were sent from the past or something similar, I just feel like it'd be obvious. Like, you know, like Vegapunk is like, that's weird. Like, he has something going on with him. Yeah. Like Blackbeard maybe, or like Rocks. Like maybe Rocks was also sent forward, and because he has a D in his name, so it's just like he's tied to the past somehow. You know what I mean? So it's like.
Yeah, like some of these characters that seem really absurd, who knows? Maybe they're just dropped off from like a different timeline. They're like, you know, that's stretching Toki's implications of the story a lot, but it doesn't have to go that far. It's more so that there are options that make this more plausible at the end of the day. And but the overall point of Wano being the Scabbard story being so relevant, or not so relevant, but feeling irrelevant despite making it out to be relevant by including in the story, having this tie back in would make that feel so much better. I think a lot of people would just immediately be like, okay, the Scabbard story is going to pass because it was like set up. It was like a
mini version of a Void Century. And think about all of Wano's ties to the Void Century, right? Like the fact that Wano has an ancient city, like Pluton may have been Pluton was put under it, maybe it's a mole, probably a mole, and they put the walls up, and it's like it's been waiting. It's like it all ties together, like Wano's been important. Like, it's like we had this mini version of the time travel so that they could protect the Wano, like the rest of the country of Wano, for the big one, right? Like the Scabbards need to protect Wano because the 800-year version of this is way more important, and if you don't succeed against Kaido, then we can't succeed in the 800-year version of this, you know, saving the world, like sending people forward thing.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's crazy.
And that, you know, all of this stuff would also make it make sense a little bit of Vegapunk's moral compass, because that's something that a lot of people question. Despite what he's built, why is he doing this? If he's crying about not saving this island, if he's saving these kids, if he's on the earth a good person, and it might be explained because the things from the Void Century were way crazier, that everything that's been made at this point doesn't even it's like desensitized, right? Yes, there's like a sense of detachment also from the timeline. There's a larger goal at hand. Like, you know, if like 800-year mission gets passed on to me, just like Momo's like had a 20-year mission, and he was like, you know what, I can't be a crybaby, I need to put the pedal to the metal. It's like if I was sent 800-year mission, I'd be like, all right, you know what, my personal problems may be a little small right now. And then
right, exactly, 100%, because that it's just all the moral issues that he's had to face, like even just working for the government, like, hey, you need to make us these crazy weapons that kill a bunch of people. It's like, well, these resources for him to continue researching may have been super important for this final goal of the 800 years, right? Like, I need these resources. Like, me accomplishing my goal, whatever it is, like Vegapunk probably has something special that he hasn't told us about. Yeah. Me doing whatever I'm doing with the government is so much more important than like the bad stuff that I'm doing as a side effect. Yeah. That it just doesn't matter. Like all this, like everything I've made doesn't matter. Like what matters is the 800 years, right? And like what's going to happen at the end of that. So that's so true. Like he could,
Yeah.
he could just be completely desensitized. Like guys, like the world's gonna end if we don't fix it. So like, who cares? Like,
Hey, can I be on this Vegapunk video you got cooking up on your channel?
yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah, that's like a few videos down the road, but yes.
Yo,
I
let's
think,
do it. If you're gonna
I
be on
think,
my channel, I'll be on your channel. What? Let's do it.
Well, I feel like this, like we've taken it a lot further than I was going to, so I feel
Oh.
like we can definitely do that. Like, well, like the stuff I told you was the bulk of it, and I was gonna
Yeah.
tie it into some more history stuff with Water 7, but this timeline thing, this is new to me. Like, I wasn't thinking about like the scabbards being a mini version. So yeah,
Yeah.
we can, you and I could probably really pick up on some interesting people. Like, this person is like really weird for this. Maybe they were sent forward. Like, we
Yeah.
don't know about their past, or like we don't know about their parents. What if their
Ooh.
parents were from the past? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things.
Yeah, this is like a whole. I think also like characters that have a weird, like Garp to me, like his position, what he does, how he got boosted up so quickly, the absurdity of Garp. He could be from the Void Century easily, in my opinion. Right?
Or his dad, right? Like his dad, or like his, maybe his mom, his pregnant mom.
Yeah.
Right?
Or like, and then oh, I caught myself. I was spoil some things. Yeah, like I'm telling you, there could be a starting point, and then we could have like different character videos specifically, not even framing it around the initial theory, but like, hey, what is up with this character? Are we gonna get an explanation about this? You know, that kind of thing, and then tying it at the end. Ooh, this is cool.
There's a lot. We'll talk about that
Yeah.
after. I think that's a great idea. I
Yeah.
think we could 100% collab
Yeah.
on that.
Let me
For sure.
definitely, if you're writing these things down, that'd be dope too. 'Cause,
Oh yeah, I have a good handful of things.
yeah. If not, one of the mods will remind me too. Let's see. Matt Cypher with another bit says, imagine Luffy gets his hand on Vegapunk's light punching gloves and eventually uses it against Emu like the mirror in the Foxy fight. Oh wow, that's funny.
I do think that's how Luffy's gonna beat Emu. Is he's gonna have like a funny moment where he somehow bounces and attack back, like unexpectedly.
I think. Oh, you're gonna laugh. But technically, he's already showed this, right? Against Kaido, he lifted up the thing.
Yep, and he bounced a Boro breath back. So I think that's gonna be it. Is Emu's not gonna be able to do as much as they think, because
Yeah, he doesn't even need the gloves though, because the shadow theory part where it's like he's can reflect light, but this is the line. I'm spoiler guys for the last major fight of One Piece. The line will be, I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you throw at me bounces off and sticks to you. And then boom,
Yep.
Luffy does the fiction thing, and then it's beautiful. That's poetry.
and you know, I think an interesting layer to this is if because you've talked about like maybe the light, like it's elemental hockey or something, right? Like maybe it's not a devil fruit. They can control the light through another means. Well, like, because if it is a devil fruit power, then hockey would let you hit that light, right? Like it'd be whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it actually is just light, like not a devil fruit, but somehow they do just control light automatically. And then it's like Luffy does need something other than hockey. Like he needs to, like maybe he awakens and turns the light to rubber as it touches him or something.
Right.
So that way, that would be like the line you just said. That would be it. Like, oh, well, anything that hits me, I can just make the rubber, and then I can't get hit by anything.
Yeah.
Right. Like it could be. Yeah. I think Luffy's gonna have to think of something else. Like the gloves might be like a segue. Like he might think like, oh, those gloves hit me. Let those
me
gloves
mimic
let me
it.
hit light. Yeah. Like how can I do that? Right.
Yeah.
So he's gonna think of the same thing.
Yeah, like in
Yeah.
the middle of a fight, he's like, wait, how did those things do that? I feel like I can do that. And then he just does it. So regardless of how the power manifests, I feel like it's going to end up showing up. And to me, I think like more than anything, that line is going to be, it's going to have to be said. Like that has to be an international thing, right? Like Oda's
Oh, for
definitely
sure.
heard of I'm rubber, you're glue. Like that's a media thing, right? So
For sure. Yeah, no, I totally agree, because that was what happened with Foxy. That was literally how Luffy won, was he bounced it back.
yeah.
So I think it's gonna be the same thing, but maybe. And again, this is like kind of crazy. This actually brings me to a good point I wanted to mention from the Lafro Tail video, is like maybe the Afro ties into this somehow, but so Emu has the straw hat, like a giant straw hat in the freezer.
Yeah.
In Marijois. What if like the hat's massive? What if it's because the hat sat on the massive afro, right? And so Emu might think that the afro is like crucial to the 800-year goal, but he thinks the straw hat is crucial to the 800-year goal, but it's actually the afro. Like he was like he thought the straw hat was like what Davy was waiting for and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. And so it just like maybe that afro does tie in. Maybe like it could be like he uses the afro to reflect. You know, he turns it to rubber, and it's like I don't know, but yeah.
Noland. Now it's not an afro, it's a chestnut, but it's very similar. Would
Small
you?
afro.
Would you? Okay, so could you classify that as a mini fro? Is that a mini fro?
It's tightened up, right? Like he has like pins and like I think he has like hair tie. Like if he were to let it go, it'd be an afro. I'll put it that way.
I don't
Like,
know
think he has
because
it tied up.
Cricket also has the same hair. I don't know if he goes to the
Okay.
same barber or something.
Well, it's like how like Enaru or NL, like he has like an afro or like a perm or whatever, but he has like the bandana on. I feel like there's a lot of people that like if they just let their
Secret
hair
froze.
sit natural, it would be more like Blackbeard. Blackbeard has an afro technically,
Yeah,
but he
yeah.
always has a hat or a bandana on. So I feel like it could just be like if they let their hat like their hair, because like it could just be that it's that shape. I mean, it's
Yeah.
one piece, but I feel like it also makes sense that it's just like styled that way.
Rabbit did you say that? You said that about Nolan about the haircut? That's interesting. I always think about Nolan's haircut because a lot of people want me to use him for the plant theory that he's a plant person because he's like a seed, and I was just like,
He's always a botanist, right?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. So it could fit.
Well, I also wanted to throw this one idea out there just while we're talking about him and like Shandora.
Yeah.
We know that the trees like guided souls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever. That's what they said. And like they're like, oh well, that doesn't like that's not real. Like that's some BS. Like that. Like sorry, we had to cut your trees down, but whatever.
Yeah.
Well, in my Vasco shot Brook video, I talk about how Brook is only allowed to remain in like the human world because he has a unique energy that's almost physical that like lets his soul be here. He's like my spirit is like infused with this unique energy. That's what he
Right.
says. Like
Yeah.
that's what allows me to stay here. What if those trees were infused with that same energy and like that like literally like the souls were there. Like they literally were in the trees because it had the same energy as what let Brook's soul stay here. So like those trees literally had souls in them. And so Noland actually did technically kill like
A lot of people, yeah.
he sent souls to the afterlife for good, I guess you could
Yeah,
say. But
yeah.
maybe it's like a bad thing. I don't know. But
No, I've been thinking about that too because in the Nolan video, I was talking about how like the specific clans, the Fishmen, Fishmen a little bit different, but they had like a ship graveyard. But the on Zunisha, on Zo they had a special graveyard. On Wano they had a special graveyard, and then this one is a special graveyard, and they are all the ones trusted poneglyphs as well. So my thinking was like essentially they're. Oh, I never made the part 2 to that video. Oh God. But
so many videos to make.
yeah.
So many.
That one, it was essentially that like there was some, like the devil fruits specifically, like that might have been another holster for souls, which is what we were getting. And so that was just another iteration. Maybe that's the Ancient Kingdoms version because we haven't seen the Ancient Kingdom yet. But all these other ones, the trees, swords, you're putting souls into objects. And the overall point is that they tapped into some kind of soul thing. And that's like the Will of D kind of thing where, you know, it seems like the Ancient Kingdom or the world government is so fearful of souls passing. And like it's because like that's something that the Ancient Kingdom had like tapped into, you know, devil fruits, all that stuff. But the you know with the I forgot the like when Ace was being killed, it was essentially like we can't let his bloodline pass, and that's like the whole thing where it's like if you can send spirits through your generation like Poseidon or something like that, then there we go. That's like the whole spirit stuff. So.
There's so much there I want to reply to, but I know you're trying to go through the bits and stuff.
Yeah,
There's one thing I want to say, and then maybe I just won't interrupt for a while so you can get through them. But one thing you just talked about the Will of D in there.
Yeah.
What if the D is for Davy? So it's the Will of D because just like Brooke's crew all died, and they're like, all right, Brooke, well, paraphrasing. Well, as long as you can come back and meet Laboon again and whatever, it'll be fine. Like that's all we need. That's all we need to know is that you're gonna see Laboon again. So it's like the Will of D is like, well, what if we put the D in our name and like our will carry on and like it's like the Will of D because they're like the group that's supposed to get Davy back, right? Like they're gonna go like the One Piece. So the Will of D could be Davy this whole time because that's like just so the families remember like that's their mission is to save Davy the whale, basically.
Yeah, I definitely heard that before, but this adds a way cooler context to it. Because it was before, I think mostly people just talked about the importance of Davy Jones and like the most, the pirate, with the game and all that stuff. But this adds a different context that I do like to it. I do like it more with it. Damn, the Davy back fight. The fight to get Davy back. It's a good. You should honestly tagline that, right? Like the fight to get Davy back. The Davy back fight. Like that's a great tagline.
Yeah, that was another like whenever I thought of that was like one of the, because I was just thinking Davy back fight. Like what is this? Like how does that even make sense? Like what is like what are they trying to say? So like I rearranged it, and that was like one of the other big things that got me thinking about this whole theory. Like okay, wait. Like getting Davy back. Well, who the hell would Davy be then? And like it was kind of like a backwards engineered theory that way. But no, 100%. This gives it a lot more Oda type weight to it. Like, that's something Oda would do. Yeah.
Dang, we're going for mad long, but I'm enjoying this stream right now.
It doesn't feel mad long.
Yeah. Oh my God, 4 hour. We just crossed the 4 hour 20-minute mark. Damn.
Hey, if you want to shoot through the bits and stuff, go for it. And all the stats, go for it.
Let me get through some of these last ones. So Big T, shout outs to you. Just bits, no message. If you have a message, let me know. Mad Cypher. Oh, this is more recent with an asterisk. I never thought of Kuma being part of Mads, but it explains why Kuma was fine with being the test subject for the pacivistas. And then I'm certain you donated that before we got to the part where Kuma could just be a devout like scabbard essentially. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Like an hour long, that somehow even that part developed too. Ooh,
crazy. Yeah, the Kuma stuff is deep.
Yeah. Wow. See, guys, this is crazy. Dax is off the riff, just like coming on with like all these dope theories.
It's just the voice of all things. We're on a similar wavelength. We're finding all the secrets.
Oh my goodness. This feels like when me and Hidden first streamed, it was supposed to be like an hour. And it wasn't even supposed to be that long. It was supposed to be like an hour, 2 hours, and then we went like almost 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shout out to Hidden.
Yeah.
I was on Hidden stream too. That was my first collab technically.
Yeah.
He's great. It's the same thing with him too. Just like could talk for days.
This is a great one. Ooh. So, okay, Matt Cypher says, so if a black hole is linked to a white hole, it should stretch the time and space between them like rubber. Yeah, technically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, the part of it is more so that, it's not. Even if you experience it, you would never be able, for a very long time, never be able to like understand what kind of dimensions that space has in between a black hole and a white hole. That's the kind of synthesis, because you're taking infinite light and making it infinite like energy essentially outwards, and that's such a weird concept because it also creates more black holes within it. And so the other part is like in between that spot, we would never really understand until we understood creation period, about like what that space looked like, because the dimension breaks there. If that makes sense, at least from my understanding of the quantum stuff.
And it's also like, how much does Oda know about this?
Yeah.
How deep does he get? I do like the idea though that Imu could like stretch space time like Luffy stretches everything else. It's like you don't even know stretching.
Yeah.
I stretch things beyond your imagination.
Yeah.
And then I like that idea.
And then also the one in this one was creating light, manipulating light, destroying light. I love that one. It's so cool.
Yeah, the light is so important in One Piece, right? Like the sun.
Yeah.
Wait, one other small thing that I won't detract from you reading super chats again, but the sun symbol that we've seen in One Piece a lot of times often has dots around it, right? Like it's a circle with dots around it. Like if you look at Luffy's kimono and Wano or something, and a couple other things, that's like Long Ring Long Land.
Yeah,
it's a circle with dots around it, right?
Right.
So it's just like the light is just like sun, the light, all that seems to be crazy important.
Yeah, it's definitely important. I was reading Chin's message. I missed 3 hours of the stream. We'll check the VOD later. Though, stream is cracked.
Great stream.
Monomon said y'all need to have a 3-way call with Hidden. 100%. That is. We'll talk about that later, Dax.
Okay. We'll get an in-person one together. I was already talking to Hidden about. I don't want to say too much, but coming over to your neck of the woods. I'm not too far.
Oh.
So.
All right.
Yeah. Well, like I'm an NBA basketball fan, and I've always wanted to go see some games in an arena that, well, actually, arenas that are near both of you guys. I'm a
Okay,
big
yeah,
Cavaliers
yeah.
fan, so I might make a trip out there, and we'll plan something.
All right. Okay, so there's a group chat being made, is what I'm hearing. We'll make that group
Yeah.
chat. Let me get to the next bits. It's Time Lord. Bouncing off my theory of Luffy punching someone off the page, perhaps the end of this series is Luffy finding a portal to the real world or off the page and escapes that way. No longer being bound by the constraints of the manga, the Straw Hats escape out of their world to the infinite unknown, and Oda would not go. Or would Oda not go that meta with it? Just a tinfoil thought. So, I've told people this. I have theories, scripts written up of cross anime world theories connecting the world. So Naruto, One Piece, Black Clover, One Piece, Bleach. Bleach handed it on a silver platter with the Grim Reaper. But the Black Clover one was the funniest one, where I was saying that the reason why Roger laughed. Well, okay, so I'm skipping the theory part of it, but it started because I essentially was saying that Yami, because it plays off of two things. Yami could just be a Wano swordsman because he taught Asta how to blacken. Okay, sorry if this is Black Clover spoilers. I should probably preface that there's no way to explain this without some spoilers. So either close your ears and I'll just like flash up when it's gone. But wait, have you watched Black Clover?
Haven't seen any Black Clover, but it's fine. Like,
Okay.
It's not on my immediate radar, so whatever you say will get deleted. Like, it'll get filtered out before
Right.
I actually watch it.
So fair enough. And then also, these aren't really that spoilery. Is that Yami ends up teaching Asta hockey, like actually like observation hockey in the thing, and he teaches him how to blacken his blade. And I'm just like,
Wow.
He's just straight up from Wano. And then
That's crazy.
yeah, and then so his storyline matches. I'm not gonna spoil that part, but okay, no, I can't spoil it. Not that I can't spoil it, but since I put the spoiler word, I might as well.
No problem.
So he's not from wherever they are. He's from a random Eastern country, probably Japan, or they never named it, just a random place. And he got lost. He got washed up going out to sea. And I'm just like, he's straight up just from Wano. He was in Odin.
Right.
Essentially, he actually made it off, and that's why he's so cracked. He's like Kozuki genetics. No one else in the show is like this level of just brute strength strong. He's like actually just Odin. And then, so part of the meme of it is that we still don't know where Zoro's from, and Zoro has a similar thing. So I was like, yo, Yami is Zoro's dad.
That's hilarious.
But it doesn't even have to be like that. It's like they could be brothers, they could be related or whatever. And Eric, I'm not fully caught up. So that's what I only watched the anime. So that's where they named him a few chapters ago. Do you have permissions for Black Clover? Honestly, send it in the Discord. Send it in the Discord in the spoiler part for the other thing, because I don't want to spoil other people. But I'm just going off the anime, which is kind of more safe since the manga is like super far ahead. But so that's like the direct tie. There's this character that can make a hard link on, and the power system is very similar, from my understanding, at the point of the anime. Which I probably would make this video as a perspective of anime only, just so it'd be easier. But what I said was that Roger went to Laugh Tale and he saw what's on Laugh Tale is a portal to the Black Clover universe, and he just starts laughing because it's so laughable. That's like the punchline of the entire video, and this is mostly supposed to be a joke, but this portal idea tying back to everything, I think that makes a lot of sense if Oda made a portal of Luffy entering our world, because that's essentially what he did.
Or other manga worlds, right? Like, it could just be, right? Like, I feel like, because he's cartoony, right? Like, that's like the thing. Yeah. I think, Oda could definitely do that.
And like, think about like Times Square. Imagine the last chapter, and then Oda gets like all the major cities, like takes over their screens, and then Luffy steps out of the book like on screen. That'd be crazy.
That would be. It's so crazy, because if you would have said this before chapter 1044, I would have been like, man, like Par, I love you, but we got to talk about like real theories.
Yeah.
But now that we've seen literally like your imagination is it, right? Like your imagination is the limit. Now it's literally like whatever. Like I can't rule out anything, and like this fourth wall stuff, I think Oda is gonna touch on it in some way.
If
I
not
feel like that's
crack
gonna
it.
happen.
If
Yeah.
not crack it. I feel like he
Yeah.
breaks the fourth wall so many times, in the sense of like, how many times have you guys felt personally attacked by the panels? Like someone's reaction is your reaction, someone's dialogue is like your exact words. Like Oda's breaking the fourth wall already. Like he's like, if he were Vegapunk, like I would tell you that all this stuff had like webcams, like spy cams embedded in all the pages. Anyone who reads it, he sees your reaction and he just redraws
Right.
your face. Like that's how Oda is. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Now Oda has to be like have like the craziest mind. Like I always think about that. Like in order to write a story this expansive that like has this many layers to it, like Oda's brain has to be like the most colorful, like craziest place. You know?
Yeah. And like, yeah, like some SBSs are very fan driven thing. Yeah, like Oda's just not like insane. His time, like how many times has it been where it's just like, how does he have the time for something like this? How does he?
Yeah.
And he has a family, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm just about to become a father, and that already is taking too much time. I can't imagine having 3 kids or whatever he has, and like the life he has, and still manage to like breathe. Like it's so absurd.
And he's so consistent. Like that's like the craziest part is he like always releases the chapters when he's supposed to. Like he barely ever takes like extra breaks.
Yeah, I
like
feel
we just had that month one, but that never happens.
I feel so shitty sometimes because I'm like, you know, like you're not supposed to compare, right? You're never supposed to compare.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm making theory videos off of this man's work, and then sometimes I'm just like lazy for a few days, and then in the back of my head I'm like, but Oda still put out a chapter though. Like how can I be lazy when he's doing way more? You know what I mean? I feel like at the end of the day, that's like the most that's like the only kind of comparison any of us should kind of just, not comparison, but like motivation. When you're feeling lazy or like you want to kick yourself in the ass, just think about Oda and how much better he is than us. Like,
right, he is like a workaholic. Like it's crazy, and it's just crazy that like the quality is so high. Like that's what's so crazy is he's literally like I'm a big sports guy. It's like LeBron James to me, where it's like literally every game it's greatness. Like every single time, like he's there every day. Like he barely ever, like at basketball you get hurt, but like you know, he never takes breaks or whatever. Like doesn't get sick enough to miss work, you could say. Like it's like how is he so good? Like it's like inhuman almost.
Yeah. That's why he's probably like Vegapunk, like he has 7 people just like
I
twins.
see that. That's yeah.
Or what was it? Septuplets. There we go. I think that's what it would be. That'd be crazy.
That'd be seven kids.
7
septuplets.
Yeah,
I think that'd be it.
Okay, yeah. So
I think sept is 7. Right?
Yeah. So something like that. Honestly, happy Sunday part. Thank you, Lewis. But yeah, like honestly, Oda could. I mean, we talked about earlier. Maybe that's why Oda doesn't want to show us him. Maybe he has an afro, or maybe he's 7 people and he's just like all as one. Maybe that'd be crazier because then that means Oda's like he's rich, but he's not that rich because then he has to divide it up against like 6 people or 7 people. But
well, I know. I mean, he does say, or I don't know if he says it, but we have heard that like he draws the main characters and like his team draws backgrounds and all that stuff. So like, you know, his time is probably like minimalized, you know, as much as possible. But
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past Oda to do something as absurd as him breaking through to another dimension, our dimension, another world. Like, it'd be so interesting, right? And maybe that's, you know, Roger, like, oh, the portal thing could work with like timing. Like maybe the portal like wasn't close enough to a place or something, like they need to wait longer. But the other thing I was thinking of, maybe the world is so expansive that like Roger was dying, and so he like already gave up, right? He took him like how many years to circumnavigate One Piece. Imagine doing that to a whole new world. And but then again, it kind of already happened in our world, right? One Piece made it worldwide, so
and that just reminds me of one other thing I just wanted to mention, just tying it back to the original theory was, you know, Roger had to go through the Grand Line twice. Like he went through a whole adventure 2 different times. And so tying back to that, it's like, well, he's like, I don't have any adventure left. Like I'm, I already did the Grand Line thing twice, man. I'm pretty much gonna kick the bucket soon. But going back to Luffy, like he's only done it once, and then if Long Ring Long Land is where Laugh Tale is, he pretty much has to do the Grand Line again. Like at least the Grand Line specifically, right? Because like Long Ring Long Land's towards the end of the Grand Line, so it's just like there's like another parallel, I guess you could say.
Yeah. So this is the last bits. Matt Cipher, thank you, says, what if the white hair is just Lunarian? So I'm assuming we're talking about Stronger now. So Stronger's white hair, the rocks being Lunarian, it does fit a lot of things. And the other part that it could fit is how Kaido knew about Lunarians in the first place. Because he showed up to King knowing Lunarian was.
That's
so
true.
you have to get that knowledge from somewhere. From all the poneglyphs, all the islands we've been to, this is the first time things are really in our face about Lunarians. So, like, Big Mom knew about it but didn't mention it, I'm guessing. But, like, she doesn't know what King looks like either. She just knows the black wings and then assumed, I'm guessing.
Right.
So
that is weird. So, like, yeah, because Rocks may have known or, like, been a Lunarian or at least... Or maybe Stronger... I like the idea that Stronger's Rocks, but maybe it could just be a different member from Rock's crew or something, right? And they were a Lunarian. There's like a lot of layers to it, for sure.
Oh yeah, true. That just adds another option as well. There's like
two it could be Rock's right hand.
Yeah.
Like, what if it's Rock's right hand and he was a Lunarian just like King was, and it's like a big
and we just haven't seen like a thing, or maybe he's like Silver Axe and Silver Axe was a Lunarian, right? Because we don't know Silver Axe.
Silver, and the thing is like a grayish, like a light gray, which is like a silver almost. Yeah.
So
Stronger is like the biggest thing I'm taking away from this stream. Like that is so
it's
crazy.
a fun one, right?
Like I wanted somebody else to be the 10th Titanic captain, but that would be such a good plot line that I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's so Oda.
Yes, and I know it's super basic, like because I feel like anyone uses this person for theories, but I really wanted it to be Geen. Like that was like my thing.
Me too.
Of all the Geen theories I've heard, I was like, that's the one I want. I want him to be the last Blackbeard captain, because like it could even be like him and Sanji fight or something. It could be like Geen has like a story where he's like, oh, well, I know you're trying to like save the world, but me too, but I think my captain's the one who's going to do it. You know, it's just like a thing where like they're both good people or whatever.
Yeah. Honestly, Don Krieg is getting a lot more love recently on TikTok. Like he has some feats. He's crazy strong. So, yeah, like people are like, yo, he might be a really strong captain. He just met Luffy, and Luffy's that guy. But like, so one of the things about that thing was Don Krieg threw a ship, like he threw an entire ship, and like a submarine ship or something, and that's crazy. That's crazy that like Luffy,
right?
And then so apparently he was claimed to be the strongest pirate in the East Blue, and that includes Arlong, who would be the strongest pirate, I guess. But so that means Don Krieg would be stronger than that. So yeah, there's
Don Krieg's been getting some love.
Yeah. But so I always like the Geen one or the Jin one, whatever, however you pronounce it. But the stronger one, that one hits like a truck. Like
it's so crazy.
Yeah. Like now, like if Rox is coming back, this is one of those things like, damn it, it's not the fucking horse. You know?
Right. Exactly. Like it's like, what's the horse? Like what? Like this stupid thing? Like what is? And then it just transforms into rocks. It's just like the jaws would just be on the floor.
Oh my god! Wait, the other pun is Rocks got turned into a statue, which is Rocks.
Exactly, he's a rock. And then like you're saying with the name with the stronger, he's a stronger rock or something you could say, right?
Yeah. Dude,
man, this might be a collab or something.
This one.
That's crazy.
I'll post up the short to claim it. I mean, technically, it was Sai and Mi's love child that just turned into it went through a time skip, a training arc. It went through like a hyperbolic time chamber, and now it's just this beast where it's like, hold on, there's too many connections now.
That is so crazy. Like it's such an Oda thing. That's like the number one thing. Is like it's right in our faces. We never questioned it when we should have. Like there's so many like the simple fact that Chopper is the pet but is a crew member should tell us, and we know that like Blackbeard and Luffy are two sides of the same coin. It should have been the sign to us the entire time that this person's more important than we think, because everyone else disregards Chopper. They're like, oh, he's just the pet, screw him. That we've been doing the same thing with Stronger the entire story. He's just the pointless horse, like he's not anything special. No, he's a person.
I bet we could even find a panel of Usopp riding Chopper in this pose. Honestly.
Yes.
All
Yeah.
right.
Well, and
If
I
not,
also
we
think,
commission it to make it look canon.
and think about this. Chopper is a reindeer that ate a human fruit.
Yeah.
So then we have Rox being a human who's turned into a statue eating the horse fruit. And they're both pets, but we ignore them, but they're both different human animals.
All right. Do you want me? We're gonna make this video now. This is big enough. We'll do another. This is like the 6th collab that we.
I know I'm busy this week. We're gonna be pounding out videos.
Yeah. Fucking okay. I'll tell you the detail. This sickly horse thing. Do you remember Lasso?
No. Who's that? You got something cooking. Also, real quick, just while we have a second.
Yeah.
I do need to go at 10:30. So we have
Okay.
15 more minutes.
All right,
So just
fair
take a
enough.
cut off for me.
I have not been checking the time.
You're good.
Lasso. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up on stream.
Okay. I'm ready.
This is an object that ate a fruit, an animal fruit, and it was randomly sickly. Just like Stronger would be for the stone that we're talking about. That could explain the sick part, where Lasso is just randomly droopy nosed all the time. And I was just like, wait, that's the other object that I can compare to. Also, Funkfried was a little interesting. I think Funkfried also had some similar characteristics, honestly. Funkfried wiki. I'm pretty sure Funkfried was also like this too. Funkfried was just delusional, honestly. I don't think there was. But Lasso is, yeah, the gun dog. Yep. Yeah. So that, I think that could also push the, because it could be a person that ate a fruit, but it could be to add that sauce of complication that it's the stone. That's why he wants Boa, is that an object that eats the fruit. We have an example in the story, and they were just randomly looking exactly the same.
Well, do you know the line from Road to Laugh Tale where they talk about how inanimate objects eat fruits? This is like such an under the radar thing. I was just talking to Hidden about this. In Road to Laugh Tale 3, there's a little comment in the corner about how they add zone fruits to inanimate objects. And they said that the zone fruit's will is specifically the mechanism on how they've been giving it to inanimate objects, and that's why they're all zones.
Oh, so that's my theory confirmed right there then.
So it's like, so that's just, yeah, so it's basically like, this is a zone, so it's perfectly fitting for the statue, so it's like, that is crazy. It's,
yeah, I see it right now.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's crazy.
Wow, I missed that, but that's one of the theories that I was put out, and then it was confirmed by the SBS later that, that Caesar could only do the Zoan stuff, that level, because of the will part or something like that. And like you can extract the paramecias and whatever, but in that same line of context, I had a video that was saying that it was probably only the Zoans. I think it was the Devil Fruit Boats Float video, or is the Vegapunk video, one or the other. But yeah, like this is interesting with the whole rocks thing.
This, because just think about this. Let's say like, so like Rock's will or whatever is so strong. Like this is just how my brain is like putting it together.
Yeah.
So at God Valley, we also know that Kaido got his fruit there. It was like a mythical dragon zone fruit, right? Whatever. And we know he got that at God Valley, like right after. Like Big Mom said that, like I saved you at God Valley by giving you this fruit or whatever. So that gives a precedence right there that for some reason there's mythical zones at God Valley, or there was at least one, right? For some reason. So it's like, well, what if Rox turned into a statue at God Valley, and that zone fruit, like the will, like his will was so strong or whatever that he got the Pegasus fruit after he turned into a statue, right? Like the fruit was next to him because there were other zone fruits in the area, and that went to him specifically because it let him fly away.
Right.
And then that got him out of God Valley as he was like a statue, and even like his will was so strong that it forced the fruit to like eat, become one with him or whatever. So then he flew out of God Valley. So that's why he's been a horse, because like if you're a statue, you can get broken, right? Like, and you'd be dead. So he's like, well, I need to have a fruit so that way I don't just get punched and I break and die. So it's just like it all just makes sense. Like it's the perfect fruit to escape that thing. Like you're a horse, which moves automatically. It's a zone, which goes to inanimate objects, and it flies, which is like I can get out of God Valley and survive. So it's like the perfect fruit for a statue to eat to escape God Valley, I guess is what I'm saying. Like
No, yeah.
it fits all the criteria. Like this is
The
horses
connection
let you
with the
move.
Medusa thing too, like the
Yep.
lore. Oh
Man,
man.
we might have just cracked something, man. Like the Medusa connections.
Yeah.
Like that's what's really selling me.
There's so much that sells me. We have this VOD now to reflect on.
Yep.
So that's a good thing that came out of answering everything. Ooh.
Stronger, man.
Yeah.
I did not come into the stream expecting Stronger to be important.
Yeah, we
at
went
all.
from afros to stronger. That's crazy. Yeah, Rakuyo's Morningstar. That one's an interesting one because that's an object that I think just gains sentience. But it could be something else too, honestly, with this.
I love that idea, by the way, because the sentience, it goes back to, you could say voice of all things or whatever, right? It's like everything has its own rhythm or
Yeah,
whatever.
I have another thing I'll tell you. This one I have to tell you off stream about the voice of things.
Okay.
I was gonna mention it earlier during the Lafro Tail thing, but we'll get to that after. But I think yeah. So we got through all the super chats, so that's dope. Thank you guys for all the support, and I mean, yeah, we can close out by talking on the things, but let me just say a few things, which is like. After the stream, I'm still gonna do the watch party. It just won't be immediately after the stream. Probably if we turn off at 10:30, then I'll be back at like 11, and I'll do the watch party. It'll probably be quicker because there's some things I got to do. But stay notified on Discord about that. Now, yeah, I mean, other than that, there's this new chapter coming out. I'll be streaming for that. Got some videos clearly cooking. There's
in the crock pot deep.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
already stewing, yeah.
and there's like I have 4 of my own, and I'm like Dax is helping me out, Tachi's helping me out. I'm taking one of them, so there's like 3 videos on my own, or no, 2 videos on my own, 2 I'm handing out, and then now we have like 5 videos between me and Dax that we have to like sort through, prioritize.
Yep. Yes, that's the thing. But
Yeah.
prioritizing. That's gonna be the hard part.
Yeah, yeah. And then plus, you guys want to hear more conversations between me and Dax, and also hidden. Tell you that's going to be prioritized as well.
Yep.
And other than that, I mean, yeah, stay tuned for the watch parties. If you haven't checked out Dax's channel yet, subscribe. 1. That's mission number 1 from this stream. 2, check out his better video, which is Pluton is a mole. No offense to the 200. Don't be sheep, guys. It already has too many views. It doesn't need any more. Come back and give the 8K one some love. Also spread that one out. See, if you guys could bring the Pluton mole one, or like have Dax make a complete Pluton mole one, because I think you have more for that one too.
Yeah.
And then you guys get that one to more views than the Lafro Tail one. Again, no offense to that one. I just want to see the Pluton mole one come get the supremacy, right?
I need the right thumbnail. That's been the toughest part.
Yeah.
Like if I could think of a good thumbnail, I would make a all-inclusive 30+ minute one.
I got it. You zoom in on the mole thing, right? Titles Pluton is a mole, or something you missed. We saw Pluton in Wano, and everyone's gonna be like so triggered, be like, Wano wasn't good, stop. Like they're gonna be triggered by that. There's so many different things. Just zoom in on that mole thing, and then people are like, wait, this is Wano and this is a mole. Where I've never seen this picture before.
Yeah,
that's 100% it.
That's the marketing of the video. That's like the only thing that's holding me back, is like the first 2 were like so hard to do anything for, you know what I mean? Like I got like the good bulk of initial views from sharing it around and like you talking about it, but it was just hard for like the general public, you know what I mean? Like people who would just randomly come across it, like how can I get them to click? But
hey, you got the thumbnails, but you know, you can come to me with the marketing. I got some ideas. I just can't execute on all my ideas because I'm not that talented. But
yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah,
we'll talk.
But yeah, definitely check out Dax. Dax, let them know anything that you got. Like besides, you know, we said some stuff at the beginning, but mention more now.
Yep. So Phantom did a great job of including all my links here. So make sure you go check out the Discord if you haven't already. I've also started a VOD channel where you can see my first few VODs, so go check that out. That's like brand new, so you can be like the first like 10 subscribers, I think.
Ooh.
But something I want to mention is I'm going to be streaming. I mean, every chapter, of course, I'm going to be reacting right when it comes out. But every Monday night, I'm going to be streaming, including tomorrow at 10:15. So if you guys want to hang out with me and talk about the chapter or just whatever else, I usually pick like a topic. Like I watched Strong World last week, but maybe we'll just do like an open discussion or something. I'm not sure, but come check me out tomorrow night. I'll set the stream up sometime tomorrow, and I'll like post it on community tab. But so go check out the Discord. Come hang out tomorrow night. That's going to be a weekly thing. And I guess otherwise, just if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe because, as Par knows, that is like the #1 way you can support a YouTube creator is subscribing. For all sorts of reasons, but that is the #1 way. So if you haven't done that, please do. But otherwise, yeah, just follow the Discord and check me out tomorrow.
And if you, for some reason, after all that, aren't subscribed yet to him, if you want to subscribe to me, that's one. But also, as you heard from the conversation, I might be showing up on here. So if you don't like Dax for some reason and you like me, just know that there'll be me on his channel too. So hit that notification bell to know.
Yes.
And the same thing otherwise, right? I know there was a few Dax viewers here, day one homies. You guys aren't subbed to me. Know that Dax is going to be on my channel. So you could just unsub afterwards. Just help me out with the numbers. You know, I'm not begging, but
guys, if you guys like my videos, you have to like ParVision's videos. Like they're like maybe the style is different, but like the ideas. Like if you like thinking of One Piece in like a more open-minded way, you could say, or like a different perspective than most or whatever. I know a few of my homies have already said like, dude, this ParVision guy is great. Like I never watched One Piece YouTube, but these are great. So 100%. Yeah. Chinho Wong, unsubscribe ParVision. No, subscribe to ParVision, for sure.
Yeah, it was crazy because like, usually when I tell people my theories, even creator-wise, it's usually about like people not poking holes necessarily, but it's me convincing them one way or the other, right? Like getting them to a point of understanding it. Me and Hidden, once he taps into what I'm saying, he's like, oh, I could see that, right? But then with you, it was like a different thing where you were like, hold on, this is crazier. And I was like, oh my God, wait, hold on. I like this.
You said Stronger is the 10th Titanic captain, and I didn't even think about any holes. I was like, dude, wait, that could be this and this.
Yeah,
like, it's immediately picked up. No, 100%.
Yeah, this is that was a fun one. Like getting matched up with like, you know, just matching the craziness. That is, thank you for doing that, Dax.
Well, thank you for giving me like an initial platform on your channel. You know, like we said earlier, like the mental side of it's everything. Like whenever you first get started, like it's like such like a foreign thing until you do it, and you know your Discord made it like a lot easier for me to do that. Like that was like literally the thing that you could say like conceived my channel. You know what I mean? I was like pushed over the edge.
You're a disco baby.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, you could say I was like conceived by Randy and then like birthed on the ParVision Discord. like you guys are my parents.
That's I can't wait to tell Randy that.
I was your first child.
Yeah, that's fun.
I was your first kid.
That's definitely fun. It's and then seeing where you are now from 3 months ago. It's so cool to see how the ideas came into this package. Now you're on the stream sharing the same thing. And at the end of the day, that's kind of like the situation where it's like, you know, having conversation with someone. Like the thing is, your success on YouTube and the reason why people tap into your videos and your ideas is people could tell that you are passionate, right? Like that passion is so visible and it's reflected on your success. So it's like, that's just love to see it. I think you said this to me. You wanted me to do the live reaction because you thought that that's what my viewers would really, really enjoy. And like, it's just kind of crazy seeing how like we both react to each other's ideas in a similar way. And I think that's why a lot of people tap into your things. It's like seeing where your brain goes, seeing it live happen here. Cause we didn't plan all that. we were just
Right.
gonna have like a 2-hour conversation and turned into 5. So
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's really what's so special about One Piece. You know, I think that's like of all the things I've ever been interested in my life, like One Piece connects people more than like anything. You know, like I mentioned sports a few times. It's like a big thing. Like sports are a big thing. I think like a good way to connect to people, both like culturally and like if you're on a team together. But One Piece is kind of the same way. Like we're all on the same journey together. To me, YouTube is almost turning into like a great pirate era in a sense. Like everyone's
yeah,
trying to guess the next things, right? It's like who's gonna get the big theory? Like who's gonna be the one who guesses this? Who's gonna be the person who gets this one right? Like
yeah,
it's like it's a big thing, and it means a lot that you said kind of like you can feel my passion in it or whatever. Because like One Piece, you know, like I never want to compare my like enjoyment of One Piece to somebody else's, but
Yeah.
you know, like I feel like it's pretty much maxed out. Like as much as I like anything in life, like One Piece is like up there with literally anything else, you know.
yeah.
And it's just so it means a lot that you say that, and other people have said that too, because it truly is like, you know, like I love this story. There's only a few years left of it. I'm trying to like make some really good content, you know, because I
Yeah.
love the story and want to,
Really
you know,
good
get on it.
memories.
So
Like the
For
fact
sure.
that this Pluton as a mole thing is one of those things, right? Like a lot. See, here's the thing. I was thinking about this the other day, and we're gonna end the stream like very close to this last bit. So thank you guys for tuning in. I understand if you guys end up, you know, leaving in the last few minutes because we're at the end, but thank you guys for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed this conversation and listening to the voice of all things. What I was gonna say is like, even like the voice of all things, like, you know, outside of my thing, it's one of those things that like, imagine like a Nicolas Cage movie or like a Sherlock Holmes or like a geocaching thing where you write like on a random wall VOAT. No one else will know what that means. But you know, even if you were a casual One Piece fan, you would know it, right? Same thing, Pluton is a mole, right? Like
Yep.
you write that in the middle of New York. There's so many of us cross through New York. I guarantee you people are gonna take a picture, smile about that. They could be even 40 years from now, they might forget, and it's like something so visceral as like Mihawk is a sword. That would just make them laugh. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Van Dyke is a mushroom. It's like some of those things are like those are the memories. That's why making these videos are so cool. Where it's like the Lafro tale. Like yeah, 200,000 people saw that, right? You write that up in New York City, I guarantee you, in big letters, someone's gonna catch
Yep.
it. Someone's gonna see it. 200,000 people is a lot of people, and I guarantee you, in a major city, people are gonna cross that. One Piece fans for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah, and you know, it's this is like a thing somewhat from my life that kind of ties into this is, so I don't know who else is familiar. Like I've talked a lot about sports, so I don't know who's familiar with this, but Ohio State is like a global thing where you can go around and do the OHIO. Like you go to like different countries, and like if you wear Ohio State gear, people know that.
Right.
It's like the same thing to me. It's like you're connected instantly when you see someone talk about One Piece. Like if somebody's talking about One Piece in a different country, like it doesn't matter if you're multiple
Yeah.
nationalities. It doesn't matter if like you speak different language. It doesn't matter like where you guys came from. Whenever you know that they're into One Piece, you feel like they're like your brother. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's
yeah.
like we are one. Like we are on the same page. Like you know what's like you know the good stuff. You know. So
That's-
100%, it's like a familial thing for
That's
sure.
what meeting Hidden was like. So I met him at Comic-Con, and we like at the end of the day we were just like, we didn't even like properly introduce each other. Like we still don't even like, we know each other's names and stuff, but like it was just like kind of just cut past so much like ice breaking, and One Piece was just like shot us through that, and all the conversations we had, sure, but it was like even with the fans that we met, it was like we cut through so much. Like, hey, what's your name? How you doing? Like, what do you like? Whatever. And it's like, no, One Piece is the foundation,
Yep.
and then we go from there. And then you ask them questions like, oh, who's your favorite character? And then they're like, you know, Akainu or something, or they say something, and then you kind of,
Whoa, who has said a kindness?
well, Sai says Akainu, but
No way.
yeah,
Oh,
Sai is
that's-
that guy. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And,
It's
like-
that's the one person I would have expected.
Like you ask someone their favorite arc, their favorite character, their if they like Usopp or something. You ask these questions, and then you kind of, Zoro Sanji, right? And then you kind of get an understanding of who they are through the
Yes.
conversation. You don't even need to ask like, hey man, like what state are you from? It's like, what's your favorite arc in One Piece? And then they answer,
Yeah.
and you're like, you disgusting Southern or something like that. Like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, say
Or-
some-
and I think even I think that's true, and I think even somewhat of the opposite is true. Where someone like if you like Sanji, someone can say Zoro, and you might even still be like, oh yeah, Zoro. Like, what about Nothing Happened? Like that was so dope.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
even though you disagree, it's like One Piece is so great, it doesn't really matter. Like there's still so much positivity to talk about. You know,
Yeah.
like even if this isn't your favorite, you still probably like it. You know what I mean? Like you know why it's good. So.
Yeah, exactly. With Sai, it's well, we have a starting base of liking the opposite things, but then he goes out of his way to like things that I like less because I like them so much. That's like part of his character now.
I love that.
Yeah, make sure you guys spread that word that Sai is Par's Seraphim. That's a good one. But yeah, and we still talk every week, right? Like, despite him actively trying to torture me with his takes, it's like, it's all fun, So
Right. Yeah, like talking about One Piece is fun. Like if you like One Piece, talking about it like in any frame of reference is like almost enjoyable. Like
Yeah.
you can talk about whatever frame of it. So
wherever, like meeting
Yeah.
people at League Worlds, it was like talking about One Piece even for a little bit was just like everything just stopped and we're like, did you see really his chapter? All that stuff,
Yeah.
So is this...
it's so funny you say that. So I have a good friend that I met who like we probably would not be friends if I didn't have a One Piece decal on my car. But we worked together, and he like walked in and was like, Dak, is that your car with the Straw Hat logo?
Yeah.
And immediately it was like any like unease of like I didn't know this person very well. It was deleted. It was like, oh, One Piece. Well, we're friends. Like we are immediate. Like we can hang out. Like we need to talk about this. Like there's so like immediately like all the anxiety of not knowing them was just deleted the second they said that.
I saw a TikTok story that was the exact thing that you said. A girl noticed, or a guy noticed that a car, or it was a girl, one way or the other. I think maybe it was multiple. Like one of their cars had like a chopper thing inside or something, or had like Law's sword like as a hanging decoration or something. And so they figured out, they did like all this FBI stuff because they just wanted to know who in their massive building, whose car it was. And once they found out, they were normally a socially anxious person, but everyone in the comments was like, if they like One Piece and you like One Piece, it'll be, and then fast forward, they were just like great friends. And it was just like one of those exact thing that you talked about.
Yes. It's amazing. Like One Piece, like that angle, like making friends easily is the amazing part of One Piece. But even like what's happening right now, like One Piece, like I started YouTube and just had some ideas and whatever, and like I used to watch your streams and be like, man, it'd be so cool to like talk to Par on the stream. And it's like I don't want to like overplay it, like I'm like still sub 6K subscribe, I'm not trying to like overhype it, but to me it's just like, man, like I have like a different career almost that's possible because of One Piece, like a totally different angle of my life has opened up that wouldn't have been here without it either. It's like, I don't know, One Piece just like just keeps giving back, I guess. It's like it's nothing else does this, I feel like. It's a crazy story.
And I'm sure like a lot of people in the chat would support you in other things now, getting to know you for like what you do here, right?
That's the goal. I want to do an NBA basketball channel.
Damn.
That's my next goal.
Damn.
I love if anyone likes basketball, join the Discord and go to the basketball section because I'm looking for people to talk about it with.
Joy Girl loves basketball.
Oh, we may have to get on that. Well,
yeah.
She's in Australia though, right?
Yeah,
that's
she's on that
just because like the NBA and everything.
I think because her Twitter. I think Larry. I think like people are telling me she like I'm not on Twitter like that, but she posts a lot about the NBA stuff. She knows a lot about things, so I'm sure I'll ask her, but set you up with a stream.
I think Melbourne. I think it's no some major city in Australia. I can't remember which one has the most #1 draft picks in the NBA. Like 3 people got drafted #1 from a city. Like you would never expect it, right?
Yeah.
So Australia is like really good at basketball for some reason. But very interesting.
I mean, that sounds like a fun connection to have. I mean, also, I'm D King. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta link up with them.
Yeah.
Like so I don't want to like make this a whole basketball discussion, but Zion Williamson is like a big time NBA player. Like everyone's probably heard his name. Probably, at least a lot of people have. He said that 80% of NBA players love anime, but they're just too scared to say it.
Ooh.
And there's a player on the Timberwolves named Rudy Gobert who specifically said, oh yeah, like coming to this team was really easy because Karl Anthony Towns, another player, he loves anime. It's like, but he didn't say what anime. But Rudy Gobert wore One Piece shoes in a game.
Ooh.
So basically, he joined a new team. He's like, oh, it's been super easy because like this guy likes One Piece. That's basically what he said. But like he didn't say One Piece specific, but it has to be because he's from France. He wears One Piece attire all the time. So One Piece is infiltrating the NBA.
Yeah, real already catches my vibe. I'm trying to connect with the NBA now. That's fun. I'm gonna message a few people, try and get them on the channel. There's an old player that runs an anime company. Oh my goodness.
The anime and basketball. There's something with it. I don't know what it is.
That explains Kuroko's like his that basketball. Oh my god, it's so good even though it's so garbage. It's like it's the best thing, and like they did it so much justice in my opinion to like basketball in general.
Yeah, well, if anyone wasn't interested in the NBA, get interested now because there's like One Piece fans that are playing. Yeah. So you gotta root for them.
Yeah,
just for that reason.
Definitely start that channel up, bro.
That's coming soon.
Sake's basketball.
Probably like Dak Talks Hoops or something.
Dak.
Like that,
oh, okay. All right. I like
something like that. I gotta decide like what I'm gonna talk about though. Like I can't do theories. You know what I mean? Like I gotta think about. I mean, usually current events probably.
You're analytical. I mean, doing theories.
That's true.
So that's what
Dak
that is.
Skitball, Kev Dog, Dak Skitball. Hey.
Yo. See, that's why we say it on stream, so we get tap into the. I mean, the people who stayed this long, they're on that wavelength,
they're the homies.
Right?
They're the homies.
Exactly.
We still have 100 people in here.
Yeah.
Hey, I say this in the chat all the time. I always like to talk about the watching to like ratio. Like, how come there's 200 people and only 100 likes or something like that?
Yeah.
99 watching and 145 likes. We like those ratios.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, we passed the hard cutoff of 10:30, so I won't keep you any longer. Plus, I gotta eat too. But I'm glad we got as much out of you as we could because this is setting up so much for the future. But then also people got to know what your plans are, what your future plans are, what you love, what you're passionate about. And more than anything, guys, like, you know, this is the voice of all things. Also to hear voices other than my own and talk to other creators. And Dax has a voice. Dax has a way with ideas and words and concepts and like the imagery of things too. Like, I mean, I'm not even talking about his videos right now. I'm talking about like the way he described like the stronger stuff, all the other things. But then you go to his videos and it reflects very well. So definitely check out Dax. Look forward to more in the future. And other than that, thank you, Dax, for coming on. Thank you for making your videos. I say that to all the creators and anyone who starts up. I'm endlessly thankful. But Dax, you shared a lot of kind words for me and super meaningful. I'm glad we finally got to. The thing is, this weekend I left open. I scheduled out weeks ahead of from this week, and I left this weekend open. I was thinking like, feel like there's a reason. So like 5 weeks ago, I was like, this week for some reason I'm just gonna leave open, and this is the only week I was free, and then it just lined up perfectly.
And that's another side thing, just to make one other sports reference, is I wore number 24 when I was playing basketball because I was a big Kobe fan, and this is voice of all things number 24.
Oh yeah, so wow.
So it's absolutely insane. You know, I know I already said some of this, but even whether you know it or not, Par, you were essential to me starting YouTube and, you know, being where I'm at now, whether you are aware of it or not. So if anyone else ever thought about doing something with their life and like you were too scared, just do it anyway, because 3 months ago I would have never told you that I'd be sitting here, but here I am. So,
and we'd love to see it. We love to see it.
And well, thank you, Par.
Yeah, thank you. And then also to you guys, if you guys have other things, there's people who share music channels, whatever they do. I know Phantom is a little secretive of his like exploits, but he does a lot of things. And so in the Discords, whether it's mine or Dax, right, like join Dax's server, but in mine there's like a place, other creators, other stuff. Like anytime I get a chance, I like try to check out those things and like made some dope connections, got to see that you guys are super talented. So like if what Dax is saying like resonates one thing, it's like just believe, just do something you're passionate about. Like look out. I think the overall thing, right, the first question I asked you today is, are you having fun? And I think you are. I think
it's the most fun It's more fun than I imagined. Like, I never thought I'd be a streamer. I never thought I'd make YouTube videos, and it's the most fun thing I've like ever done. You know, so.
And I
Crazy.
couldn't disagree before and from my feelings, but after this 5-hour conversation, could definitely feel it. And like, if you guys liked anything, not even like One Piece or YouTube, anything, if you guys like it even a little bit, you're just, you know, it was just like something wasn't clicking, you're waiting for something, just go for it. Just do it. Just try it, attempt it, and then you never know where it'll take you. All the people you'll meet.
It's crazy how much, like, I know it's so cliche. It's like super duper cliche, but it's crazy how much believing in yourself matters. Like you come into stuff thinking like, oh, this probably isn't going to do great. Like, this video is going to suck. Like, this probably, like, just do it with like all the ability you have, and like, you never know what's going to happen. Like, that's the whole point of life. You know, you never know where it's going to pan out. So yeah, 100%.
So with that, guys, thank you for tuning in. If you guys tuned in late, it'll be uploaded as a VOD on my second channel. Other than that, we're going to head off, and we got a few things to talk about. That is true. But thank you guys again for all the support, tuning in, staying through, enjoying it. See you guys next time. Voice of All Things or Knock Up Stream, wherever it is. All right, guys.